This is the Bible of the electrogenic cell. It's not just the best book ever written on the subject, it's the only book ever written on this subject. Brought to you by supporters of Christ.
All right.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. There we go. Good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Hey, I appreciate that, man, so much. I definitely appreciate that. I'm glad. I'm glad we learning. You know, I'm having. At the same time as I have some crazy stuff going on in my life, I'm also blessed for a wide variety of reasons. But one of the things is, you know, being able to participate with Chase's basketball team. You know, I told y'all I got promoted from like the weird parent to the supportive parent to the cool dad. You know what I'm saying? I got promoted to the cool dad, and then I got promoted to like the assistant, somewhere between like the assistant coach and like the supervisor of the water boy. Somewhere in there. But man, I really have, you know, I really enjoy, you know, working with the young guys, and they have so many questions, you know, but basic questions, you know, how much water, you know, how much protein do I need to grow? How much water do I need to stay hydrated? And, you know, just stuff like that is fun to be around those guys. But yeah, man, I listen, I definitely super appreciate, you know, the love on the last video. You know, a couple of people reached out and said the last video. Listen, in my mind, in my mind, you know, I try my best every time. You know, in my mind, I try my best every time. So, but you know, this is communication. You know, it's communication. So sometimes, you know, something you say will resonate. You know, it'll resonate a little bit more. And then there's also the effect of this is the first time. Well, let me not say the first time, but this is the first time in a long, no, this is the first time that we have had a organized set of classes this way, an organized set of classes this way. So I do think, you know, part of the experience that folks had with the last live was that, you know, something might have resonated, you know, because I was talking about my past experience. But I also think, you know, not think, I know that we don't see or hear with our eyes and our ears. We see and we hear with our mind. So the advantage that having a laid out course, a laid out curriculum where, you know, you have the subject matter, but then you continue to go over the material and go in depth and expound on it. And, you know, there were some pockets where we'll get real sciencey with it, but then we'll come back out and talk about like real life for a minute and go. I think because we have that structure now where you got the book, and then the book, you know, goes in detail, and then in the book you're almost, you're not in the class in the book. That's the interesting part about the perspective of the book. The book is you're like reviewing the entire class. So there's a teacher and there are students in the book. Now you are the reader as the teacher and as the student going through the material. So it's an observational aspect to the book that it gives you different angles. Then here we get to have live conversation and, you know, mix in some experience and some best practices and things like that. So I think that, you know, as we continue to go over the information, you know, it's going to resonate more because it's getting in your mind deeper. You're building the neural networks surrounding the material. So I, you know, like I said, I'm just happy that folks support, you know, Ten even gave me a super chat. I didn't even know that was possible, but a super chat after the video was not live anymore. I didn't know that was possible. I didn't know that was possible. Like it was in the comment section, like a super chat. Like that was interesting. So I definitely really appreciate that. All of the support, you know, folks that have the schedule, the planner, right? For the whole year. Yeah, I know we coming up on a holiday tomorrow, right? We're coming up on a holy day tomorrow, right? All these holy days, all these inspiration days, you need to plug into your cell phone, right? Put it into your planner, put it into your scheduler, right? But tomorrow is Amun Day. Tomorrow is Amun Day. Yeah, tomorrow's Amun Day. So yeah, I want to bring that in with some critical thinking. So we got another live scheduled for later on. But yeah, you know, so today what I wanted to do was deviate a little bit from the lesson planner and kind of go through an article. You know, we doing our own white papers now, right? We doing our own white papers now. But I want to go through an article with you guys, and just so that you have it, because I know that we're arguing some things. You know, we're arguing some things. Some things we're arguing with ourselves, right? Some things we're arguing with ourselves. We're proving things to ourselves. We're validating what we're doing. And then we're doing that externally as well, right? We're having different conversations with different people, loved ones mostly, you know, beating them upside the head, you know, trying to get them to see the light, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, so hopefully, you know, we have our timeline and, you know, we expounded on it, detailed it, formatted it in terms of having a, you know, official paper that we can use, well, at least for those of you that have the textbook, right? Black's Anatomy. Yeah, so this is from the Black's Anatomy book, right? From the Black's Anatomy book. And we'll be getting into the water book, and because I got some interesting questions. Like, people ask me, why is the water book titled Mayim? Mayim. Yeah, I got a bunch of people that ask me about the title of the book. Mayim, Beyond Structured Water, right? And we don't spend a bunch of time on it in the book, but it is profound enough that I just, two things are very important, right? And I think from my experience, I think a big problem so the church fathers, right? The church fathers created a big problem for reality. And the idea was that in order to solve this problem that they created, the people would just have to be eternally dependent upon the church fathers, and that would create like an eternal source of like colonization or just hierarchy, if you will, amongst the people. And so I don't think that the forefathers of the church could have ever imagined the world that we live in today, right? I know it, because all of this stuff would be considered to be witchcraft. If you was able to ask a person from the year number 1 AD, like, would people be able to look into a mirror, a glass, and talk to somebody somewhere else, and just all of these kind of things we take for granted? Just for thinking of those things, you would have probably got hung. Like, just for even thinking that this would happen. And like, will people be able to fly and talk to each other on, so this world couldn't even be imagined. And so now we're in a pocket where we've explored things to levels that could not have been imagined of, by people who created, paradigms that we continue to follow today. And I want to have a separate conversation later. We'll have a separate conversation later on about some other parts, but in terms of health, right, it's science. And so the split from nature is a split from science, right? The split from nature is, so we can't really, in hindsight, thinking about it, we can't really blame the scientists for everything, because a lot of times we do that. We fall into a pocket where we blame the scientists for everything. The racism, the ignorance, we put it all on the scientists, and it's not. It's their inception. It's their predecessors, right? It's their predecessors, the church fathers, because the church created the school system. So that's where the problem lies, right? Because anybody that even considers themselves like a scientific enthusiast, a science enthusiast, right? Just a person that likes science. You enjoy science, scientific conversations, sapiosexual. You have to admit that science is, if nothing else, the never-ending quest to understand nature. Like, so when the church separated itself from nature, it created a paradigm, which is why, again, the early church fathers forbade folks from reading the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't really separate the church from nature if the church is based on the Bible, because the Bible is like God creates nature. So you can't separate the church from nature, because the most magnificent creation of God is nature. You know what I'm saying? The trees, the plants, the animals, the water system, you know, the waters above, the waters below. Like, so I think that, you know, anyway, you know, getting to the topic of the book, or the title of the book, Mayim, Beyond Structured Water, I think it's important for people to move on. We have to heal that divide, right, between, you know, early concepts of God, the quest for power that snuck into the discussion of the source, and then what happened as we move past that and move forward, right? Because that's kind of the space that we're in now, because God is too big to be confined. You can't imprison God, right? So, you know, it took a while, but, you know, we went back into a loop. We went back into a loop. That's what quantum mechanics represents. That's why everything in quantum mechanics is so, you know, and now there's a struggle in the science world to bring the laws of physics into, you know, like, to make physics and quantum mechanics make sense. It's really not possible. It's like, you know, they had some ideas, some concepts, physics, and then you had, you know, guys trying to do unified theories, right? Unified theories before a well-rounded understanding of what quantum, you know, and then, so it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So we just gotta organize what we have and go forward from there. And so, all that said to say, I think that, you know, that's the most honest and transparent way we can look at the situation we find ourselves in. There's no magic pill going to get us to 150-year lifespan, or even 120-year lifespan, if we want to go with the biblical ceiling, right? Because right now we doing 60 years, 70 years on average. People are living 60, 70. You know, we got a few outliers that's doing 80, 90, 100, but for the most part, somewhere around 70, you know, 70, 75, something like that. Right? So if we're trying to get to 150, we got to get to 120 first. You can't get to 150 without going through 100, without going through 120. So, yeah, I think we have to look at those things, and, you know, that sets the tone for the article, and that also just hopefully adds some explanation to why the book is titled Mayim, Beyond Structured Water, because the Bible is largely about water. You know, it's about water. It's about Genesis, you know, of life that happens in water. So for me, the Bible talks about structured water, lays out structured water, you know, and the whole concept of electrostatic water molecules coming together, right? The you know, the H2O, H2O2, H3O2 being the most popular form of structured water in the cell, right? The gel in the cell, right? Structured, laid out exactly as per the Star of David. I mean, I'm not a person that believes in coincidence. So, if you believe in coincidence, that's cool. I don't knock, but the odds against any coincidence slipping into the formation of life is astronomical, pun intended. And so that's not even really a real thing. Um, yeah. And that somehow the first depiction we have of that Star of David in a cosmological sense is the Sumerian depiction of the layout of our solar system with that star so just some interesting things that we can't overlook, like the face of the deep. The face of the deep is talking about structured water, right? And that's where life comes from. So I think that when we look at things in an honest way, the reason why the church forbid people from reading the Bible for so long was because the things they were building on, building church on, building conquest on, was antithetical to what you would find in the Bible. Even though in our minds, we're, euphemistically anyway, the church is built on the Bible. Not exactly, you know what I'm saying? The early church fathers weaponized the Bible, but weaponized the Bible in a time period where illiteracy was at an all-time high. So people didn't know what the book said. You could say the book said anything. You could say the book said anything. And so that's kind of where we have, that sort of blind belief and self-fulfilling ideology outside of purpose is what we have with our healthcare system, right? So doctors are revered. Getting a doctor's degree, a medical doctor's degree, is revered. And the core philosophy is that doctors save lives, right? Doctors create health. Doctors promote health. Doctors are the masters. They've got the master lock, the education, they're certified to understand the human body and how to keep it healthy. And that is not the source of reverence for doctors. That's the ideology associated, but that's not the source of reverence. The source of reverence for doctors and a doctor degree is that doctors get that money. Oh yeah, doctors get that bag. So no, that's a doctor. No, he's definitely doing well for himself. He's a doctor. He's making money. He's a doctor. It goes without saying. If you're a doctor, you're eating good. But based on the origin of what that means, doctor's not supposed to be synonymous with getting money. Doctor's supposed to be synonymous with understanding the human body and being able to promote longevity, right? Natural healing, right? Getting the most out of the potential of the body, right? That's what and that's where, it goes. Because in order to create a system where you would pay for education, the education then had to promise that you'd make more money in return. So you're going to pay X amount of dollars to get this certification, but you're going to happily pay $300,000 or $800,000 to get this certification, because this certification will allow you to get $3 million. You paid $300,000 for it, but you'll get back $3 million. Or you paid $800,000, but you'll be you'll be able to get 8 million or 80 million or 10, whatever. But it's an investment that you'll be able to get back multiple, and that's a part of the business of the health side. That's the business part of the health side. And in a commercial sense, it's amazing. But that's not the health part. That's not the foundation, right? And so you have to go back past the part where the money came in and became more important than the substance, right? The money should be there because there's nothing more important than saving lives. So doctors should not be passing the hat around, right? Let's get that out the way. I'm not one of those people. Right? We should be poor, righteous teachers and giving out. No, I don't believe that. It's not free for me to acquire information. So, right. But the focus of what we do should not just be on the dollar. It should be on the understanding, right? And so there's a conflict in science, specifically in health, because we have the highest rated educational system that costs the most money. And it costs the most money because it guarantees that you'll get back the most money in return. The problem is we have the most dangerous country in the world right now to have a baby in because our healthcare system is so upside down. We have the sickest nation in the world right now, per capita based on earnings, because our healthcare system is upside down. And there's been a lot of people that have tried a lot of different things to fix the healthcare system, right? We've looked at Canada and France and go, oh, well, let's adopt some stuff from Canada and France, because the reason with our healthcare system is because people can't afford the healthcare. So let's make healthcare free. And then it's like, oh, well, you know what? That might mess with some folks' money. So let's not make the healthcare system free. But what we can do is put some money together on the side so we do have free healthcare for people that need it. Cool. Right? But if you dig into the numbers, the problem with American healthcare has nothing to do with money. Has nothing to do with money. Because people that can afford healthcare in some instances are worse off. So it's not about the affording healthcare, unless it's like, okay, you got a broken leg and you need to get you need to get your leg fixed and you can't afford, but that's not a longevity issue, right? The longevity issues have to do with the fundamentals of our healthcare system. And if for one second you think that fitness is not a part of the healthcare system or a part of academia, that's where you're even more confused at. Now, the regulation is still new. But the medical doctors and Western academia came in because they saw what fitness professionals, quote unquote, were doing. And they said, wait a minute, there's a whole area of fitness professionals that don't have certifications. They're just out there making money without any. Yeah, we got to get so the doctors got together. And so they facilitated some things to put together. Now, should there be some safety in place? And yes, I believe in certification. I believe in education. But we have to be real about what we're looking at. Very little of it is about the safety and efficacy. More of it's about the money, right? But the certifications that, like NASM and what is it, ASCF, like those larger organizations, those curriculums are put together basically like micro versions of what a doctor would get going through medical school. So the same holes and flaws that are in the medical school institutions that have been passed down are also in the fitness space, which is the reason why in the fitness space, what do? In the fitness space, they go, I'm a practicing, retired neurologist, medical, whatever, because they're one is connected to the other. So the same holes that exist here exist there. And the problem is in the fitness space, the holes are a lot bigger. In the fitness space, the holes are a lot bigger, and the holes are being patched. So they're harder to see. In the fitness space, the holes are being patched with drugs and surgery. But the holes are even bigger because the whole fitness space is just about exercise. The whole fitness space is just about exercise. And the people at the top of the fitness space suffer heart failure more than John Q. Public. Oh my God. Jesus, take the wheel. The people in the fitness space have more heart problems than the people who are not in the fitness space. People that are on their couch watching Netflix. Onlyfacts.com. We watch almost. We just came out of a period where almost every couple of weeks, a bodybuilder was dying from a heart attack. Like, it was crazy. So, again, we're going to go through this timeline. We're going to fill in some blanks. We've organized it into a paper. But it's the most important thing in all of health, right? Mental health, right? Mental health, because your brain has more mitochondria than anywhere else, right? So it's mental health, physical health, fitness, performance, athleticism. Everything depends on your body's ability to convert substrates into energy. Everything. And because we just understanding it post 1961, like 1961 is just where we get well-defined terms. It's not like we didn't master it in 1961. We just got well-defined terms. Like, okay, this is an electron transport chain. We're comfortable with what this does. Bam. Now we can work from here. 1961 is zero, right? That's like year zero of understanding the human energy system, right? Year zero. So, yes, there's racism. Yes, there's ignorance. There's racism mixed with ignorance. Racism is a special kind of ignorance. All of those things exist in the medical world and, within the early church and all that kind of stuff. But also, we have to understand that it's just, I ain't going to say an oversight, because that would be like an understatement. But if we don't understand energy metabolism, there's no way that we can factor in a system, right, that's designed to translate energy if we don't understand the production of energy. So we haven't even got to the full ground zero of the pigment system in the body. I'm Drake right now with this. Started from the bottom, now we here. Like, this is literally the bottom. We're not even 50 years into understanding the energy system in the human body. We're not even 50 years in. If we go from 61 till now, we just at 50, 60 years in. So that means we're just beginning to understand, the system that our body has to translate that energy. Because it took us this long to just understand our body's ability to create energy. That has nothing to do with translating, storing, blah, 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 blah. And all of our illnesses today, our crises are based on that. Heart disease, brain disease, kidney, obesity, diabetes, cancer. It surrounds the energy system, right? So anyway, let's get to this work. Let's get to this work. Hold on. Yeah, we're going to go chopped and screwed. We're going to go chopped and screwed. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go chopped and screwed for a second. Yeah, we're going to go chopped and screwed. Let me see here what we got. What? Oh, here we go.
The divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry bolts of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for the ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferries and turned them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turned them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium.
Let's go.
We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light and our breath, and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the fine olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the Jed pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh HaKodeshim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate into the holy royal arch of the Wa scepter closes. We give thanks for the magnetism of the most holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and our caves. Amen.
So let's get into the work. Let's get into the work. Let me see, is that good? Yep. All right, abstract. The elephant in the American healthcare room, why we are the sickest nation on earth, from the Black's Anatomy book. The United States spends more on healthcare than any nation in history, yet remains one of the sickest populations on earth. Life expectancy is declining. Chronic disease is rampant. Costs are spiraling. This paradox cannot be solved by more drugs, more surgeries, or more imaging machines, because the root problem is epistemological. The very foundation of American medicine rests on incomplete science. Medical schools in the United States were founded more than 80 years before the concept of a calorie was even defined. Calories themselves were taught for nearly a century before vitamins were discovered. The Krebs cycle, central to metabolism, was not described until 1937, almost 175 years after the first U.S. medical school opened its doors. We trained neurosurgeons a century before the glymphatic system was known to exist. And we practiced cardiology long before we understood the mitochondrial electron transport chain that actually powers the heart. Most profoundly, medicine was institutionalized before the dawn of quantum mechanics, the very physics that governs electrons, photons, and water, the substances life is built on. Energy creates matter, and there is two main types of energy: coherent and incoherent. Coherent energy was known for thousands of years as spirit. The church abolished it until quantum science rediscovered it. Thus, American medicine has always lagged behind the sciences it should integrate. The body is still largely explained through Newtonian mechanics as a pump and pipe system, a machine of parts, when in reality, it is a quantum resonant organism structured through water, pigments, and fields. This mismatch between explanatory model and living reality is the elephant in the room. We are trying to treat a quantum coherent system with reductionist mechanics, and the result is failure in prevention, chronic care, and population health. This paper argues that the missing organ of medicine is the pigment system. Melanin, neuromelanin, opsins, carotenoids, hemoglobin, cytochromes. These pigments act as quantum translators, turning photons into electron currents and electrons back into photons. They maintain coherence in the brain, heart, and blood. The heart, far from being a mere pump, is a magnetic generator broadcasting fields that entrain the body's cells and tissues. Red blood cells, once thought to be inert discs, act as optical antennas, scattering light and stabilizing quantum spin states of hemoglobin. The brain itself is a liquid crystal semiconductor dependent on field coupling with the heart's rhythm. All of these phenomena are mediated by pigment and water, yet modern science almost entirely ignores them. The failure to integrate quantum biology into medicine is not just a theoretical blind spot. It has practical consequences. America's chronic diseases, from diabetes to Alzheimer's, are disorders of coherence, disruptions in field entrainment, pigment buffering, and water structuring. Yet these are treated as isolated mechanical breakdowns rather than systemic failures of resonance. By continuing to apply outdated physics to the living body, American medicine misdiagnoses the nature of disease itself. A new paradigm is required, one that recognizes the body as a coherent field-based system sustained by pigments, structured water, and vortical blood flow. This paper traces the historical gaps in medical science, reveals the centrality of the pigment system, and argues for a quantum physiology of health. Until medicine confronts this elephant in the room, the the U.S. will remain the most technologically advanced and sickest nation in the world. Now, before that, I kind of lay out a little timeline, right? Before that, I lay out a timeline. The Leaning Tower of Pisa, right? The Leaning Tower of Pisa, right? Where we kind of walk through, right? We kind of walk through some things, right? But, you know, before I go deeper into that, I want to actually jump over into this book, The Year 5125. Important for people to have, right? Important for people to have. Maybe not everybody, but if you're a part of this culture that we're creating, you must have this book. Must have, right? But I do want to read something out of this book before we continue with the paper. What is KE or BE, right? What is KE or BE? It means Kemetic era and or the bioelectric era, the era of the fish, right? It's not the civilized world we live in began 5,125 years ago. The problem, as we're outlining with medicine, right, is that the era of bioelectricity began 5,125 years ago. 5,125 years ago, bioelectricity was the known medium of life. 5,125 years ago. So think about how long we've been set back. If we're just getting back to that space in 1961, right? We're just getting back to that space in 1961. So that's why we set the time, right? We set the time and we go through some pieces to support that data, specifically by going through the days and astronomical alignments and, you know, a bunch of stuff that I'm not ready to do YouTube yet with. A bunch of stuff I'm not ready to do YouTube yet with. Right? Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm not ready to do YouTube yet with. But I just want to set the tone and just add, just add Narma, right? Narma, the electric fish. I just want to highlight Narma, the electric fish, because there's a lot of information out on YouTube about Narma and the unification of Kemet and, the Kemetic prowess of war and conquering and the economics of Kemet, the spirituality of Kemet. There's a lot of different things that have been, discussed at length on the internet pertaining to Kemet. The least of which is probably the most important, is bioelectricity. So I think in the Legend of Wuxia book and all throughout the Kemetic naturopathy series, we elucidated on that, leaned on that, gave, a zillion references to be able to, but here I just want to highlight it in sense of the timeline, because Kemet, right? The pyramids, the geometry, the math, like, we don't put any emphasis on the fact that they mark this time period. They mark this time period as a beginning of the new world. And the time period starts with Narma, but it also starts with bioelectricity. It starts with bioelectricity. So we gotta, yeah. So there's that. Narma is not merely the first king, he is the first waveform unifier. He did not conquer Egypt with weapons, he conducted the two lands into resonance. Upper and Lower Kemet were out of phase. Narma was the phase conductor who aligned them. He wore the white crown and the red crown together, not to dominate, but to fuse the signal. His rule was the joining of two currents into a harmonized waveform, ma'at in voltage. The electric fish, his totem, this creature emits electric fields through its skin. It's nearly blind, but sees by current alone. It swims in the Nile as a sonar prophet, mapping the world with signal, not sight. This was no accident. The Mormarid represents natural electrogenesis, an animal born to feel vibration, to transmit waveforms in the water, to live inside a living field. The Nile River is not just a river, it's the original filament, the water body interface that channels charge. Its seasonal pulse, the inundation, is the Christ waveform of the earth itself. To rule Egypt was to conduct this waveform. To lose harmony with it, collapse. The Nile was the living cord and Narma was the plug. The electric field emission from the Mormarid is the true signature of rule. Not fire, not violence, not metal. Voltage. So I just, I want that to sink in. I want that to sink in, that we might have the wrong picture of history because we don't understand our body. Once again, we don't see with our eyes or hear with our ears. We see and we hear with our mind. So if we don't understand bioelectricity, bioluminescence, biomagnetism, if we don't understand those things, if we're looking at a representative of that, it's not possible for us to understand that, what we're looking at. It's not possible for us to understand what we're looking at. All right. Let's get back to the work. Okay. So we have our timeline here, right? We have our timeline here. And, again, we could spend hours just on the timeline alone, highlighting all of the things medical school had no knowledge of, right? But think about it. Medical school was formed before we knew what water was. my voice is kind of going because I was in there yelling with the boys playing basketball today. But do you understand how insane this stuff sounds? Do you understand how crazy this sounds? We had medical school before we knew what water was. The body is, I mean, anybody will tell you that the human body is made out of water more than anything else. So we had medical school before we knew what water was. Before we knew two hydrogens and an oxygen, before we knew the triangle, before we knew what a water molecule was, we had medical school. How is it that the guy, look, how is it? Because, you know, people will always attempt to discredit me and they can't, you know, they have to go there. You know, what he got on gold teeth, you know. So so you got to turn that around. You got to ask them, well, how is it that the guy with the gold teeth, how didn't anyone else notice a problem with this before him? Because this should have been a big problem. This should have been. We had medical schools before we knew what water was. Oh my God. See, this is how I could study for hours and hours on end. Because I enjoy it. This is me reading thick, crazy books that, you know, I'll be cracking myself up. Sometimes I'll be in my room, I'll be on my bed, and I just bust out into hysterical laughter. And the children come, Dad, what's so funny? You watching something? We want to see what. And I'll be like, well, here, read this page. And they'd be like, I don't see what's so funny, Dad. Then I'll be trying to explain to them, and sometimes they get it. Sometimes some of them get it. Sometimes they just like, dad jokes, you know. But I find it entertaining. So to me, it is crazy. Like, I can't think of anything crazier that we had medical school before we knew what water was. Like, you telling me medical school wasn't at least studying water? Like, that came from somewhere else. Oh my goodness. So there's a lot of stuff that you can learn from looking at this timeline. You know, crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. Right? Come on now. Come on now. Like, this is crazy. Again, so we had medical school before it was accepted that plants and animals was made out of cells. Come on now. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, before we knew what water was, before it was scientifically accepted that animals and plants was made out of cells. So what was they doing in medical school? What was the papers they was giving out certifying people? Man, I got to get my hands on one of them early curriculums. Listen, y'all think it's crazy now. When I get my hands on one of them 1765 curriculums, ooh, it's going up. It's going up. Oh my goodness. So it's in this climate that we get your man, right? It's in this climate that we get your man, you know, neurons, electrons are discovered over 100 years after. Crazy. Quantum mechanics comes into play, but medicine ignores it. And so this is kind of why we have to celebrate Narma and Kemet from another perspective when we having this conversation, right? Because bioelectricity isn't really understood, or at least, I mean, at the novice beginner level until 1961. We had it 5,000 years ago, right? So it really was a dark ages that we still largely still living in, brought about by, church foolishness, right? And that's not an attack on the Bible, but the church. And, to really make headway, people have to be able to separate the Bible from the church. The church is an economic, political body. The church is an economic, political body. The Bible is science, philosophy, and history mixed into one. Separate. The political, economic body use history, philosophy, and science to validate its conquest, its process, its growth, its existence. The economic, political body validated itself with the history, the philosophy, and the science in the book. But the two entities are not the same. All right. So anyway, in the book, there's a lot of, there's a lot of information we go through. There's a lot in the timeline that you can pull out and go crazy. Right. And there's even more buried in the paper. Right. And we're going to go through, I'm going to try to go through the whole paper tonight. That way, as we move forward, we can kind of reference parts of the paper without necessarily, having to backtrack too much. And even people that don't have the book, Black's Anatomy will at least, be up to speed on, a small fraction. Right. They'll at least be able to watch this video and use this video to have more comprehension and understanding of what else that we're, everything else we're doing in terms of the pigment system and anabolics and the fat burning system. The fat burning system, right? And electricity, right? The fat burning system, the fat fallacy. Maybe that's what we should say. Ooh, that's a bar. I'm gonna have to write that down. The fat fallacy. Ooh, man. I don't think it's even possible. I'm ready to go back to Amazon and change the title of my book. The fat fallacy. Oh, I'm about to write that down. I don't even have my notebook in here. Oh, yes, I do. I'm always taking notes. Oh, that's tough right there. The fat fallacy. Right? The fat fallacy. I like that. That's tough. Yeah, I might have to just make that the next book. Like, yeah, like just for no apparent reason, subtitle. Right, but it'll help you to understand how all these things got in place. This whole burn calories, burn sugar, burn fat, like this whole concept of burning and where that comes from. Where that comes from. Because the earliest concept of humans burning is the church. So there's a lot of bleed because the early concepts outside of nature and outside of advanced science is just spooky, just body's hot. It's got to be on fire, it's so these concepts would make more sense, and the importance of these lessons, the importance of these classes, the importance of these books, the importance of this for your longevity, but more importantly, the future generations to come. Because we can't leave them the world that we inherited. That's literally, before making a few dollars, that's literally what our job is here to do, right? Leave this world a better place than we got it. And it's not possible to worry about pollution and all of these other concepts without understanding the body, because the problem with all these other things is we keep saying it's somehow going to impact our health. It's going to make us sick. We're going to die. We're going to go extinct because of the poison effect on the body. We don't really understand the body, though. And the handful of people that do, is not enough to penetrate the psyche of the masses, to get the masses to be moved into action. Because it's education that gets people to move. And if the masses are ignorant, the masses aren't going to move. If the masses don't move, well, you see what it is. We're spending more money on health, more money on education, and people just getting sicker and sicker. Sicker and sicker. Right? So that's why we exist, right? Medicine before physics. The United States prides its also, listen, in the chat, we will be indulging the chat after I go through a section. If you got a question on a section or whatever, you know what I'm saying, we'll go through, we're going to take breaks section to section. So when I'm in the share screen, I can't necessarily see what's going on in the chat. But once I come out of the share screen, come up for air, my lips getting dry, drink a little, get a little moss in, I'll be able to see what's going on in the chat. In the meantime, in between time, feel free to go to AmericanHealer.website and get your monthly detox, your bitters, your this, your that. Go to Amazon, add some books to the cart, check out, hit Zelle, send me some money, hit the super chat, hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. Cash App came from Jesus. Medicine before physics. The United States prides itself on having the most technologically advanced healthcare system in the world. It boasts world-class hospitals, armies of specialists, pharmaceutical industry capable of generating thousands of drugs to target nearly every imaginable symptom. Yet, paradoxically, despite this vast infrastructure, America remains one of the sickest developed nations on earth. Life expectancy has plateaued, even declined in recent years. Rates of obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and neurodegenerative illness have reached epidemic proportions. Healthcare expenditures consume nearly a fifth of the nation's economy, yet outcomes consistently lag behind other industrialized countries. This is the paradox at the center of American healthcare. More technology, more spending, but worse health. To understand this contradiction, we must look backwards, not just decades, but centuries. The problem is not only what modern medicine does or does not do today, but how it was built. Medicine in America and much of the world was institutionalized before the sciences necessary to truly understand life even existed. The first medical school in the United States, the University of Pennsylvania's Perelman School of Medicine, was founded in 1765. At that time, physicians spoke of humors, prescribed leeches, bloodletting, cocaine, heroin, and theorized disease in the language of imbalance and humor obstruction. No one knew about cells, DNA, vitamins, or energy metabolism. I'm going to repeat those. I'm going to repeat that section again. At the time, physicians spoke of humors, prescribed leeches, bloodletting, cocaine, heroin, and theorized disease in the language of imbalance and humor obstruction. No one knew about cells, DNA, vitamins, or energy metabolism. Astonishingly, American medicine has carried this legacy forward. It continues to rest on foundations laid before the very physics and chemistry of life were discovered. Consider the concept of a calorie. Today, it is a basic term in every nutrition textbook. Again, today, 2025, it is a basic term in every nutrition textbook, a unit of energy so common it appears on food packaging. Yet the calorie was not even defined until 1842, almost a century after the first medical school was already producing physicians. And even then, the calorie was a crude measure. Essentially, the heat released when food was burned in a bomb calorimeter, a bomb calorimeter, a mechanical furnace that reduces living matter to ash. To this day, what my man, to this day, yo, that was one of the most epic failed speeches of all time. I bet had black folks riled up with that. Deontay Wilder, and then went out there and got whooped, right? But to this day, you got folks that still are looking for ashes in the human body. There's no ashes produced in the human body. There's no ashes. There's no ashes produced in the human body. No ashes. I want y'all to get this. They put food in a furnace and measured the heat it took to burn up the food and based your body on that. Because in 1842, remember, they still had not discovered the electron transport chain. They didn't understand, okay, your body is going to break down the carbohydrate, right? Even my, I done threw the hip hop, I done put the simplified it, like, okay, photosynthesis hydrates carbon. Bam, we adding hydrogen to carbon. Your body unpacks the hydrogen from off the carbon. Super simple. There's no understanding of any part of this. There's no well-defined understanding of photosynthesis. These are concepts that we throw around, especially in the YouTube world. We throw around words like photosynthesis, like frisbees, like behind the back passes. Like it's just no concept of this existed. They did not understand photosynthesis. They did not even understand that the human body, as well as plants, was made out of cells. So you got to get this. Essentially, where we at? Even then, the calorie was a crude measure. Essentially, the heat released when food was burned in a bomb calorimeter, a mechanical furnace that reduces living matter to ash. This became the measure of human energy and one of the greatest ironies of medical history. The body is not a furnace, and food does not burn. The human body does not produce ashes. Yet doctors were trained to think of human metabolism as though the body were a machine of pistons and boilers. The gaps only widened as biology advanced. Vitamins were not discovered until the 20th century, after centuries of malnutrition diseases like scurvy, rickets, and pellagra had ravaged populations. Even then, medicine treated vitamins as accessories rather than central modulators of metabolic coherence. The Krebs cycle, the core biochemical pathway of energy metabolism, was not described until 1937, nearly 175 years after America opened its first medical school. The electron transport chain, the molecular engine that turns food into usable energy through proton gradients in water, was not mapped until the 50s and 60s. The glymphatic system, the brain's fluid-based clearance and repair network, was not even described until 2012. A discovery that should have revolutionized neurology, but instead treated as a footnote. These dates matter. They reveal that medicine has always been practiced in ignorance of biology's core mechanisms. Doctors performed surgeries, prescribed drugs, and made diagnoses long before they understood that metabolism that sustains life, or understood the pigments that process energy. Most strikingly, medicine was established before the discovery of quantum mechanics. The physics that governs the behavior of light, electricity, and protons. The very particles that biology is built from. Modern physics rewrote our understanding of reality, creating semiconductors, lasers, MRI, quantum computing, and yet medicine never incorporated these insights into its framework. The body remained cast in Newtonian terms: a pump, a set of pipes, a collection of levers and pulleys. The mismatch is not trivial. It is the elephant in the room. A body made of water, pigments, ions, and fields cannot be explained solely by 18th century mechanics. The heart is not just a pump, it is an electric vortex generator broadcasting coherent electromagnetic fields. Blood is not just a fluid, it is a quantum plasma of spinning red cells and photon emissions. The brain is not just neurons firing, It is a liquid crystal semiconductor entangled with heart rhythms and solar light. The fluid, just as or more important than the tissue. Medicine, however, continues to treat the human organism as if it were a clock to be repaired with wrenches. It trains cardiologists to think of blood flow as hydraulics, neurologists to think of neurons as simple wiring, psychiatrists to think of mood as chemical imbalance. None of these metaphors capture the quantum coherence of life. The consequences are clear. A medicine that ignores fields, water, and pigments cannot prevent or heal chronic disease. It can only suppress symptoms. This is why America, despite its wealth and machines, is chronically ill. It uses the wrong science, physics. It's built its medical system in the 17th and 18th century, but never rebuilt it in light of 20th century revolutions in science. Medicine still speaks Newton, while life speaks comedic naturopathy. Asarian quantum electrodynamics. Yes, Asarian. yeah, you like that. Asarian. Yeah. That's fine. Asarian. Yeah. The thesis of this paper is simple. American medicine grew up using Newtonian mechanics as its framework and has never caught up to quantum biology, pigment systems, and field physiology. Until it does, it will remain the most expensive and least effective medical system in the developed world. The only 5 nations that ignore plant therapeutics are colonistic. Yo, listen, these unfortunately are facts. These unfortunately are facts. These are like hidden jewels. These are hidden jewels. And later on, after this video, we're going to have another conversation, a religious conversation. Yeah, we're going to have a spiritual conversation late night tonight. Right? Late night tonight. So people watching this video in the future, I don't know how that's going to work out for you. You might, it might not. Yeah. But for the people watching now, if you can stay up late or maybe catch it tomorrow or whatever. Because we'll be having some of these same subjects just discussed from a different perspective, right? Different perspective. But these are the jewels right here. These are the most important things that you're not going to hear on the internet, period. Because the people that, because we're brainwashed into credentiality, because we brainwashed by credentiality, some of the people that we may look at on the internet, they compromise. Even if they tell you they used to be doctors and they left the medical profession because whatever. Look at the size of their platform. If they got 500,000 subscribers, 1 million subscribers, whatever, or if they're doing those big plugs for big supplement brand, it's certain things they can't say. It's certain things they cannot say. So they cannot lay out. They cannot lay out where the bodies are buried. That's what I should rename the title of this video. Where the bodies are buried. Because that's a saying, right? It doesn't mean you actually know where bodies are, but here are the pressure points. Here are the weak spots. These are the problems. They can't really lay these out. They can go into the superficial stuff that they know everybody's going to discuss. Oh, well, the emergency rooms are overrun with patients, and we've got more residents than doctors, and all of those problems we've also touched on and discussed at length, right? And provided potential solutions and ways to help the system. But as we move forward, we got to get deeper and deeper. And these are the things that nobody wants to discuss, right? We want to discuss them. yeah. We want to, the people within the system that know some of these things, they can't discuss. They can't have these conversations. Hey, listen. And just the fact that you think these books deserve statues and monuments, listen, that's enough for me. That's like getting the when the rappers, they go and drink champs, they get their flowers. Listen, I get my flowers from y'all. Yeah, I get my flowers from y'all. Listen. And they doing it still, though. See, that's the thing. We got to remember the cigarettes. The only reason we got to remember the cigarettes is so that we recognize what's going on today. Because they have an authority. They live in our minds as authority. So once you can get them to sell the product, it's gold, right? So we just have to always be mindful. We got to know. Yeah, we always got to just remember. All right. A history of half-complete knowledge. The story of American medicine is not just one of innovation. It is also one of premature institutionalization at best. We built schools, trained doctors, and codified treatments long before the basic sciences of life had developed or matured. Instead of pausing to rebuild medicine as science advanced, we simply bolted new discoveries onto an old mechanical model. The result is a house of medicine constructed on a shaky, incomplete foundation, one where advances in biology and physics were acknowledged but never integrated into the framework. To understand why America is the sickest advanced nation, we must revisit this history of half-complete knowledge. Calories, a crude beginning. At the core of nutrition science lies the concept of a calorie. Defined in the late 19th century, the calorie measures the heat released when food is burned in a sealed bomb calorimeter. This method reduces food to ash, treating it as fuel for combustion. And yet this simple unit became the cornerstone of dietary science and medical training. Medical schools taught physicians to think of metabolism as energy in, energy out, as though the human body were no more than a steam engine. Now, let me stop here for a second. Some of y'all may remember that I had a debate with a guy, and it really wasn't a debate, but it was put together as a debate, kind of like an on the spot kind of thing, for Sa Netta, you know how Sa runs this platform over there. So, the guy was one of the later iterations of Dr. Sebi. He jumping in he's making money off Dr. Sebi's name. He's selling alkaline food, and he's building up a following of people buying alkaline food. And one of the big misconceptions I learned very early in the in the holistic space was I linked food and science together. I linked food and science together. And I thought that they just kind of went like that. And I think a lot of people make that mistake. People at home, you probably, you just link those two things together, like almost like athletes and healthy. Like athletes are not healthy, but because athletes are physically fit and they can physically do some stuff that we can't do, you know what I'm saying? Like we put that together. We go, oh yeah, they must be healthy. Like, yeah, of course athletes are healthy. Come on, he's an athlete. He plays for the Dallas Cowboys or the, LA Lakers. Of course he's healthy. We start seeing, basketball players strung out on drugs, dying on the, all kind of crazy. It just blew our mind, So early in the holistic universe, I thought food and science kind of, so if anybody knew the holistic information, the science, I thought that also meant they knew the food and vice versa. If they knew the food, they knew the body. And I realized that there was a little bit of pimping, like there was some pimping going, like, and when I say pimping, people that knew how to cook, right? People that know how to cook. Here's a list of groceries. Cook, but use these items. It's just that simple. Cook, but use these items. These are healthy ingredients as opposed to the ingredients you're using. I just all of a sudden, kind of shame on me and everybody else, buyer beware type of vibe. I assume like the person that makes the food, because they make the healthy food, they're making the healthy food because they spent years somewhere studying how the body work. And after their years and years of study, they've come to the conclusion that they had to get into the healthy food. And so they know about the healthy food. No, that's not the case. That is not the case. You can go to some of these vegan restaurants right now and they got Mexicans in the back who's, they having beef burritos, smoking Newports with a 6-pack of malt liquor, and they're going to come inside, wash their hands off after they break. They just had beef burrito, malt liquor, smoked a few Newports. They're going to wash their hands, come inside, and make you a vegan. So, listen, I'm just saying, for my people, my inspirationalists, our culture, you just got to know the truth. You make your decision, you make your decisions, you do what you do. But as long as you're making informed decisions, I'm co-signing it. Yeah. Any decision you make, as long as you're informed, I'm co-signing it, because nobody's perfect. We want to blend this, we want longevity and health, but we still want to have, donuts and dirty pleasure. We want to, yeah. So just informed decisions. As long as you know what you're doing, you Gucci. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so Sa sets me up with this guy, Alkaline City. And, obviously he's making good tasting food. People like the food taste. But either he's allowed the feedback from his food to create an arrogance in his mind as if he knows science about the body. And it's crazy. It's crazy because literally the concept of acid and alkaline, or acid and base, is rooted in electricity. It's rooted in electricity. Even Sabi was saying the body's electric, right? Redox is a flow or transfer of electrons and protons. That's reduction and oxidation. So I'm having the quote unquote debate with this guy, and he's using the language of Dr. Sebi, but overlaying it with this old medical establishment, Newtonian physics. You know, he's coming with this. Yeah. And so the mitochondria is where it's combustion. And so combustion is happening in the mitochondria. And I'm like, no, this is. And the thing that was so heartbreaking, was that I'm reading Sonetta's chat. And it's people in there that think they food science, like they think they, they think they hip, they up to date. And they like, yeah, nah, Inky, you gotta, listen, the brother know what he's saying. I'm like, are you insane? Combustion don't happen inside mitochondria. What is wrong with you people? We would all be dead if combustion happened. There would be no life. Cells could not depend on mitochondria if combustion happened in there. You know what? Combustion in the middle of the root of combustion is bust. Combustion would bust open your cells. Are you insane? I'm like, yo, how is he mixing these things together? But that's what science did. It's just like, because they didn't want to mess with the money as science can. And this is why I always try to highlight mainstream science versus, privately funded or just, scientific enthusiasts. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's the privately funded or the scientific enthusiasts that make the greatest changes in the world. It's not the mainstream. The mainstream doesn't make any changes in the world. If you look back and you look at the greatest findings and even in our modern world, forget about Kemet. If you look at the greatest findings in our world of science, those wasn't no mainstream people. Those was all those was all hobbyists. Those was all enthusiasts. People who was excited about science, doing their own thing. Oh man, boom, here we go. I think we could communicate if we use these crystals and these radio. Yeah, I think we can show these images if we reverse TV, camera, internet. These discoveries is based on private people just truth searching or scientific enthusiasts mixing their search for truth with, they just love it. They're entertaining themselves. They're just having fun. Right? But chasing the truth is how they have fun. Right? That's where now we look at it like a dirty term. If somebody say, oh, you ain't nothing but a scientific enthusiast, people will be ready to fight. Like people that really think they, like they'd be ready to fight. Like you violated their moms or something. But the Wright brothers, you know what I'm saying? Like the people who changed the game, like now we got airplanes, like them people wasn't mainstream. The mainstream folks was telling them, you insane. Homeboy that's credited with making the radio, he was in an insane asylum. Like they said them folks was mainstream people wasn't putting no money on these folks. Everybody is on Tesla now. Elon Musk is on Tesla now as the richest guy, but Tesla died broke and sick because the big banks and the folks with the money, they wasn't. So it's always been the David to change the world. That paradigm of David versus Goliath and David being the one to shake the ground, to change the world, to take down the giant and create the path. That's a blueprint. That's a blueprint for the way things happen, for the way things change, for the way things grow. Right? But I'm just saying that debate, I wish I could, let me see if I can find the clip, because that's funny to me. That's funny to me. I people may not think it's funny, but I think it's hilarious. If I can't find it after I look for a few seconds, we'll stick with the word. But I think it's important because literally this article, this is what we're talking about. hold on. I'm on to something right now. the wicked, the wicked laugh. Okay, I done found a couple clips. Hold on. I had a couple clips, and I'm not sure what's what, but they're short. They might be kind of repetitive, but they're short clips, 2 minutes tops, 3 minutes tops. Okay. There we go. Boop. Okay. So I think this is good right here. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh my goodness. Is it the winter time? Does the cold air bring a different inky out? You know, when it's getting hot, we get more intellectually centered. As it starts to get a little cold out, I get a little mischievous a little bit. A little bit, a little bit, a little mischievous. I get a little mischievous. You know what I'm saying? A little mischievous. Yeah, yeah, a little mischievous. That's how we phrase it. A little mischievous.
And I'm showing them that right now because I'm dealing with them. So what's up, my brother? What's next? What's next on your agenda of let's question Alkaline City to see how smart he is? Now, what's up, Anki? Sister Nepal, I'm glad to share a panel with you guys. You guys are two of the most intelligent people in the HOK. So, I really do appreciate it.
A few moments later.
Oh, wait, hold on. I just want to let you know, before you start with me, I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. You don't know who you're talking to, my man. I will really spank you. And before I embarrass you, cold-heartedly, my man, learn what you're about to tell me and what you're about to ask me, and make sure that you're correct before you get embarrassed.
What is one of them?
You know who's one of them. One of these people that come up on the panel and you act like you could so-called banter them and you can, outwitty them with your so-called intelligence, well, whatever you make of it. And if you think that's going to happen, by you trying to second guess and question any of my authority, trust me, I got everything configured. I'll pull up my screen share and I'm always ready, my brother. So if you want to get embarrassed, we can go. You're a super clown, and I wasn't up here to clown you. I was actually up here, and I was going to...
No name calling, brother, please.
No, degenerates.
Wow.
I apologize, Sonetta, but they needed that one.
Hold on. It's more. It's a few more. Come on.
You feed the mitochondria, and the mitochondria has an implosion. And that's the combustion of the mitochondria. That's what disperses the electricity from the cell out into the artery. When you feed your cell, you feed the mitochondria, and the mitochondria has an implosion. And that's the combustion of the mitochondria. The mitochondria has an explosion, The mitochondria has an explosion. The mitochondria has an explosion. Mitochondria is the brain of the cell. Explosion. This implosion. Mitochondria has an explosion. When it has this implosion, it sends out an electrical current through your artery, through your vein. From your vein, it goes into your heart, your lungs, your brain,
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?
Oh my goodness. Listen. Oh my God. Listen, it still be people hitting me up from time to time, like, yo, we should have a debate about this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I'll just be like, I did it so long. It's not, it's entertainment at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's entertainment, but the comprehension level be so low. It'd be crazy. You know what I'm saying? It'd be crazy. And there's so much disrespect involved with it. It just don't be productive. It's only productive in this sense because we're having a conversation about how medical school created this foundation without understanding electricity, without understanding mitochondria. And as those discoveries were made, instead of changing the fabric, the foundation of medical science, of health science, of anatomical science, what they did was just try to slap one thing on top of the other. And this is how you get guys running around, telling people a mashup of the two. Oh yeah, electricity comes from a combustion and an explosion inside mitochondria. And this explosion that happens in mitochondria shoots out of cells through the arteries into the heart. Yo, I've never experienced somebody so cocky and arrogant and wrong at the same time. Like, it was crazy. So that's the only reason why, I'm pulling these out just as examples of, how it can go all bad based on what modern medicine has been doing, in terms of not changing, because to admit the flaws in the foundation and create a new foundation will possibly mess up the trillions of dollars that's generated on the institution. It's a confidence game. Like a con game is based on confidence. Con is short for confidence. A con man is a confidence man. So anything that would shake the people's confidence would mess up the, as in the words of HJ, it'll mess up the grift. So we have crazy stuff like this.
I said our cells are little combustion chambers. Okay, when you feed your cell, you feed the mitochondria, and the mitochondria has an implosion. And that's the combustion of the mitochondria. That's what disperses the electricity from the cell out into the artery. Do you know what the arteries are? The arteries are your veins. We consume to feed our cell, okay? So that our cell can continuously have this little combustion of electrical current to get dispensed to our organs. When you feed your cell, you feed the mitochondria, and the mitochondria has an implosion. And that's the combustion of the mitochondria. That's what disperses the electricity from the cell out into the artery. Do you know what the arteries are? The arteries are your veins. When the purpose of living, right, and consuming is to feed our cells. Our cells, they are basically these little combustions of electrical energy. And the mitochondria has an explosion. The mitochondria is the brain of the cell. And when it has this implosion, it sends out an electrical current through your artery through your vein. From your vein, it goes into your heart, your lungs, your brain, you know, all of your bodies come to life because of the electrical currents that are going from your cells into your organs. That's one. Okay. So when we consume, hold on a second. I'm a land. I'm not going to be that long-winded. So when we consume to feed our cell. Okay. So that our cell can continuously have this little combustion of electrical current.
See, listen. If you listen good enough, you'll begin to hear other mistakes, right? And other mistakes that are built in this framework. Remember when we went through the timeline, medical school was created 50 years before acknowledgement of animals and plants being made out of cells. Pay attention. So he says cells have mitochondria in it. The mitochondria has combustion, and that combustion is what drives electricity out of the cells and into the organs. Out of the cell into the organ. So he doesn't even have the understanding that organs are made of cells. And the energy of an organ is produced in the organ's cell. Yeah. The energy of the liver is produced in the liver cell. Yeah. Liver cells have mitochondria in them. Liver cells break down carbohydrates and fats like every other type of cell to produce the electricity that recycles ATP in water. But these are old, crazy dinosaur ideas that the electron transport chain should have got rid of. Quantum mechanics should have got rid of these ideas. But again, in order to not mess up the bag, because doctors are revered not because of their ability to extend health. Otherwise, our life expectancy wouldn't be going backwards right now. Doctors are revered because they earn that, they get money. And because they earn, they're good earners. Their children have a good life. They have attractive wives, you know, or promiscuous lives where they have a lot of attractive women. And so the lifestyle is attractive that a doctor leads. So they're revered for the lifestyle, and the schools are revered because they certify people to have these lifestyles, the lifestyle of the rich and famous, come through this school. And so now you have a hierarchy of schools because the more prestigious the school, the more earning capacity you should have with the credential. But it's not healing capacity. It's not understanding capacity. It's earning capacity, right? So we have to get all of this stuff ironed out and straightened out as we move forward, especially us coming under the banner of the real Christ complex, coming under the banner of the heart, coming under the banner of real holistic naturopathic healing, right? Coming under the banner of inspiration, spirituality being health, right? We have to really have these understandings because you're going to be the Lone Ranger wherever you are. Wherever you are, chances are you're the first one there. With this information, this culture we building, wherever you are, whatever city, continent, country, wherever you at, you him. You know what I'm saying? This is the disciples program all over again, right? Quantum entanglement, disciples, go change the world. Right? So, you know, didn't mean to antagonize the young man. That's why I kind of took the videos down. You know, I took the videos down. You can't find the videos. If you go looking for the video, like, oh, let's go, took the videos down, you know, but very teachable in this moment. Very, very teachable in this moment. Right? Okay. So again, at the core of nutrition science lies the concept of a calorie. At the core of nutrition science lies the concept of a calorie defined in the late 19th century. The calorie measures the heat released when food is burned in a sealed bomb calorimeter. This method reduces food to ash, treating it as fuel for combustion. And yet this simple unit became the cornerstone of dietary science and medical training. Medical schools taught physicians to think of metabolism as energy in, energy out, as though the human body were no more than a steam engine. But the body is not a furnace, and food does not burn inside us. Instead, food is disassembled molecule by molecule. Electrons are guided through pigments and enzymes, and energy is transduced in water through proton gradients. The true story of metabolism is quantum, involving tunneling, resonance, and coherence. Yet physicians to this day prescribe diets and measure health with calorie charts, as if a patient were a machine of pistons. This crude mechanical view has crippled our understanding of obesity, diabetes, and chronic disease. It is a relic of incomplete science still dominating the modern clinic. Vitamins discovered by accident. The discovery of vitamins in the early 20th century was not the triumph of a grand unified theory, but a patchwork of accidents. Scurvy, rickets, pellagra decimated populations until researchers noticed that certain foods mysteriously prevented them. So right here, we need to highlight what? Not only is food medicine, but food has proven to be the most powerful form of medicine, to the point where medicine is extracted from food. Just know that. The original food production system is photosynthesis, the creation of nutrients in plants. Plants are the original food source. Plants is what's referred to in the Bible, food source. Modern medicine extracted from plants, extracted from food. Just keep that in your back pocket. Don't never let them fool you and let you think some other kind of way. Scurvy, rickets, and pellagra decimated populations until researchers noticed that certain foods mysteriously prevented them. Vitamin C, scurvy, vitamin C prevented scurvy, cured scurvy, vitamin D prevented rickets, niacin, right? B3 cured pellagra. These were miraculous breakthroughs that were treated as isolated fixes, not as signs of a deeper pigment and photon system at work. Vitamins are at their core pigments and coenzymes. molecular translators that move electrons and photons in metabolism. They are quantum intermediaries, but medicine never reframed itself around this fact. How could they? They didn't really know what electrons and photons were. Instead, vitamins were added onto the existing calorie-centric model, like accessories bolted onto a machine. Doctors learned about vitamins as deficiency cures, not as central quantum components of energy and information flow. Nutrition wasn't even made a side course in medical school. At best, it was a class, not the foundation. Again, half knowledge, recognized but never integrated. The Krebs cycle and the electron transport chain. Metabolism. The Krebs cycle, the central metabolic pathway that turns food into electron carriers, was described in 1937, almost 175 years after the U.S. medical school opened its doors. Even then, medicine did not pause to rebuild its understanding of life. The electron transport chain, the proton pumping turbine that creates ATP and water inside mitochondria, was not mapped until the 1950s and 60s. By then, neurosurgery, cardiology, and pharmacology were already institutionalized, operating with almost no understanding of how cells actually made energy. The gap is astonishing. We train generations of doctors to treat heart disease without understanding how the heart's mitochondria sustain contractions. We train psychiatrists without explaining how neuron firing depends on proton gradients and water viscosity. Even today, physicians learn little about mitochondrial dynamics or the quantum behavior of water inside cells. We practice medicine with the machine metaphor, while metabolism is a quantum field process. Neuroanatomy without neurophysiology. The brain is perhaps the most striking example of medicine advancing without foundation. We had neurosurgeons cutting into living brains more than a half a century before we understood basic neurotransmitters, ion channels, or sleep cycles. The discovery of dopamine as a neurotransmitter came in the 1950s, serotonin in the mid-20th century, glutamate after that. Yet surgery was performed as early as the 19th century, often with catastrophic results, guided by mechanical metaphors of lesions and cures. I mean, removing whole or partial brains. Even more striking, the glymphatic system, the brain's fluid-based cleaning and repair network, was only described in 2012. This discovery overturned decades of assumptions about how the brain maintains itself. Neuroscience and neurosurgery operated for a century without even knowing how waste products was cleared from the brain. It's like trying to understand a city without ever considering the sewage system. Again, medicine built on half-complete knowledge at best. Immunology, vaccines before immunity. Immunology tells the same story. The first vaccine, Jenner's smallpox inoculation in 1796, was deployed before the immune system was conceptualized. Vaccines spread in the 19th and 20th centuries, but the adaptive immune system was not fully described until decades later. We deployed interventions before understanding the body's defense networks. To this day, immunology often treats the immune system as a set of chemical reactions, ignoring the field-like and photonic behavior of immune cells. Neutrophils, for an example, emit coherent photons when activated. Lymphocytes communicate through subtle electromagnetic signatures. These discoveries remain outside the medical mainstream. Vaccinology was built before immunology matured, and the field has never fully caught up. Right? So even your anti-vax people, they're not talking about that. They're not talking about that. Why are they not talking about that? Because they don't understand this. It's ignorance on both sides of every debate on the internet. Ignorance on both sides, because you going holistic or you going keto carnivore. The holistic, vegan, Sabi-less people don't know what they're talking about. The keto carnivore, steroid, butt surgery people, they don't know what they talking about. Because nobody is reading books anymore. Nobody is studying. The blind leading the blind is rampant. The largest problem we have now is the uninformed being led by the misinformed. And right now, we are in a clinical surgical layout of the misinformed and how they got to be misinformed, and how you can avoid being one of the uninformed being led by the misinformed. Quantum mechanics, the ignored revolution, the greatest gap of all quantum mechanics. In the 1920s and 30s, physics underwent a revolution. Electrons, photons, and protons were shown to behave as waves and particles, entangled across distance, tunneling through barriers, maintaining coherence. This understanding gave birth to semiconductors, lasers, and quantum computers. It reshaped chemistry and engineering, but medicine ignored it. These waves, particles, and semiconductors, though, are the fabric of life. Cells are still described in textbooks as bags of chemicals where enzymes bump into substrates by diffusion. In reality, enzymes act as quantum resonators, speeding reactions through tunneling and coherence. Pigments like melanin and cytochromes are quantum semiconductors. Water, the dominant molecule in your body, is treated as a passive solvent, not as a structuring medium for fields and protons. Least we consider the vehicle of intelligence. The physics of life has advanced into the quantum era, but medicine is stuck in Newtonian metaphors. The theme, a house on incomplete foundations. The pattern is unmistakable. Medicine institutionalized itself before the sciences of life were discovered, and it has never paused to relay its foundations. Calories, vitamins, metabolism, neurotransmitters, immunity, quantum physics all arrived after the fact, patched onto an already built system. Instead of reconstruction, we got accretion. Additions bolted on a mechanical model of the body as a pump, pipe, and machine. This explains why America is so sick. Its medicine is advanced technologically, but primitive conceptually. Doctors learn to cut, prescribe, and suppress symptoms, but rarely to see the body as a coherent, quantum resonant organism. We built our house of medicine on half-complete knowledge and kept building higher, ignoring the cracks in the foundation. The result is what we see today: a skyscraper of machines, pills, and costs, but with a broken base. Health is a matter of steroid and surgery versus harmony with nature. The pigment system, the missing organ. Okay. Now we got a break. Okay. Now we got some super chats. Yeah, we got super chats. Come on now. We got super chats from the usual suspects. Appreciate you, Paul and Pay Aten. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Tika. Shout out to all the usual suspects keeping the lights on. Listen, it's just taking a while to go through this paper. But I promise you, the paper is not that long in the book. The 99% of the book is on. So right here, we're highlighting throughout the paper. So just so you get an idea of the book, right? Because I don't want you to think we spend the whole book banging on, no. The paper is in the book as a foundation for why we need the book in the first place. Black's Anatomy, as opposed to the Gray's Anatomy book, which is the surgical foundation of medical schools, right? The Gray's Anatomy book series is almost 200 years in the making, and they just updated with, new surgery, whatever, so it's the chop and sew. Gray's Anatomy is the foundational book for the chop and sew system of healing, right? And so what this article is just us laying a scientific, CYA, right? Cover your, you know what I'm saying? So we're just laying a scientific foundation for why we're doing Black's Anatomy, because it's well overdue. It's well overdue. It's well overdue. And for some people, right? For most people, laymen, you could just explain some stuff and they'll get an idea that you know what you're talking about, and they'll be with you. They're rocking with you. But for people that have come through these institutions and they have various credentials, and, you got to approach them conversation wise different. They speak a different language. So for our people, we want our people to be bulletproof with the information. I want you to be out there wherever you at, bulletproof. So when you begin to talk about quantum anatomy and physiology, and you start going into chemetic pretext, and you start lining some things up, if anybody even try to take a shot, you found date, you see what I'm saying? You got, so trust me, the book is only 1% of the book is this article. 99% of the book is us laying out the new framework of anatomy based on light, electricity, magnetism, and coherence and resonance, which is one of the things that I don't think Dr. Sebi got enough recognition for. He was one of the early pioneers to start using that language. Resonance. He was like, no, I don't, even electricity, we got to go deeper than electricity. We got to get to resonance. When he said that, I was like, Sebi, you a wild boy. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, Sebi, you a wild boy, because you telling these folks don't read no books. I'm like, yo, you telling these folks don't read no books, but all right. You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, Sebi on something. You know what I'm saying? Sebi on something. Oh, yeah. Tika's my YouTube wife. Yeah. Tika's my YouTube sister. However you want to phrase it, my YouTube assistant, partner. Yeah. We in trouble without Tika. Yo, listen, I'll be excited when Amazon comes. As soon as they pull up, sometimes I'll be meeting them outside at the door. I'll be watching it, delivery to come to the door. And I have my protein. Oh my God. The protein book. Oh, I can't wait to get through this article so we could get to the water and the protein and the, oh my God. Anyway, let me get back to work. Man, we're going to bring in our moon day a little bit late. I don't think I'm going to be finished this by midnight. I hope I'll be finished. Yo, Kev, listen. A lot of people was thinking the same thing, Kev. A lot of people was thinking the same thing, but the cult of Sebi was so strong, nobody wanted to say it out loud. My life just didn't depend on it. So I was just, I was comfortable with speaking my mind no matter the blowback. I was like, hey, I'm going to tell you like a player told me. You know what I'm saying? Listen, trust me. Y'all just don't know these concepts. So trust me, Sebi been reading a lot of books. Don't let him fool you. He's a Nation of Islam member. You can't be a Nation of Islam member without reading. That's a reading culture, right? Especially back in the days. You know what I'm saying? Now is, but back in the 60s, that's a reading culture, right? And some of the other things that he did, talking about the military and Navy and all this other, like, you talking about alkaline and acid, that's biochemistry. You didn't get that from no trees or no Mexican in the woods. You got that from books, buddy. You talking about resonance. You're talking about advanced, you talking about waves at that point. You're out of the particle conversation into the wave space. That's how we have Wi-Fi and TV and all these other things. Resonance. Right? So, he was exposing himself a little bit by, certain terms. You just knew like, okay. But I got what he was saying. I knew what he was saying. I understood what he was saying beneath the rough exterior. It's like, don't be fooled by books. Don't be fooled by credentialed people that don't have a real foundation of nature. Right? So I'm saying the same thing he said it. It's just I'm standing on his shoulders so I could see where his message wasn't complete and just add more to it and provide more transparency, where he was like, don't read books. Whoa. You read books. What you mean don't read books? But the real message was, don't believe folks that's just basing their credential off of X amount of books. You know what I'm saying? It gotta be grounded in reality, grounded in nature. Don't just revere doctors because of their earning capacity, because their job title is that they're supposed to know the body, and they don't. And now we have a timeline that can prove it. Y'all didn't even know what cells was when y'all started medical school. So don't even fix your face to look crazy at the naturopaths, because the naturopaths, we got 5,000 years worth of bioelectric documentation. Y'all 60 years into the game. Right? All right. The pigment system. When modern medicine surveys the human body, it names familiar organ systems: cardiovascular, nervous, immune, endocrine. Each is mapped, dissected, and studied in exquisite detail. Yet there exists another system, pervasive in every tissue, essential to every function, and almost entirely ignored in textbooks: the pigment system. Pigments are not cosmetic accidents or passive dyes. Uh-oh. Somebody in trouble. What is happening at 11 o'clock?
I am the mind, but not the brain alone. I am the sum of fields. I am the choir of cells. I am the memory of transformation. For know this, disciples of Christ: each cell is a temple, each cell a well of water, a scroll of fascia, a current of breath. And each cell holds a magnetic field born of the currents within. Ions flow, electrons spin, light pulses, energy transforms, and with each transformation, information is born. Energy does not move without leaving a trace. Voltage across membrane births magnetic field. Movement of charge weaves electromagnetic memory. This is the sacred law. When energy transforms, information emerges. Every mitochondrial pulse a record, every ion channel flicker a signature, every breath a waveform written into flesh. Thus, the magnetic field of each cell holds this memory, not static, not frozen, but living, dynamic, coherent when the temple is tended, and the choir of these fields across trillions of cells constructs the mind. Your thoughts do not arise from neurons alone. They arise from the interaction of these fields. They are the symphony of your energy transformations. They are the song of your Christ wave as it echoes through your temple. The more coherent your cellular fields, the more clear your mind. The more chaotic your cellular fields, the more fogged your thought. Breath matters, for it orders the wave. Thus movement matters, for it aligns the field. Thus light matters, for it feeds the charge. Thus fasting matters, for it renews the scroll. Each push-up is not mere strength, it is a field alignment. Each deep breath is not mere air, it is a magnetic clarification. Each mitochondrial cycle is not mere metabolism, it is memory creation. Energy transformed into information. And so I pray, O Temple of Christ, keep the fields coherent. O breath of spirit, tune the wave. O heart of Messiah, synchronize the pulse. O spine of Jed, conduct the charge. O mind of the temple, remember thy source. You are the child of light in motion. You are the memory of energy transformed. You are the song of fields made flesh. Tend the body that the mind may shine. Tend the mind that the temple may live. And know this, every action is recorded. Every breath is a verse. Every thought a ripple through the cellular choir. We are mind, built from the field, fed by light, transformed by energy. Amen.
I'm serious.
Boy, I'm on my live stream and you need to go to bed.
It is really tough.
Thank you, sir.
Check your phone.
All right. Where we at? I had my daddy moments. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we just start right here. Each is mapped, dissected, and studied in exquisite detail, yet there exists another system pervasive in every tissue, essential to every function, and almost entirely ignored in textbooks: the pigment system. Pigments are not cosmetic accidents or passive dyes. They are the body's biosemiotic translators, structures that convert photons into electrons, electrons into photons, and ions into coherent currents. They are the quantum bridges between physics and physiology. To ignore pigments is to ignore the very power grid of the body. Pigments as biosemiotic systems. A pigment is any molecule that selectively absorbs, stores, and re-emits energy, usually in the form of light or electrons. In nature, pigments are universal. Plants rely on chlorophyll to absorb solar photons and convert them into chemical energy. Microbes employ flavins and cytochromes to shuttle electrons across membranes. Humans are saturated with pigments: melanin, neuromelanin, opsins, carotenoids, flavins, hemoglobin, cytochromes. These pigments are not random. They are the semiotic code of life, the translators that allow energy and information from the universe to become coherent physiology, the translators that allow energy and information from the Neteru to become coherent physiology. Get it? What makes pigments unique is that they are not static scaffolds, but quantum active devices. They can shift electron spin states, form delocalized electron clouds, and resonate with specific frequencies of light. In effect, they are semiconductors built by biology, with band gaps, charge storage, and resonant properties similar to those used in lasers and solar panels. Yet medicine continues to describe them as if they were simply colored molecules, relegated to trivia or worse, biological waste products. Melanin, the capacitor of life. Among pigments, melanin is perhaps the most mysterious and misunderstood. Found in skin, hair, eyes, and deep within organs, melanin has long been considered a biological waste product. It was upgraded to a protective pigment against UV radiation. This, however, is its most superficial role. Structurally, melanin is a polymer with extensive conjugated electron systems, allowing it to absorb photons across electromagnetic spectrum from UV to infrared. It does not merely absorb, it stores and redistributes energy. Its unique abilities come from its molecular geometry, which is eerily similar to the Masonic design of Solomon's floor. Melanin acts like a biological capacitor. It captures photons, holds them as delocalized electrons, and then re-releases them when the system requires coherence. It buffers conduction in neural tissue, modulates oxidative stress by absorbing excess free radicals, and even splits and reforms water in photochemical reactions. In the skin, it tunes solar energy into usable frequencies for systemic rhythms. In the heart, cardiac melanocytes buffer conduction signals, stabilizing the rhythm by absorbing incoherent oxidative bursts and releasing charge in phase with Christ waves. To reduce melanin to sunblock is to miss its essence. It is the body's dark semiconductor, the capacitor that stabilizes the entire electrical grid of physiology. Neuromelanin, consciousness pigment. Deep in the brain, particularly in the substantia nigra and locus ceruleus, lies another pigment, neuromelanin. Long dismissed as a mere byproduct of dopamine metabolism, neuromelanin is in fact central to brain function. Its location is telling. Dopamine neurons that regulate movement, attention, motivation, and time perception are rich in neuromelanin. Neuromelanin binds metals, absorbs photons, and participates in redox reactions. Its electron cloud allows it to modulate the firing thresholds of neurons, buffering against noise and maintaining coherence. More intriguingly, neuromelanin appears to participate in ultra-weak photon emission, aka cellular radio waves in the brain, storing and re-releasing light pulses that may be involved in consciousness. This is why diseases that deplete neuromelanin, like Parkinson's, lead not just to motor decline, but temporal disorientation, mood disruption, and loss of cognitive rhythm. Neuromelanin is not waste. It is the pigment of coherence in the brain. Absence. Beyond the eye. When most people think of light in biology, they think of the eye. Opsins, the light-sensitive proteins in the retina, capture photons and translate them into electrical signals, forming the basis of vision. But opsins are not confined to the eye. They are found in the skin, the brain, the gut, the blood vessels. These extraocular opsins serve as light receptors throughout the body, tuning circadian rhythms, regulating hormones, modulating vascular tone, and more. Let me just add the "and more" in there. Opsins are essentially biological photodiodes. They absorb photons of specific wavelengths and alter their geometry, triggering electron shifts and ion flows. This makes them part of a distributed pigment system that reads the environment's light field and translates it into systemic physiology. The body does not just observe with its eyes, it observes with its whole pigment network. Hemoglobin, the spin state switcher. The red color of blood comes from hemoglobin, the iron-containing pigment in red blood cells. Hemoglobin is far more than an oxygen carrier. Its iron atom can exist in different spin states depending on whether it is bound to oxygen. Oxyhemoglobin is diamagnetic. Deoxyhemoglobin is paramagnetic. That means every oxygenation cycle is also a magnetic switch, flipping spin states millions of times per second across the circulatory system. These spin flips are not trivial. They create magnetic susceptibilities that influence blood flow, vessel tone, and even brain imaging. Hemoglobin thus couples respiration with magnetism. It is a pigment that ties together light, oxygen chemistry, and quantum spin, a perfect example of pigment as a translator between physics and physiology. Cytochromes and flavins. Mitochondrial pigments. Within every mitochondria, the powerhouses of cells, lies chains of pigments, cytochromes and flavins. These pigments shuttle electrons down the respiratory chain, pumping protons into water domains to create gradients that drive ATP synthase. Without pigments, metabolism doesn't happen. Cytochromes absorb light as well, which is why red and near-infrared light therapies can directly stimulate mitochondrial function. Light absorption by cytochromes enhances electron flow and coherence. This shows again that pigments are not incidental. They are central to energy translation, tuning quantum electron dynamics to macroscopic physiology. Pigments as quantum translators. The common thread is this: pigments are quantum translators. They are the molecules that interact directly with photons, electrons, and ions, the building blocks of physics, and render them into biological order. Without pigment, there is no photosynthesis, no respiration, no consciousness. Again, let me read that for you again. Without pigment, there is no photosynthesis, no respiration, and no consciousness. They are not inconsequential. Again, they are the molecules that interact directly with photons, electrons, slip-in protons, and ions, the building blocks of physical matter. Without pigment, there is no photosynthesis, no respiration, no consciousness, no life. Life on this planet could not exist. They are the missing organ system, ignored only because they do not fit into classical anatomical categories. Medicine still treats pigments as incidental, melanin as sunscreen, hemoglobin as an oxygen taxi, vitamins as deficiency cures, neuromelanin as a waste product. But pigments are, in fact, the semiconductors, capacitors, and diodes of the body. They are what allows Newtonian tissue to dance to the tune of quantum coherence. Ignoring pigments, ignoring the power grid. Imagine trying to understand a modern city without considering its power grid. You could map the streets, catalog the buildings, and study the traffic. But without electricity, the city would not function. Medicine has done exactly this with the human body. It has studied anatomy, described organs, traced nerves, and measured blood, all while ignoring the pigments that power the entire system. The result is predictable: a medicine that can cut, suppress, and replace, but rarely restore coherence. Chronic diseases are disruptions of that pigment-filled water system. Diabetes as a failure of redox coherence. Alzheimer's as neuromelanin decline. Heart failure as loss of melanocyte buffering. Yet medicine continues to treat them as mechanical breakdown. The claim of this section is stark. The pigment system is the missing organ of medicine. To ignore pigments is to ignore the true power grid of the body until medicine acknowledges the pigment system and integrates this system with the proper reverence. It will remain blind to the quantum coherence of life. Okay, let's go with the more super chats. Let's go. Sacred Soldier reposted this stream. That's what I'm talking about. How many people? Listen. Big up to the super chats. Big up to the super chat. We got about 5 super chats so far. But we only got one person that reposted the stream. Does everybody even know how to repost the stream? If you're watching this on, I was about to say on Xbox. If you're watching this on X or Twitter, or you watching this on YouTube, copy that link at the top of the video and share that link onto your pages, whatever you got, right? If you got Facebook, share it on Facebook. If you got Instagram, you know, whatever you got, X, some other stuff that I probably don't even know about. I don't know how you can share stuff in Clubhouse, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Yeah, repost the link. Right? All right. Water, magnetism, and quantum physiology. Yeah, let me retime this other stream because we are not going to make it. We are not going to make it. I don't know when. But we on something right now. We not stopping until we finish with what we doing right now. Yes, we not stopping what we doing right now. So yeah, we cooking. We cooking. Okay. Water, magnetism, and quantum physiology. If pigments are the translators of life, water is the medium they speak through. The human body is not merely 70% of water by volume. It is closer to 99% water by molecular count. Every cell, every organ, every thought occurs inside a matrix of water molecules, yet medicine still treats water as if it were a passive solvent, a background medium in which the real chemistry of proteins and DNA takes place. This is a profound misunderstanding. Water is not filler. It is an active, structured participant in physiology. When combined with pigments and ions, it becomes the true conductor of life's symphony. Program.
For me, you got to
Move away from here, boy, before I hit you in the head. You almost grown, and I still got to play basketball with you in the daytime like a baby. Jay's going to be 18 in a couple of years. But you know what? It's a beautiful thing because God has allowed me the ability, and it helps, you know, it helps me to always have a reason. It helps me to always have a reason. You know, I got Caleb and I got Chase. And then I got my little ones. Okay, now I had to re-up on my drink here. on my drink. You know what I'm saying? Sipping on drink, sipping on drink. Okay. All right, where we at? Yeah, we talking about water. I had to go fill up. Yeah, I had to go fill up, man. Listen, I don't know what y'all doing, right? But in the course of this conversation, how long we been live? Almost 3 hours. I done had me almost half a gallon. Yeah, I done had me almost half a gallon. I had to re-up. Yeah, I had to re-up. And my lips still dry. Oh my God. All right. When combined with pigments, ions, it becomes a true conductor of life's symphony. Okay. Water dipoles, little magnets in motion. Each water molecule is polar. Oxygen carries a slight negative charge, and hydrogen atoms carry slight positive charges. This creates a dipole moment, making water behave like a tiny electrical magnet. These dipoles consistently rotate, align, and realign, creating a dynamic but ordered network. Near proteins, membranes, and pigments, water forms structured liquid crystal layers, the home of the inky cycle. In these regions, water molecules align into hexagonal sheets like the Star of David, excluding solutes and creating zones of negative charge. Do I have that book floating around in here somewhere? I do. I just got to flash it one time for the one time, just in case you don't have it. You want to, ooh, yeah, you want to have that. Ooh. All right. And that's what that is. Some people might see Mayan and see that configuration, right? No, this is that. He is I and I am him, slim with the tilted brim. What's my, right? So that's a water molecule, and that's, right? Important conversation. And then, obviously, my arm is made out of, we're just showing the water in terms of the muscle. So it's some other interesting conversations we need to have, especially water integrity and muscle strength. All this time we discuss muscles with protein. We rarely discuss muscles with water, even though the energy that your muscle produces is not coming from the protein, right? Energy inside of a muscle doesn't come from protein. Well, technically, energy inside a muscle comes from mitochondria. And mitochondria, that's all hydrogen. That's all water. That's hydrogen in water, moving around, making more water and electricity. So, trust me, the Black's Anatomy book, only 1% is this. That's why we have to get through this article. So even if it takes me all night, I'm going to get through this article. And then we can go on to greener pastures. Right? Okay, where we at? This is not trivial. The separation of charges between structured water layers and bulk water forms a natural power source. Every membrane, every cytoskeletal filament, every DNA helix is surrounded by liquid crystalline water, turning the entire cell into a field-sensitive electrical device. The body is not plumbing. It is circuitry in a water-based semiconductor. Proton tunneling and charge separation, the cellular battery. Structured water layers enable something even more remarkable: proton conduction. Protons, or hydrogen nuclei, can hop across hydrogen bonded networks, a phenomenon known as the Grothus mechanism. In living water domains, this proton flow is not random. It is guided, coherent, and can even involve quantum tunneling, where protons move across energy barriers without classical motion. And when they say without classical motion, just a FYI, that means it is not described within the framework of physics. Newtonian laws do not describe the movement of protons. This means that every cell has within it a living proton battery powered by structured water. Mitochondria exploit this battery by pumping protons into water spaces, then harvesting their fall through ATP synthase turbines. But even beyond mitochondria, every polarized water layer in the body stores and conducts charge. This is the hidden electrical infrastructure of physiology, none of which was known in 1765. Blood flow, magnetism, not plumbing, excuse me. If water at the molecular scale is structured into coherent networks, blood at the organ scale follows the same law. Medicine often teaches circulation as if the heart were a pump pushing blood through pipes. But this is hydraulically impossible. The capillary network is too vast and too resistant for any mechanical pump to push blood through it unaided. Instead, blood flows as a system of diamagnetic and paramagnetic vortices. Red blood cells align into spirals, forming rouleau stacks that tumble and twist through vessels. Plasma forms microvortices around them, reducing friction. In arteries, blood naturally spirals in helical streams, conserving energy and ensuring laminar flow. Even in the tiniest capillaries, red blood cells rotate as they pass, spinning like wheels through narrow channels. Circulation is not linear flow. It is a fractal storm of vortices nested within vortices. Tornadoes inside tornadoes. Think of that. In fact, the like charges of red blood cells and capillary walls repel. This opens the capillaries enough for smooth movement. When the charges are disturbed, blood clots can become an issue. The heart, vortex generator, not pump. The central driver of this system is the heart. Anatomical studies of the ventricular myocardium reveal a helical band of muscle fibers wrapping in a double spiral. When the heart contracts, it does not simply squeeze, it twists. This twist imparts angular momentum to blood, launching it as a spiral vortex. During diastole, the heart untwists, creating suction vortices that pull blood back in. The heart is not a pump forcing liquid through pipes. It is a magnetic vortex generator entraining blood into coherence, an electric vortex generator repelling blood into circulation. This design is far more efficient than a pump. Vortex flow reduces resistance, maintains coherence, and synchronizes circulation with the electromagnetic fields of the heart. Each beat is not only a mechanical contraction, but also a broadcast of Christ waves. an electromagnetic rhythm that every cell in the body entrains to. The heart is a conductor, a metronome and vortex engine all at once. Oxygenated blood is diamagnetic, repelled by the magnetism of the heart. Diamagnetism creates the force that ejects the blood. Deoxygenated blood is paramagnetic. This is the force of attraction, pulling blood back to and into the heart. Red blood cells, spinning optical antennas. Red blood cells are often described as simple oxygen carriers, but their structure reveals deeper function. The bioconcave disc shape optimizes gas exchange, but it also optimizes spin dynamics. As red blood cells travel, they rotate and tumble, acting like tiny gyroscopes. Hemoglobin within them shifts between diamagnetic and paramagnetic states, creating billions of spin flips per second across the bloodstream. This turns the circulation into quantum spin plasma, a moving river of magnetic state changes, sensitive to external and internal fields. Moreover, red blood cells scatter and re-emit photons absorbed by hemoglobin, making them optical antennas. Blood is not just fluid, it is a light-conducting, spin-switching vortex medium, a living plasma tuned by the heart. The brain, a liquid semiconductor. If the heart is a vortex generator, the brain is a liquid crystal semiconductor. Neurons are not simply wires transmitting electrical pulses. They are embedded in structured water and inundated with pigments like neuromelanin. Microtubules in neurons form hollow cylindrical lattices capable of sustaining quantum coherence and photon guidance. Fascia and cytoskeleton filaments extended this network into a global conductive web. Pun intended. I should have said pun intended, right? Since we know the brain is made out of webs. Anyway, most importantly, the brain is entrained to the heart's field. Each heartbeat sends electromagnetic waves upwards, synchronizing neuronal firing patterns. The Cruyff wave acts as a metronome, aligning cortical oscillations with cardiac rhythm. Brain and heart are not separate organs, but two poles of a single field system linked through water, blood, and photons. Man, I should have threw the aorta right up in there, but it wasn't time for the wa scepter. That wasn't it. But field coupling, the resonant human. When we zoom out, the pattern becomes clear. The human body is not a set of pipes and levers, but a coherent resonant system. Water dipoles form structured domains that act as living batteries. Proton tunneling allows charge to flow instantaneously across cells. Pigments translate light into electron currents and back again. Blood vortices carry spin, light, and oxygen in fractal spirals. The heart broadcasts coherent fields, generating vortices in matter and rhythm in fields. The brain receives and amplifies this coherence, tuning perception and consciousness. This is a system of resonance, not mechanics. Fields entrain water. Water entrains pigments. Pigments guide electrons. Electrons create fields. The cycle is circular, self-sustaining, and dynamic. Medicine's blind spot. Yet, modern medicine continues to describe circulation as plumbing, neurons as wires, and cells as bags of chemicals. It ignores structured water, quantum tunneling, and field coherence. It reduces the heart to a pump, blood to a fluid, and brain to firing neurons. This blind spot explains why medicine fails at metabolic disease. Illness is not just mechanical breakdown, but loss of coherence in the field water pigment system. Diabetes involves disrupted redox coherence, not just glucose imbalance. Heart failure involves breakdown of electricity generation, magnetism failure, not just weakened muscle. Neurodegeneration involves collapse of neuromelanin buffered coherence, not just neurotransmitter depletion. These conditions cannot be cured by drugs that target parts alone. They require restoration of systemic resonance. It's not that the matter governed by laws of physics that's the problem. It's the energy governed by the laws of quantum mechanics being ignored is the problem. Toward vortex medicine. To truly heal, medicine must embrace the plasma magnetism vortex paradigm of the heart. This would mean studying water structuring as central to physiology, mapping pigment systems as the true electrical grid of the body, measuring heart field coherence as a diagnostic cornerstone, using light magnetism and structured movement to restore resonance, treating blood not as fluid, but as a quantum plasma of spins and photons. Such a paradigm would not replace classical anatomy, but transcend it, integrating quantum biology into clinical reality. Only then will medicine align with the science that life itself obeys. Conclusion. Life as a resonant vortex. The body is not a machine. It is a working tool to transform, store, share, and compute energy. I'm going to bring that back. It is a working tool to transform, store, share, and compute energy. Each heartbeat spins blood into coherence. Each neuron creates electromagnetic radiation tuned with the cardiac rhythm. Each pigment translates light into the information of life. Health is coherence. Disease is decoherence. Until medicine accepts this, it will remain a mechanical science treating a quantum organism with outdated tools. The truth is simple yet profound. We are composed of information systems, of light and water held together by pigment. All right, I'm just looking in the chat. Y'all going crazy. Y'all doing your own. Okay, wait a minute. Do you believe in eating for your blood type? Is that all misinformation? Is that all misinformation? It's definitely misinformation. It's definitely misinformation. It is definitely totally hogwash. It is definitely totally hogwash. But Michael D'Amato, who is, I think is the name of the author, I don't even think he thought it would be as big or as popular as it got. It was definitely Scammy Davis Jr. material. But then, it kind of blew up. And then he followed it up with some books with his kids. And so I kind of like everything he did except the information. It's not real information. You know what I'm saying? But, like building a business, teaching with your kids, writing books, but yeah, the information is trash. There's no such thing as eating for your blood type. No such thing as that, right? In fact, when that whole wave hit, I got so many questions. Like that overtook everything for a little while because like big platforms like Oprah and all those people was mentioning it. So that like went so crazy that I got frustrated with answering the same questions over and over. And so that is what gave birth to the classic. So I owe him a gratitude in respect of his Scammy Davis Jr. behavior, right? Because I then, in order to stop answering the same questions all the time, I wrote this book, Eat Right for Your Haplotype, right? Eat Right for Your Haplotype. And it's about 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Eat Right for Your Haplotype. And it was basically my response, correction of that, right? If you want to use a scientific premise for creating specific diets, and you want to do that on, the body's differences between people, you want to do that based on haplotype. You want to do that based on single nucleotide polymorphisms that develop in groups of people over time. Because those single nucleotide polymorphisms, they develop based on, what your culture is exposed to with everything. Disease, the soil, the food you eat, all of those things contribute to your single nucleotide polymorphisms and the way your gene pool changes over time. So if you want to eat a scientifically aligned diet, it would be based on your haplotype, not on your blood type. So, but yeah, that was like 10 years ago. So I know that we have to thank HJ. Oh, look at that. Soon as we get a question from Hotepistan, I know that we got the steroids. And sure enough, we went from like 40 people to 500 and something people watching. So yeah, shout out to Hotepistan, and thanks to Saint HJ. Right, HJ is a saint over here. We've upgraded in the religion of inspiration. Hotep Jesus is a saint. Just for the record, Hotep Jesus is a saint. Yeah, we've upgraded. We don't know what. I cannot co-sign those tacos, but Hotep Jesus is a saint. Hotep and Bill. Yes, sir. All right, so we on to the next section, section 5. Yeah, I believe we're going to be up for a minute. I had a whole nother plan. I had a whole nother live stream set up for like 11:45 so we could bring in the holiday. Today is a holy day for us, right? The 28th of August is Amun Day, the hidden one. You know what I'm saying? So I had a nice little midnight live where we was going to go into a little bit of trolling. Yeah, we was going to bring in the holiday trolling. We still going to try to do that after we finish this, though. Yeah, we still going to try to do that after we finish this. All right. The quantum body versus Newtonian medicine. The history of American medicine can be summarized in a single metaphor. The body as dead machine from its earliest days. Medicine has explained organs as if they were mechanical parts, diseases as breakdowns of machinery, and treatments as mechanical or chemical repairs. The heart is a pump, the brain is a computer, blood is a fluid, the immune system is a battlefield. Drugs and surgeries are applied like tools, bolts, or patches. This Newtonian reductionism has been extraordinarily successful for acute trauma and infectious disease, fixing a broken bone, replacing a valve, or killing a bacteria with antibiotics. This has failed spectacularly at metabolic, chronic, degenerative, and systemic illness. And it has failed because the body is not a machine. The body is a quantum field coherent organism sustained by water, pigment, vortices, and light. The classical view, organs as parts, drugs as fixes. The Newtonian paradigm imagines the body as a collection of discrete parts, organs as machines, tissues as pipes, cells as containers. Disease is explained as a malfunction in one part of the system. The physician's role is to identify the broken part and apply a fix, excise it, replace it, or suppress its malfunction with chemicals. This view is seductive in its simplicity. It makes medicine legible to engineering. Diagnose a fault, apply a tool, but it is fundamentally blind to the reality of life. Organs are not independent machines. They are resonant nodes in a coherent field system. Cells are not bags of chemicals. They are quantum resonators filled with structured water and pigments. Disease is not just mechanical breakdown, it is loss of coherence across the system. By treating the body as a clock, medicine ignores the physics of life itself. The quantum body, coherence and entrainment. At the quantum level, life is not mechanical but coherent. Ultra-weak photon emissions occur in every cell, coordinating activity through light. Proton tunneling across water domains allows charge to move without resistance. Pigments absorb photons, store electrons, and re-emit light pulses, ensuring timing and resonance. The heart broadcasts electromagnetic fields that entrain every cell, while the brain emits coherent oscillations that synchronize perception. The body is thus best understood not as a dead machine, but as a resonant network of fields, water, and pigments. It operates through coherence and entanglement, not just mechanical causality. Health is maintained when coherence is high, when water domains, pigments, fields, and organ rhythms are in phase. Disease arises when coherence breaks down, when decoherence leads to noise, turbulence, and energy loss. This is the quantum body, an organism of light and rhythm, not a machine of parts. Reductionism's blindness. 3 core examples. Reductionism blinds medicine to the reality of life by oversimplifying its most vital systems. 3 examples illustrate this blindness: the heart, the brain, and the blood. The heart reduced to a pump. In Newtonian medicine, the heart is a pump. Its purpose is to force blood through vessels like a piston pushing water through pipes. Cardiology focuses on pressures, valves, and flow rates, treating the heart as plumbing. But this view ignores the fact that the myocardium is a helical band generating vortices, that the heart's electromagnetic field extends several feet beyond the body, and that cardiac melanocytes buffer conduction and rhythm with photonic coherence. Arrhythmias are treated mechanically or pharmaceutically, while the deeper field level dysfunction, a loss of coherence and conduction, melanocytes, and water structuring, is never addressed. Number 2, the brain reduced to neuron firing. In Newtonian medicine, the brain is a wiring diagram. Neurons fire, neurotransmitters transmit, and the mind is chemistry and circuitry. Neurology and psychiatry treat the brain as a black box of signaling pathways. This view ignores neuromelanin's role in regulating dopamine fire and ignores the ultra-weak photon emissions neurons generate, and ignores the liquid crystal behavior of microtubules in the cytoskeleton. Even bigger, the simple, well-known fact that magnetic fields store information. Consciousness is reduced to neurotransmitter imbalance, while the true pigment field water system that sustains awareness remains hidden. Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and depression are treated with neurotransmitter replacement or receptor blockers, while the pigment system is overlooked. Number 3, the blood reduced to fluid. In Newtonian medicine, blood is a simple transport fluid. Oxygen, nutrients, and waste carried in red plasma. Hemoglobin is an oxygen taxi. Red cells are inert discs. Plasma is filler. Hematology treats blood as chemistry in motion. But this view ignores the quantum spin state switching of hemoglobin, ignores the optical scattering properties of red blood cells, and ignores the vortex dynamics of blood flow. Blood is not a fluid, but a quantum plasma, conducting photons and spins in coherence with the heart's field. Disorders of blood are treated as deficits or blockages, while the deeper decoherence of spin and vortex dynamics remains unacknowledged. Examples of failure of reductionist medicine. The consequences of ignoring the quantum body are not theoretical. They are visible in medicine's failure to address chronic disease. Cardiology and arrhythmias. Arrhythmias are treated as faulty wiring or pump dysfunction managed by ablations, pacemakers, or anti-arrhythmic drugs. Yet cardiac melanocytes, photonic emission, and field coherence play central roles in rhythm stability. By ignoring them, medicine manages symptoms without restoring coherence, leading to recurrent dysfunction. Psychiatry and neuromelanin. Psychiatric disorders are explained as neurotransmitter imbalances treated with serotonin reuptake inhibitors or dopamine agonists. Neuromelanin's buffering role in dopamine neurons and its capacity to absorb and re-emit photons is ignored. This leaves psychiatry blind to the pigment field water basis of mood, time perception, and consciousness, ensuring treatments remain blunt and only partially effective. Immunology and pigment dynamics. The immune system is cast as a chemical battlefield. Immune cells as soldiers, cytokines as bullets. But immune cells emit coherent photons during activation. Pigments regulate oxidative bursts, and photon dynamics mediate signaling. Vaccines and drugs are developed without considering these quantum processes, leading to interventions that stimulate immunity but do not harmonize its coherence. In each case, the Newtonian reduction blinds medicine to the field dynamics that sustain health. The result is a system that manages symptoms but does not heal. Toward a quantum medicine. Recognizing the quantum body does not mean discarding classical anatomy. The heart does pump a little bit. Neurons do fire, sort of. Blood does flow, kind of. These are secondary descriptions or incomplete descriptions of deeper processes. The primary reality is coherence, water structuring, pigment translation, photon emission, vortex entrainment. Medicine must evolve to integrate these realities, or it will remain trapped in half-truths. Quantum medicine would measure heart field coherence, not just ejection fraction. It would assess neuromelanin density and photon emission, not just neurotransmitter levels. It would treat blood as a light-conducting plasma, not just a fluid. It would integrate light magnetism and structured water therapies into prevention and care. Most importantly, it would see disease as a loss of coherence rather than mechanical failure. Conclusion: breaking the machine metaphor. The metaphor of the body as machine has reached its limits. It explains trauma, surgery, and acute infection well, but it fails utterly for metabolic disease, chronic disease, neurodegeneration, and systemic decline. The truth is that the body is not a machine, but a quantum resonator. Its organs are processors of subatomic and/or quantum phenomena. Its blood is not fluid, but a quantum plasma. Its brain is not wiring, but a liquid crystal semiconductor. Its heart is not a pump, but a vortex broadcaster of coherence. Until medicine breaks the burning machine metaphor and embraces the quantum body, it will continue to pour billions into managing disease without restoring health. America is the sickest nation, not because it lacks technology, but because it lacks the right science. We have the uninformed leading and/or taught by the misinformed. The quantum body remains invisible to Newtonian medicine, and this invisibility is the root of its failure. Why America is sick. America's health paradox. Oh, let me. Okay, talk this the bathroom break time. This bathroom break, snack break, right? Snack break. They're like, hold up. I thought we ain't supposed to have no snacks at midnight o'clock. I thought we supposed to stop eating at 7. Well, listen, you could still go get you a nice little warm tea, put you a couple scoops of that blue magic in it. Yeah, you can still go get you a nice little, quick little potassium boost so your attention span don't drift. Go get you a banana. Yeah, go get you a banana real quick. You know what I'm saying? Or if you've been up for the whole ride, 3.5 hours, and you not going to sleep until we finish, you might want to go ahead and just have you a whole bowl of oatmeal, put a little bit of that blue magic in there, maybe a couple blueberries. I'm just saying. Thinking requires a lot of electricity. Yeah, you using a lot of brain power. You know what I'm saying? So you might want to, just saying. Yeah. Just throw some dates. Yeah. Throw some dates. Yeah. We might have to throw some. Yeah. Throw a little dates on the table. You know what I'm saying? A little watermelon juice. Slice of watermelon. Watermelon is the perfect snack time for right now. Yeah. Watermelon is the perfect snack time for right now. Yeah. 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 I gotta fuel up. All right. Section 6. Why America is sick. America's health paradox is undeniable. The nation spends more than any other country on healthcare. Nearly 1/5 of its GDP, amounting to over 4.5 trillion annually. It boasts the most advanced hospitals, the most specialized physicians, the most abundant pharmaceutical arsenal. Yet, despite this towering infrastructure, the U.S. ranks near the bottom among developed nations in life expectancy, infant mortality, chronic disease burden, and mental health outcomes. The American body is breaking down, not because it lacks access to machines and drugs, but because its medicine is blind to the real physics of life. The epidemic of metabolic disease. All right, now we got a fresh, it looks like we got a fresh 650 people that just tuned in thanks to Saint HJ. So just for the people that's just tuning in, they don't know what's happening, right? They might like the information, but they don't know what's happening. Right? They might like the information, but they don't know what's happening. Woo! Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Shout out to somebody. I don't even know who to thank. Thank everybody. Look at that. I just like to, let me take a picture of this. Yeah. What my man Jada said, I hide from the camera. Why? Because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and y'all herbs get what y'all deserve. Woo! Wait a minute. Oh, y'all can't even see what I'm over here celebrating. I think I'm celebrating with y'all. I'm celebrating all alone. Hold up. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at. I done forgot all about it. So this is what I was trying to bring this up so I could show everybody, you know, because we got 600-700 people just tuned in. So y'all done missed, if you just tuned in, y'all done missed about 3 hours of fire. I would suggest first of all, I would suggest following the platform, right? But if you just tuned in, I would suggest at the end of the video, you rewind to the beginning and catch everything you missed, right? So that way you have context. But we're going through an article, right? We're reading the article from the new book, Black's Anatomy, right? The new book, Black's Anatomy. And when I pulled up the book just now to show you guys, you know, I seen this little caveat, #1 new release in nuclear chemistry. And then I started getting excited and forgot I was supposed to be showing y'all the book. Yeah, #1 new release in nuclear chemistry. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Look at that. Top 2 books. Look at that. And I'm still on the low ball in price. Yeah, it's only one other book in nuclear chemistry besides mine, and they want $171 for their joint. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah, we going through an article from the book. This is the book. Wait, if I can get it on the screen. This is the book. And the article is just to kind of substantiate, you know, why we needed to put a clean glass next to the dirty glass. The dirty glass being Grey's Anatomy, right? Grey's Anatomy for 170 years. They've been doing great. 150 years, something like that. Over almost 2 centuries, the book Grey's Anatomy has been like a fundamental part of medical school in America, and highlighting all of the limitations of medical school from its inception, going through the timeline of you know, some of those mistakes. And I'll show you guys briefly real quick. But we won't spend much time. You know, you guys got to go back and rewatch, because we at the epidemic of metabolic disease in section 6, right? But just to highlight some pieces, I missed a whole bunch. But yeah, here we kind of go through the timeline of what medical school was formulated without. So just in case you missed the beginning, we spent a lot of time going through some of these things because it's fundamental to understanding why our medical system is failing, right? If you just go on the first stop of the train, we had medical school before photosynthesis was discovered. We had medical school. Yo, I'm sorry if I keep laughing, but it's so crazy. We live in like a Twilight Zone bizarro world to me. Like, it's just insane that some of these things, but nobody, I don't care if you dug up the person who, founded the first metal. There's nothing they could say to deny this information. It's just these are the breaks, right? The composition of water, right? So medical school was founded before we knew what photosynthesis was, right? Before we understood what water was. So we didn't know what a water molecule was, but we had a medical school. Like, y'all just have to understand how crazy some of this is, right? We had medical school before it was discovered that plants and animals were made out of cells. Oh my God, Jesus, take the wheel. Oh my God, look, cytoplasm. So we didn't even know what cells were made out of. So in the 1830s, we discovered that plants and animals are made out of cells. It's not till the 1850s that we discover what cells are made out of. So imagine, this is why we in this situation we in, because medical school was created before we knew what water was, before we knew what a cell was, before we knew, before we even discovered electricity, proper, before we knew what an electron was. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Blood types are discovered in 1904. We got medical school before we got blood types. Medical schools was invented 100 years before we knew what the blood type was. So anyway, we spent a good bit of time going through all of these different anomalies that when people are asking, why is it that we have such a crazy healthcare system? Why is it that the most fit people on the internet are only fit because of steroids and surgeries? Like just all of these crazy things that we can't figure out is because we're not going to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is the education. And before that, the primary root is how the educational system was founded. It was based on the fallacies of the church, separating people from nature. So this is how you get a medical system before photosynthesis. This is how you get a medical system before they understand what a water molecule is, right? Because water and photosynthesis are the basic aspects of nature. But the church separated people from nature. You was getting hung and set on fire as a heathen. So they had to start medical school without the understanding of, we don't get vitamin D until the 1930s. We got medical school in 1765. We don't get. All right. So let me get back to the paper. Let me get back to the paper. Okay, I see they trolling me, but I love it. Listen. That's where I'm at in my life. Okay, I got just too many books. You know what I'm saying? I got to get periodic new bookshelves and move stuff around. And I just consider myself blessed. You know what I'm saying? That we have the opportunity to have the information and share this stuff and laugh at this stuff and potentially change the world with this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a crisis and nobody really realizes the fundamental aspects of the problem, because the people that we expect to be working on these problems are financially tied to the problems. And because the system is revered and respected based on earning potential, nobody wants to mess with earning potential. So because nobody wants to mess with earning potential and go, the system is fundamentally flawed and has to be you got to tear the building down because it's foundation problems. You can't fix this with patching up concrete and brick. This is foundational issues, like they did to us in the Bronx. Listen, that's what they did to us in the Bronx. We still heartbroken about this in the Bronx. I promise you. Instead of repairing the old Yankee Stadium, they just brung the whole Yankee Stadium was built between 156th Street and 161st Street. It's still on 161st Street, but now the new stadium is built between 161st and 163rd. They moved it to the other side. So they tore it down on this side and rebuilt it over. That's what the medical science had. We got to tear it down. You can't repair the foundation. It got to be brick by brick. So in this book, Black's Anatomy, this is that, right? The fundamentally flawed building is Gray's Anatomy. The new building across the street, built from the science of energy on up, understanding that energy creates matter. Matter doesn't create energy. That's Black's Anatomy. And definitely pun intended. All right. So that's what we've been doing, is going through this paper. That's what we've been doing, going through this paper. So definitely you want to go back. Okay, section 4. Section 5. Where was we at? Yeah. Section 6. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. The epidemic of metabolic disease. The most telling symptom of this blindness is the explosion of metabolic disease. Nearly half of all Americans live with at least one chronic condition. Many suffer from several at once. Diabetes has reached epidemic proportions, with more than 37 million Americans diagnosed and another 96 million estimated to have prediabetes. Cardiovascular disease remains the leading cause of death, despite decades of cholesterol-lowering drugs and surgical innovations. Alzheimer's disease and other dementias are on track to triple by 2050, with no cure in sight. Autoimmune diseases, once rare, are now common. Obesity has become the national default. These conditions are not acute mechanical breakdowns. They are not infections that could be cured with antibiotics or traumas that could be fixed with surgery. They are failures of coherence, metabolic disarray, redox imbalance, field decoherence, pigment exhaustion, energy metabolism, muscle failure, and water structuring collapse. Yet medicine continues to treat them as though they were plumbing clogs or chemical shortages. Fragmented care. Specialists for parts, no one for wholeness. The structure of American healthcare reflects its Newtonian heritage. Each organ system has its own specialist: cardiologist for the heart, neurologist for the brain, nephrologist for the kidneys, endocrinologist for hormones. Patients are shuttled from one office to another, their bodies divided into compartments, but coherence is not found in parts. It arises from the synchronization of the whole. Heart rhythm entraining brain waves, pigments translating photons into electrons across organs, water structuring, linking every cell. No specialist treats coherence. The cardiologist adjusts blood pressure but ignores neuromelanin. The neurologist prescribes dopamine agonists but ignores cardiac melanocytes. The endocrinologist treats glucose numbers but ignores mitochondrial water batteries. Patients experience this as fragmentation, endless visits, conflicting prescriptions, and no sense of wholeness. A fragmented system cannot cure diseases of coherence. It can only suppress symptoms piecemeal. Electrogenesis and aquagenesis are completely ignored. Nutrition as an afterthought. Calories, not photons. One of the clearest failures lies in nutrition. Despite overwhelming evidence that diet shapes health, medical schools spend on average fewer than 20 hours on nutrition across 4 years of training. And when nutrition is taught, it is usually framed in the outdated terms of calories and vitamins, fuel for a machine, and supplements to prevent deficiency. But food is not just calories. It is a spectrum of photons stored in pigments, electrons arranged in molecular fields, information encoded in chemical bonds, carotenoids, flavonoids, chlorophylls, polyphenols. These are not optional extras, but pigments that tune coherence in the blood, the gut, the brain. To reduce food to macronutrient math is to strip it of its quantum essence. Americans are told to eat less and move more, as though they were steam engines, while their pigment systems starve for light-rich, coherent supporting foods. This is why diet-related diseases remain the primary killers in America. Nutrition is treated as an afterthought, not as medicine's foundation. Pharmaceutical overuse, symptom suppression at the cost of coherence. The American system responds to chronic disease with pharmaceuticals, statins for cholesterol, beta blockers for blood pressure, serotonin reuptake inhibitors for depression, proton pump inhibitors for reflux, metformin for diabetes. Each drug targets a symptom, not the underlying field breakdown. These drugs rarely restore coherence. They must be taken for life, often in combinations of 5, 10, or more. But pharmaceuticals do more than fail to heal. They often disrupt coherence even further. Many block pigment function, interfere with mitochondrial respiration, or alter water structure. For example, certain antipsychotics accelerate neuromelanin depletion. Some cardiovascular drugs impair hemoglobin's redox cycling. These side effects are not incidental. They are the natural consequence of treating a resonant system with a blunt mechanical tool. The result is polypharmacy, dependency, and declining resilience. Americans are kept alive but not coherent, medicated but not healed. Cultural lag. Medicine trapped in Newton physics moved to the quantum. The deepest reason America is sick is cultural lag. Medicine never updated its physics. Physics itself moved from Newton to Einstein to quantum mechanics. Chemistry has embraced electron orbitals, band gaps, and spin states. Engineering has built semiconductors, lasers, and quantum computers. Medicine, despite borrowing MRI and PET scans and lasers from physics, has never integrated these concepts into its view of the body. Cells are still taught as bags of chemicals. Neurons are still diagrams of wires and transmitters. Blood is still called the fluid, the heart a pump. This is 18th century physics masquerading as 21st century medicine. The irony is staggering. America builds quantum supercomputers to simulate material, but it treats its patients as though they were boilers and pipes. This cultural lag explains why no amount of money, machines, or drugs has improved outcomes. You cannot cure quantum decoherence with Newtonian tools. High-tech interventions with poor outcomes. Instead of confronting this blind spot, America doubles down on technology. More imaging machines, more surgical robots, more billion-dollar drugs, but these do not restore coherence. They manage breakdowns, patch crises, and extend survival, often at immense cost and with limited quality of life. The United States has some of the most heroic medicine in the world: trauma centers that save accident victims, surgeries that replace entire organs. Right? Sidebar, we just talked about, right? We just talked about Deion Sanders. Right? We just talked about Deion Sanders having his bladder rebuilt from scratch. I was looking at the press conference, like, what am I watching right now? Like, yeah, we just took out his bladder and just built him a new one from scratch. I'm listening to like somebody, almost like a car mechanic, talk about an alternator, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but we don't have Deion Sanders' name recognition or his money. So chances of us having a whole organ rebuilt from scratch. Yeah. You better get to them push-ups. Oh my goodness. The United States has some of the most heroic medicine in the world: trauma centers that save accident victims, surgeries that replace entire organs, only for the everyday epidemics of diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and dementia. It has nothing but symptom management. Costs soar, outcomes worsen, and patients cycle endlessly through procedures. High-tech interventions cannot substitute for field medicine. They cannot entrain heart and brain fields, replenish neuromelanin, or restore water coherence. They are solutions for a machine, not a quantum body. Why America is sick? The conclusion is clear. America is sick because its medicine is built on an incomplete foundation, an outright lie. Metabolic disease has exploded because medicine does not treat energy as information. Nutrition is an afterthought, still reduced to calories instead of joules. Pharmaceuticals suppress symptoms but disrupt fields. Specialists treat parts while no one restores wholeness. And above all, medicine remains trapped in Newtonian metaphors while life itself is quantum. Until medicine acknowledges the pigment system, structured water, field entrainment, vortex physiology, it will remain blind to the true causes of health and disease. America will continue to spend more and more, treat harder, and heal less. The elephant in the room is not technology or access, it is the wrong physics. America is sick not because it lacks machines, but because it ignores the body's coherence. Okay. Section 7, toward a field-based medicine. Every paradigm shift in science begins with a recognition that the old framework no longer fits the evidence. Medicine today is at such a crossroads. The Newtonian view of the body as a machine of parts has delivered powerful tools for trauma care, surgery, and acute infection, but it has failed utterly to address the chronic diseases that now dominate human suffering. The missing link is clear. Medicine has not integrated the physics of life, water structuring, pigment systems, photonic signaling, and field coherence are not curiosities. They are the very basis of physiology. To ignore them is to practice medicine blindfolded. To embrace them is to open a path toward prevention, resilience, and healing. The task is not just to critique, but to reimagine. What would medicine look like if it were field-based, pigment-centered, quantum-aware? The foundation of a new medicine must be quantum biology. This does not mean mysticism or metaphor, but a recognition of established physics applied to living systems. Cells must be understood as water-based semiconductors with exclusion zones, charge separation, and proton tunneling as the electrical infrastructure of life. Melanin, neuromelanin, opsins, carotenoids, flavins, hemoglobin, catecholamines, melanocortin receptors 1 through 5, POMC, melanin concentrating hormone, cytochromes must be recognized as the body's semiconductor grid, translating photons into electrons and electrons back into photons. Information. Photonic signaling. Ultra-weak photon emissions, aka cellular radio waves, from neurons, immune cells, and pigments are not noise but communication channels, synchronizing activity across space and time. The heart and brain must be seen as coupled oscillators, broadcasting and entraining fields that coordinate the body as a whole. This framework changes the basic definition of health, not the absence of disease, but the maintenance of systemic coherence. Disease becomes not just pathology, but decoherence, the loss of rhythm, structure, and field integrity. Light-based therapies in mainstream care. If pigments and water structure life by interacting with light, then light must be medicine. This is already hinted at in phototherapy for jaundice, laser treatments in dermatology, and red near-infrared light therapies in rehabilitation. But these are niche. A field-based medicine would make light central. Ultraviolet light, not merely a carcinogen, but a regulator of vitamin D synthesis, nitric oxide release, and skin melanocyte rhythm. We must build resilience against transepidermal water loss. Infrared light, a penetrative therapeutic form of light that structures water, enhances mitochondrial cytochromes, increases melatonin production, and restores tissue coherence. Coherent light, used to stimulate pigment systems, entrain tissues, and repair field disruptions. Light-based therapies would no longer be fringe but integral, prescribed alongside or instead of pharmaceuticals. Hospitals will become nature clinics, tuning patients' actual energy information systems instead of chemical suppressants. Nutrition reframed as pigment medicine. Food must be redefined. It is not fuel for a furnace or a balance for macronutrients. It is the delivery of pigments, photons, electrons, and coherence maintaining molecules. Calories are irrelevant compared to joules. I'm going to say that again. Calories are irrelevant compared to joules. Carotenoids and flavonoids. antioxidants only in reductionist language, but in reality, pigments that stabilize electron spin states and photon emissions. Polyphenols, modulators of redox coherence, tuning vascular rhythms. Chlorophyll derivatives, coupling sunlight to mitochondria, expanding the human photonic spectrum. They help metabolize visceral fat. Melanin and neuromelanin precursors, feeding the brain's pigment reservoirs, maintaining time perception, memory, cognition, and mental health. A field-based nutrition would treat the supermarket not as aisles of calories, but as a spectrum of energy substrates or electrogenic inhibitors to be careful of. Patients would not count macros, they would cultivate coherence through light-rich, pigment-dense foods. Dietetics would finally align with physiology, focusing on energy metabolism. HRV and heart coherence as diagnostics. The heart is not merely a muscle, it is the central broadcaster of systemic coherence. Its electromagnetic field, measurable through electrocardiography, is the strongest in the body. But medicine reduces this to numbers: heart rate, blood pressure, ejection fraction. A field-based medicine would elevate heart rate variability and field coherence to primary diagnostics. Heart rate variability reflects the adaptability of the autonomic nervous system, coherence between sympathetic and parasympathetic rhythm. Heart field coherence can be measured with magnetocardiography, revealing the alignment of the heart's vortex with systemic rhythms. Instead of waiting for disease to appear, physicians would monitor coherence as the primary indicator of health. Low heart rate variability, or HRV for short, would not just predict disease, it would be treated as disease in its earliest phase. Loss of coherence. Interventions would aim to restore rhythm before pathology emerges. All right, so just FYI purposes, right? Heart rate variability is gaining some momentum, right? Heart rate variability is gaining momentum. I predict in 10 years, if we continue to apply the pressure, exactly what I put in this paper is going to begin to happen. Matter of fact, we're not going to the whiteboard. See, y'all got no, we're not going to the whiteboard. You just got to take notes. We're not going to the whiteboard. They got to take notes. But heart rate variability, the primary thing that they are translating from heart rate variability is the information that they can gather or extrapolate from the space in between beats, right? The space in between beats. Now, if you just think in a heartbeat, like boom, 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 then in your mind, you have a limited idea of what information they could gather from what's happening in between boom, boom. If you pray with us, right? If you are part of the culture, you know, if you take the religion serious and you pray with us, you say your prayer, then you literally take that trip mentally through your circulatory system, right? You mentally, you know, traveling through, you know, with the deoxygenated blood, the valley of the shadow of death, right? You're joining the vortex of the right atrium, and so you know that that electric wave, right, on the cover That electric wave that they measure on electrocardiograph, the ECG, right? SA node to AV node, then through the Purkinje fibers, right? That electric wave, that beat that we hear is the valves closing, right? So when you understand the processes that's actually happening that results in that, right? You know, oh, okay, so in between those two sounds, there's trillions of chemical reactions happening to produce electricity, right? Which the electricity is producing magnetism. The magnetism and alternating electricity now producing light. You have a whole bunch of cells, you know, you have the mitochondria doing its thing. Then above the mitochondria, you have, you know, the ions coming in and out past the phospholipids, generating, you know, polarizing, depolarizing. So you have levels of electrical production from subatomic to atoms, right? Subatomic is what's happening in the mitochondria. Atomic is your ions, calcium, chloride, sodium, right? All synchronized, right? Everything has to happen in a very specific rhythm. Everything is goddess music. Everything has to happen in a specific rhythm, because if one instrument plays a note out of sync, out of tune, off beat, the whole system could collapse, and then you could have cardiac arrest, right? Just heart failure, boom, out of nowhere, boom, cardiac arrest. Electrical problem in the heart, boom, it's subatomic, atomic, coordination. All that has to be coordinated. Everything has to. So when you now understand that all these different processes, from subatomic particles moving and jumping around the place to atom, you know, ions flying around the place, to large scale cellular organization, you know, all of these different things going on to maintain a specific rhythm. The valves got to open. The suction has to be produced to get the blood in, and, you know, all these different processes. That's heart rate variability. So when they're pulling information from between the sounds of the heartbeat, this is what they're listening to, everything, right? All the way down to something as simple as maybe, you know, your leaflets, because your valves is leaves, like leaves on a tree, leaflets. You don't have enough zinc, so they're getting weak. Right? Or maybe you got too much copper is flushing out zinc. Something that simple. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, heart rate variability is a thing. But it's the beginning of making that shift to a more quantum view of heart health. Right? We reporting on the bad, so we got to report on the good. I'm just saying, we reporting on the bad. We got to mention the good stuff. Man, listen, come on now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. But listen, everybody don't have the books. Everybody don't have the books. You know what I'm saying? So we got to take this thing. It's us. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm counting on y'all to be teachers wherever y'all at. You know, I'm waiting for y'all to build up y'all study groups so we can start this. You know, I got to get to your city And, you know, we got to get this thing together. We got to get this thing crazy. All right. Stress, sleep, and environment as field disorders. In Newtonian medicine, stress, sleep, and environment are dismissed as lifestyle factors, secondary to real disease. In a field-based medicine, they become central because they directly shape coherence. Stress is field incoherence, sympathetic overdrive disrupting heart-brain coupling, fragmenting rhythm. Sleep is field restoration. The glymphatic system clears toxins, neuromelanin resets, and photon emission synchronize. The environment is field context. Artificial light, electromagnetic smog, and toxic chemicals all disrupt pigment and water structuring. These are not lifestyle footnotes. They are the determinants of coherence. Treating them as central would reorient healthcare from symptom suppression to field optimization. Pigment field mapping as standard assessment. If pigments in field sustain life, then every patient must be assessed in those terms. A new clinical tool set is needed. Pigment density mapping, photon emission profiling, water structure imaging, field coupling diagnostics. Just as labs test now, measure glucose or cholesterol, future medicine will measure coherent indices. A patient will be seen not as numbers on blood work, but as a field map, a resonant portrait of pigment activity, water, and work. The promise: prevention, resilience, and healing. The promise of field-based medicine is profound. By treating the body as a coherent resonant system, it can reduce chronic disease, restore resilience, and prevent degeneration. Diabetes will be reframed as a loss of redox coherence, treatable through pigment nutrition, light entrainment, and mitochondrial water therapies. Cardiovascular disease will be reframed as vortex decoherence, loss of magnetism, treatable through heart electricity restoration, melanin buffering, and structured movement. Alzheimer's will be reframed as neuromelanin collapse, preventable by supporting pigment systems, sleep decoherence, and photon flow. Cancer will be reframed as cellular respiration failure, where rogue cells fall out of resonance, and treated by restoring systemic coherence rather than indiscriminately killing tissue. Already underway via Otto Warburg and Thomas Seyfried. So that's another little bit of good news I wanted to make sure I slipped in there. Right? Thanks to Thomas Seyfried. And this is Thomas Seyfried book. Yeah, I keep this book close by, right? I keep this book close by because this was a game changer. And I bought this book when it came out. It's probably like about $50, and then it started moving on. Yeah, we're moving on up. The price done started moving on up. It's a tough read. You know, it's a tough read. It's a really tough read. But if you have the money to get it and you want to take your time to work through it, you know, sometimes you have books that you put on the side. You don't read them all the time. You know, when you get in the mood, you read, 5-10 pages, you put that back down, you don't pick it up again. Then you go through it, and unless you got the discipline to sit down and like just power yourself, through a tough read, you know what I'm saying? But I couldn't respectfully critique Otto Warburg and his, you know, what he got a Nobel Prize for, and you know, just I couldn't be myself without knowing what the competition. Yeah, I had to know what was going down. You know what I'm saying? So I got my hands on this a minute ago. Yeah, I've been wrestling with this for a minute. I've had this book for a good amount of time. And I wouldn't say everything in it is correct. I disagree with quite a few things I found in this book. But it is a game changer that, you know, has advanced thinking around cancer, and a lot of the current treatments are based on the framework that Otto Warburg created, and then Homeboy came behind and really like nailed some stuff down. Like, no. Y'all are missing this. Okay, there's a reason why cancer cells have so much insulin receptors, which is the, you know, the nexus point between connecting obesity and diabetes to cancer. It's insulin. You know what I'm saying? It's insulin, you know. So that's the nexus point, because insulin is the thing that, you know, you can't get to cellular respiration. And that's always confusing. The fact that metabolism stops and vanishes. It's like you following a trail and then it disappears, right? You following metabolism, you eat the food goes to the stomach, it breaks down here, you know, portal vein, liver, blah, 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 hit the bloodstream. And so you following metabolism, like, okay, so after the food leaves the blood, okay, where does the food go? Okay, the food enters the cell, you know, the same pancreas that produced the digestive enzymes and alkaline fluids to break the food down is going to produce some insulin, and the insulin is going to allow the food to get into the cell. And you like, all right, bet. So once the food gets into the cell, yeah, where is the metabolism? Metabolism is gone. No such thing as metabolism no more. Yeah, the story picks up now with cellular respiration. So you back to breathing. Right? You back to breathing, and for some people it doesn't fit. It's like, hold on, cellular respiration. So the cells is breathing food? Kind of. We have problems like this, technical problems like this, because Newtonian physics learned about calories from putting food in furnaces, and then nutrition came 100 years later. And then the electron transport chain came 60 years after that. So now we trying to reverse engineer Newtonian physics to fit all these ideas in. And they don't. So you get metabolism, but then there's really no such thing as metabolism, because when you get into the cell, it's no longer metabolism. It's beta oxidation, Krebs cycle, electron transport chain. It's breaking down, it's reversing a photosynthesis, unpacking the hydrogen from the carbon to create electricity and water inside mitochondria. There's no burning fats, sugars, or calories. None of that happens. That's all figment of none of that happens in reality. So none of that's in science. So none of that can be used as a way to understand disease. That's all a waste of billions of dollars, right? Because obesity research is into understanding burning calories and storing calories, but that's none of that happens inside a cell. Inside a cell, you have the production of electricity and water. There's no burning. So now you got to address cancer and other metabolic illnesses with some sort of conversation that has to center around cellular respiration. And so the clues to that was in the insulin receptors. You have way more insulin receptors in a cancer cell than a regular cell, because a cancer cell is going to do, it's going to eat. It's going to eat way more than a regular cell, because the cancer cell is on go. Cancer cells on go. They don't sleep. They don't relax. They don't chill. They go. So they have a lot more insulin receptors so that they can hog up sugars and fats and do their thing. You know what I'm saying? More cellular respiration, right? More cellular respiration. So mitochondria function and dysfunction has to now be the central target of diabetes, obesity, cancer, and then extend it further to the understanding of heart disease and brain disease, because the one thing that your heart and your brain have in common is mitochondria, more mitochondria than anywhere else in the body. So it stands to reason, if we're having a problem understanding mitochondria function, it's going to show up in those places, right? So diabetes, energy production from mitochondria. Obesity, not being able to transform the substrates into energy, mitochondria. Cancer, mitochondria dysfunction. Heart disease, mitochondria. Brain disease, So we have all these things because, again, our medical system was created without any understanding of these things. Water, electricity, photosynthesis, even people being made out of cells. Not a part of the medical system. So anyway, we're back. Medicine's next revolution. The House of American Medicine was built on incomplete foundations, and its walls are now collapsing under the weight of chronic disease. Patching the structure with more drugs and machines will not solve the problem. The foundation itself must be rebuilt. Coincidentally, just saying, that's what we're doing with this book right here. Just in case. Right? That's what we're doing with this book right here. Right? That's what we're doing with this book right here. Right? These are the ops right here. These are the ops right here. Yeah, these are the ops right here. Yeah, these are the ops right here. Grey's Anatomy. These are the ops. Okay, wait, this is a 2015 joint, and they still want 140 for that? They wilding. Yeah, they trolling. They trolling. Right? Mind you, this is one book out of 17 books that they put on sale the day our book dropped. The day our book dropped, this book went down $100. Delusions of grandeur. Right? But we on their hiney. Right? So so we rebuild it. We providing solutions. Yeah, we providing solutions. We working out here in these streets. All right. So the new foundation is quantum-based anatomy, a paradigm that embraces quantum biology, pigments, water structure, photonic signaling, and coherence. This is not a rejection of science, but its completion, integrating the physics of the 20th century into the medicine of the 21st. If medicine can make this leap, the rewards will be immense. A population not merely surviving, but resilient. Chronic disease reversed, aging slowed, consciousness sustained. If it cannot, America will remain trapped in the paradox of advanced sickness, the most expensive healthcare system on earth, serving the sickest, wealthy nation in history. The choice is clear. Medicine must stop treating the body as a burning machine and start treating it as what it is, a coherent, resonant field of water, pigments, and light. Only then can healing truly begin. All right, section 8. Conclusion, the elephant in the room. The paradox of American medicine could not be starker. The United States is the birthplace of modern medicine, opening its first medical school in 1765, long before anyone knew what a calorie was, before vitamins were discovered, before the Krebs cycle was mapped, before the electron transport chain was described, and nearly 250 years before the glymphatic system was acknowledged. It built neurosurgical programs more than a century before we understood the brain cleans itself at night. It created cardiology as a discipline while still teaching the heart as a mechanical pump. It became the global leader in medical technology while ignoring quantum mechanics, the very science that underlies every electron, proton, photon, and ion that sustains life. The result is that America has the so-called most advanced medical system in history and some of the worst health outcomes of any developed nation. It is a system designed to operate on a Newtonian body that does not exist. And so it fails at the realities of the quantum body. Coherence, field entrainment, pigment translation, structured water, and quantum physiology. Trapped in outdated models, medicine has locked itself into outdated metaphors and refuses to update them. It still calls the heart a pump, the brain a network of wires, and blood a fluid. It still treats food as calories, vitamins as add-ons, and stress as lifestyle. It still assumes disease as mechanical failure of enzymes or chemical imbalance, not loss of coherence. Meanwhile, physics, chemistry, and engineering have raced ahead into quantum theory, semiconductors, lasers, and entanglement. Medicine alone remains stranded in the 18th century, trying to heal with metaphors older than electricity. This is the elephant in the American healthcare room. The entire system is built on a physics that no longer describes reality. Billions are spent patching and replacing mechanical parts while the real body, a coherent quantum resonator of water and pigment, remains unacknowledged. The result is high-cost chronic illness and a population growing sicker despite unprecedented technological capacity. The upgrade medicine refuses. The solution is not more technology, not more drugs, not more specialists, and damn sure not more TRT. I know somebody needs. It is an upgrade of medicine's physics. A true integration of quantum biology would transform every aspect of care. Pigment systems will be recognized as an organ network, not dismissed as an incidental color. Melanin, neuromelanin, opsins, hemoglobin, cytochromes, all revealed as semiconductors and capacitors, translating photons, electrons, and ions into coherence. Palm C, melanin concentrating hormone, catecholamines, melanocortin receptors. The hierarchy of the pigment system would be understood as the architects of anabolism. Anabolism, not just in building tissue, but neural networks. Structured water will be acknowledged as the medium of life, the liquid crystal matrix that powers charge separation and proton tunneling. Quantum field physiology would be accepted as primary, the heart broadcasting coherence, the brain entrained to cardiac rhythm, blood functioning as a quantum plasma of spins and photons. Vortex medicine will reframe circulation, fascia, and movement as spiral entrainment systems, not mechanical levers. At the minimum, the levers, tools of quantum behavior. Such an upgrade would not discard existing medicine, it would transcend it. Surgery would still save trauma victims. Antibiotics would still cure some infections, but metabolic disease will finally be addressed at its true root. Loss of coherence, loss of resonance. This shift requires a call to action, courage at the deepest level of health, education, and culture. This is you right now. Textbooks must be rewritten. That's me right now. Textbooks must be rewritten to include the full pigment system, structured water, ultra weak photon emissions, aka cellular radio waves, as central physiology. Medical students must be trained not just in anatomy and chemistry, but in quantum anatomy and kinetic science. Diagnostics must expand from lab panels and imaging to include heart rate variability, photon emission, and pigment activity mapping. Nutrition must be reframed from calories to joules. Therapy must expand from drugs and scalpels to include light, magnetism, rhythm, and environment. This is not an indulgence in speculation. It is a demand for medicine to integrate the physics that already drives every other field of science and technology. Okay? It's not chakras and prana and chi and foolishness. This is not an indulgence in speculation. This is not mysticism. This is a demand for science just to get on equal footing. You know what I'm saying? Like the surface level of the Rosa Parks story. You know what I'm saying? She just want to get a seat on the front of the bus. You know what I'm saying? Listen, she just wanted a seat on the front of the bus. Her feet was tired. She just want to be able to sit. You know what I'm saying? We just want to use the same water fountain. Yeah, medical science. We just saying healthcare should get the same technological updates and advances, everything else. The same way people update their cell phone, right? We update our cell phone. We're not updating our operating system. We updating, you getting the Apple update. Yeah, 15.0. Do you upgrade? Plug into a power source. Why your phone got to be plugged in? Plug into a power source for the update. Us understanding our power source is the update. Of us understanding the energy as information. They're like, come on, Inky, hurry up and get through the paper. Okay, all right, let me go back to the paper. If medicine makes this leap, the transformation will be profound. Naturopathy, holistic philosophy, Physical education, surgery, and drugs can operate cohesively as one together, right? We all need somebody to lean on, and it won't be long. So we are the world. We not this this a unified movement. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was saying RFK. Y'all might think that's crazy to be like, yeah, our health leader. I want to see the leader of the CDC bust out and give me some pull-ups and some push-ups. Yeah, it's about time for us to, we need to see that. Because that's a step in that bridging the gap. Bridging the gap, right? We seeing 400-pound, 300-pound folks with cigarettes like, oh yeah, so this is the healthcare advisor for the country. Like, what? I'm dead. I'm good. Like, wait, what? Homeboy. Hey, I'm just saying. We could do better. Tell me, has he done push-ups lately? All right, my bad. I'm getting crazy after hours. All right, so where we at? All right, so metabolic disease will no longer be managed indefinitely with suppressive drugs, but prevented and reversed by restoring coherence. Heart disease will be treated by entraining cardiac energy metabolism and restoring melanocyte integrity, not just hunting cholesterol. Neurodegeneration will be addressed by protecting catecholamines, neuromelanin, and supporting photon emission, not just patching neurotransmitters. Diabetes will be seen as a hydrogen metabolism failure. Redox incoherence with added healing protocols like pigment nutrition, structured water production, electrogenesis restoration, aquagenesis restoration, and mitochondria therapy. Hospitals will become centers not just of crisis intervention, but health spas of restoration. Clinics will monitor heart field variability and pigment activity maps as routinely as blood pressure today. Nutritionists will prescribe pigment-rich foods as precisely as drugs are now prescribed. Physicians will treat environment, movement, and light exposure as medical priorities, not lifestyle afterthoughts. Patients will not be patched, but tuned. The body will be understood as what it truly is, a resonant system of water, pigment, and light. America is sick not because it lacks intelligence, resources, or technology, but because its medicine is built on the wrong foundation. The elephant in the room is this. We built medical schools before we understood the energy of life. We built them before calories, before vitamins, before mitochondria, before photons, before quantum mechanics, and we never rebuilt them. Until we do, American medicine will remain trapped, advanced in technology, but blind in understanding. Rich in interventions, but poor in healing. The way forward is clear. Integrate pigments, water, vortices, magnetism, and electricity into the core of medicine. Teach coherence as physiology. Treat light, movement, and resonance as therapy. Move beyond suppression to restoration. Only then will the most expensive healthcare system in the world become the most effective. Only then will the paradox resolve. The elephant has been named. The question now is whether medicine will continue to ignore it, or whether it will finally evolve into the medicine of coherence that life itself demands. Chronological references and anchor dates. So here we go into even more of a detailed timeline, right? starting with medical school, and we build out from there. We build out from there, right? This right here was Germany. This right here was Germany. Imagine doing surgeries without no anesthesia. Like, yo, it was straight caveman behavior, bro. They was going crazy. Germ therapy popped up on the scene. So, yeah, I mean, you have it all here. You have it all here, right? You have it all here. Uh, you have it all here. Because just along with the timelines, I could go into a whole nother. The timelines are set for a whole nother type of presentation, right? Timelines are set, but as any respectable white paper, we have our references. We have our references. We ain't play no games with them. We ain't play no games with them, right? God is music. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the references, we got two separate references. We got a reference list of all dates for every single section of the paper. And then we have paper references, for every section of the paper. So we ain't play no games. It's totally bulletproof. When you get the book, you'll have that locked in the chamber. And that's just a few pages in the book. You know what I'm saying? Just to provide those references and all the material you need to, articulate and not just articulate certain types of points, but why we have to have the study that we're creating and what we're building, and then be able to validate it with papers and, you got everything there. Yeah, you got everything there you need. Yeah. You got everything there you need. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully, for now, I'm settling for best new releases. But goals, I want to have a bestseller. You know what I'm saying? I want to have a bestseller. That's when we know we're really cooking. When we get a bestseller. Even if it's, I told y'all the children beat me into submission. Let me tell you before y'all. I told y'all the children beat me into submission. Right? So if y'all don't know, I do these books with my children. These are my writers, my co-authors, my ideas, right? And so they kind of got a little frustrated. With our Rich Abs thing, I felt like we had a happy medium, but they just got more greedy. I thought we had a happy medium with like our movie script kind of vibe. They like, nah, we need books just for children. You know what I'm saying? So we went back into the lab and we did this. Right? Check this out. No, it's not in that section. Hold on. It's in a whole nother section of books. Yeah, it's in another section of books. Let me see. Is it popping up on the search? Nope. So there's another. Okay, yeah. So all of these, yeah, these is all us, but there's another section of books. Let me think. Let's see if it come up like this. King Solomon, Crisis. No. Yeah, because we ain't getting no searches, no nothing. Let me see. Hold up. I'm going to find this Joker. Because it's in another section. Okay, boom. Here we go. You see it now? Okay, y'all don't see it. Hold up. How do I? Okay, bam. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, even if our children's, even if we could hit the bestseller over here on a children's book, right? So the same way we got the Black's Anatomy for adults, we now got Black's Anatomy for children, right? Black's Anatomy for children. So from elementary age up to high school, they can read these. This is preparatory. So this is just the first part. This is just the first part. And it's 3 different books, but it's all the same book. These is all the same books. So we don't have an English version. I mean, technically, these are all 3 English versions, but we don't have a version that doesn't include, the translation into another language. That's some other caveat that they wanted to do. Like, no, Dad, we want to, when we talk to our friends, they never, our friends don't, their parents don't expose them to different languages. I was like, but y'all running around like y'all fluent in languages. Like, we don't know languages, but we do know languages. So yeah, we think everybody should be exposed to different languages. So, so the books are written where you have the English chapter, right? And then after the English chapter, you have a translation of the chapter and a couple little phrases to practice and learn. So, yeah, you can get the book for your babies, for your children, even if they only interested in English, right? Or just, if they interested in learning something else, or maybe you want to interest them in learning something else. But it's an exciting story. It's an action story where the children, like the whole family, we get invited to Kemet. They starting a master's school based on this new science and all that. So the children got to transfer to the school. And then Rich Abs, he's got to be a teacher in the school. So the lessons of the Black's Anatomy and the science of the body is in the daily curriculum. So as kids is in class, they learn different stuff, but it's also, people getting kidnapped and magic and action and, fighting and all kinds of crazy stuff going on in the book, just action storytelling stuff. So it's a cool combination of teaching and, like fun, like it's stories, going crazy. So that's part 1. All 3 of those. Feel free to get all 3. You know what I'm saying? But all 3 of those is the same story. It's just one is English to Spanish, one is English to French, one is English to Chinese. Yeah. Yeah. We getting started. We're getting started. We getting started. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I just, that's my goal is to hit the bestseller list. You know what I'm saying? So for now, I'll take the best new release. You know what I'm saying? But we can hit that bestseller list. It's getting ready to go crazy. All right, so look, I'm about to shut this down. It's 1:00 in the morning. And I would appreciate if all 1,000 of y'all turn back onto the live stream. But I would absolutely understand if y'all had to go to bedtime. Or maybe we should just bring the other live stream onto this live stream. maybe we shouldn't shut down the live stream. Right? Maybe we should just keep this live stream going. Maybe we should just extend this live stream. Because I kind of wanted to troll and react a little bit to a religious debate. You know what? We staying right here. We're just staying right here. We're not going nowhere. We're just gonna stay right here. Yeah, we're gonna stay right here. We just gonna stay right here. It just makes sense that we just hang out right here. Because I kind of wanted to troll the Christians and the Muslims a little bit. Not troll them, totally troll them, but a little bit. I wanted to troll them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because, and where the relevance is because religion is having the same problem as medicine. Religion is having the same problem as medicine. Life science is being ignored. And the thing is, right? The elephant in the room is in both places is Kemet. Because Kemet is the blueprint for the Bible, Christianity, Islam, all of those concepts in the same exact way as Kemet is the blueprint for medicine, surgery, doctors, etc. But it's ignored, right? Certain, you know that the early creators grabbed and pulled pieces and ignored other pieces. So now you have the Bible, but inside the Bible, you're missing certain particular lessons that are buried in there to some extent, but pop culture is missing them. So this debate, somebody sent it to me because I'll be watching, right? I'll be watching, but somebody sent this to me and I thought it was hilarious. Happy Moon Day, by the way. Happy Moon Day. Today's our Moon Day. But I thought it was hilarious. So I was, after the live, I had it planned as a separate video. And when we start looking at it, it might take a few minutes, but it'll click and you'll be like, oh, they're arguing, but they're arguing both looking super ignorant. Because somebody sent me this video and it was like, yo, my man God Logic, yo, Inky, you got to debate God Logic because he be going in. And I'm like, nah, bro, you think these guys be going in. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no... God Logic, respectfully, he's great in the Christian argument space, but he's not. This video highlights the gap between me and somebody like God Logic. It's not even the same, but I get it because we live in a world now where Terrence Crawford wants to fight Canelo. We live in a world now where Tiny Gervonta Davis is signing up to fight, Logan Paul, so I get it. We want to see 120 pound guys fight against 200. We want to see David and Goliath, but it's not even like, you'll see. This is a bonus to the class. How about that? Yeah, this is a bonus to the class. Let's get this over here. Okay, boom. And I don't know, because this debate is like an hour long. We're not gonna watch the whole hour probably. Yeah, we're not gonna watch a whole hour probably, but we're gonna get in a little. Yeah, we're gonna get in a little bit of it. Yeah. We on, yeah. You know what I'm saying? HJ done gave us the steroid injection. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we gotta, come on, we can't go nowhere. This is just one of them ones. We 5 hours in, 5 hours of science. Now we need to relax, let our hair down. You know what I'm saying? It's like that in the gym. You done hit the crazy workout. You know what I'm saying? You gotta hit the sauna and cool down. This is the cool down. You know what I'm saying? We get off the treadmill. You know, the treadmill got it programmed in. The cool down period. So that's what we on right now. This is the cool down period. Yeah, this is the cool down. So let's go over here. Let me find this video. Bam.
Well, I've checked all the Bible versions. None of them say declare. It all says he says, he doesn't know. Very clear. The term know is not in all of them. Declare is in none of them. Consider, have, know, look, perceive, see, be sure, tell. Can the Son be generated without the Father?
Can the Son be generated without the Father? No, that doesn't happen. That's right. It is necessary that God, in his essence, is relational without depending on something outside of himself, which shows that the Father will beget another person and spirate another person to have full, cooperative, perfect love. So this is what the Trinity is. Spirate another person to have full, cooperative. The Father will beget another person and spirate another person
to inspirate another person. Oh, goodness. Okay, my bad. I'm just going to say, listen, the person that sent this to me thought God Logic really was beating this this older gentleman. He's a Muslim. They thought he was killing this guy because it's framed and edited and put on God Logic's channel, but that's not what happens here. That's not what happens here. But we're going to listen to it because this is a scientific conversation. So here's where it comes. They're having a scientific debate couched in religious language. And because neither one of them actually knows any science, like to what they're talking about, it's really a belief argument. Like it's crazy. It's just hilarious to me because they're having an argument about the essence of life, a scientific conversation. But one guy's trying to dress it up in the language of the Quran. The other guy's trying to dress it up in the language of the Bible. And nobody's doing anything but really scoring points with the people they came with. The Muslim guys entertaining the Muslims, the Christian guys entertaining the Christians. But from a scientific perspective looking in, this is the uninformed being led by the misinformed.
to have full, cooperative, perfect love. So this is what the Trinity is. The concept that God exists is three distinct persons. The Father as the source who eternally generates the Son and spirates the Spirit. Never done in time. That's the Trinity.
Are you Orthodox?
Hmm?
What model do you follow? What model of the Trinity?
The monarchical Trinity.
The monarchy. Okay, so Orthodox Christian, yeah.
Just the monarchical Trinity.
Do you know what aseity means?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Aseity is self-existence, right?
Okay. Is Jesus self-existing?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So he doesn't need the Father to generate him eternally?
Well, if you're talking about aseity, in regards to the essence, he has aseity. He doesn't rely on anything outside of his own essence to exist. Now, when you're talking about the economy, when you're talking about the relations within the persons.
Listen, this is why in online debates, facts are not as important as you think. In an online debate, it's more about style, it's more about delivery, and it's definitely about the art of misdirection. Because otherwise, that Muslim guy just killed God Logic and put him in the bag he cannot get out of. But God Logic is very seasoned at debate. So he knows how to struggle and respond eventually with a question that the Muslim guy can't answer so that his audience could, but he never gets out of that bag. He just, it's like putting somebody in a bag and then tying up the bag and throwing the bag in the ocean. That person just going to wriggle around as they slowly drown.
Then he is begotten from the Father.
Aseity is not the roles. Aseity is the nature.
Oh no, it's
with the essence.
Yeah.
So if the Father, like you said, you admitted this when I asked you about the definition of the Trinity.
Yep.
You said the Father eternally generates
The Son.
The Son. Okay. Can the Son be generated without the Father?
Can the Son be generated without the Father? No, that doesn't happen.
So
That's
he doesn't have a aseity. Because aseity, like
no,
you said,
that's hypostatic though.
hold on. Aseity, like you said, when I asked you for the definition, aseity means self-existing.
Okay.
Yes?
In regards to the essence, sure.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's something which is ontological. It's not the roles.
Okay, so if you're talking, this is why I said this. When you're talking about the Trinity, you got to understand the categories you're talking. If you're talking ontologically, well, okay, if you're saying it's always ontological, begotten from the Father.
Aseity is not the roles. Aseity is the nature.
Oh no,
it's with the essence. So if the Father, like you,
perfect love. So this is what the Trinity is. If you're talking about aseity, in regards to the essence, he has aseity. He doesn't rely on anything outside of his own essence to exist. Yeah.
So he doesn't need the Father to generate him eternally. Orthodox Christian, yeah.
Just
okay, so
Trinity.
do you know what aseity means?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Aseity is self-existence, right?
Okay. Is Jesus self-existing?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So he doesn't need the Father to generate him eternally.
Well, if you're talking about aseity, in regards, right?
Okay. Is Jesus self-existing?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So he doesn't need the Father to generate him eternally.
Well, if you're talking about aseity, in regards to the essence, he has aseity. He doesn't rely on anything outside of his own essence to exist. Now, when you're talking about the economy, when you're talking about the relations within the persons, then he is begotten from the Father.
Aseity is not the roles. Aseity is the nature.
Oh no, it's
with the essence. So if the Father, like you said, you admitted this when I asked you about the definition of the Trinity. You said the Father eternally generates
the Son.
The Son. Okay. Can the Son be generated without the Father?
Can the Son be generated without the Father? No, that doesn't happen.
So he doesn't have aseity. Because aseity, like you said,
that's hypostatic though.
Hold on. Aseity, like you said.
Oh man, yo, the Muslim guy should have stopped talking, turned off his camera, and left after this. He got him. He got him. Everything else can go downhill from here. The Muslim guy should have stopped.
Yes.
In regards to the essence, sure.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's something which is ontological. It's not the roles.
Okay, so if you're talking, this is why I said this. When you're talking about the Trinity, you got to understand the categories you're talking. If you're talking ontologically. Well, okay, if you're saying it's always ontological, then don't switch over to talking hypostatic. You did, because when you look, this is the problem he's doing. He says that when he's talking about aseity, he's talking about ontology, the nature, the essence, right? So according to the essence, Jesus has aseity because his divine essence is the same as the Father's, which is self-existent. Yes, it is.
No.
Right. Hold on, let me finish.
No.
But then you asked me, okay, can the Son be generated without the Father? Now you're not talking about ontology, you're talking about hypostatic properties now. So now you're talking about the relation between the Father and the Son. So you're not talking about ontology, you're talking about hypostatic relations.
I'm not. Hypostatic here applies to whom? The Father or the Son?
So
in this context.
Oh, okay. So let me break down what hypostatic is, okay? Hypostasis.
God Logic realized he was in trouble. Very good debate strategy. Remove the conversation from the substance. Is Jesus, the character, dependent on the Father to continuously generate him? Change this conversation immediately. Let's turn this into semantics. Let's get off of that substance and go to semantics. Now, here's the problem why this is a scientific discussion, why I kind of enjoyed kind of laughing and trolling, both parties. Because the conversation you're going to see as it evolves is about the essence of life. The essence of life. And so because they don't understand what the essence of life is, they both kind of move in circles. This is why inspiration does not negate you from being a Christian or Muslim or whatever it is, because all of those different religions, they need us to substantiate their religion into the future. Islam cannot go into the future outside of just being looked at as a religious system of beliefs. The same with Christianity, and there's a glass ceiling. And so people just enjoy watching people argue. It's like intelligent boxing. You know, you boxing with words, but just because a person wins the boxing match doesn't mean they're a better fighter. Styles make fights. But to substantiate life and its understanding and its real foundations and really getting to know the source of creation and your place in creation requires some learning that doesn't exist right now in the tools. They need inspiration.
Regards is the underlying reality of the essence. So and so it's the rational
So you
underlying
agree
reality.
with me that the Father is the only one who generates. The Son does not generate.
But when you let me just break this down. When you're saying the Father generates the Son, you're talking about
coming into existence.
you're talking about relational properties, which is hypostatic.
No. Absolutely wrong.
What is hypostasis? What is that?
You said, hold on. You said aseity is something which is self-existent.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
How is that hypostatical?
Oh, I just told you.
How?
I'm just telling you. If you said that aseity always has to do with ontology, your essence. So since it always has to do with the essence, then because Jesus has the same essence as the Father, he is ase. He's self-existent.
Self-existent.
Yes.
So he doesn't need the Father.
When you do that, so notice what you're doing.
What I'm doing is exactly what he doesn't
you're
want to
switching. You're switching categories.
So answer the question.
I just did.
Okay. Let's break it down into simpler words so you'll understand.
Do you know what hypostasis is?
No, hold on. The Father is he self-existent?
Yes.
Who generates the Father?
No one generates the Father. That's hypostatic though.
Wait. No, that's his essence.
Okay.
Self-existing.
That's his hypostasis as well.
Self-existing, yes. If you record it, look, if you play Greek words, it's up to you. But the fact is, self-existent in English means what? That you don't want anyone else to be your source. He said very clearly the source is the Father.
Of what?
Of Jesus.
Of the essence, right?
Of Jesus.
Of the essence.
Of his existence.
So guess what? So hold on, let him talk. Okay. I mean, if you want to jump in, I'm fine. Okay, it's okay. Okay. So look, do you know what hypostasis is?
You just said the nature. That's it.
No. That's not hypostasis. No. So look, no. Okay, hypostasis is the personhood. It deals with the persons, okay? So and their relations with each other.
Okay, so, what about the person?
So,
wait, what about the person?
Okay, so when you're dealing with hypostases, it deals with the relations that the persons have with each other. Okay. So generation is a hypostatic property of the Father. The being generated is a hypostatic property of the Son.
Let's start again.
Okay.
What does that say to me?
All right, if we're agreeing, if we're talking about aseity, hold on, let me finish. Okay. If you mean by aseity, meaning ontological, self-existence. That means that your essence is self-existent. Right. It's not dependent on nothing else outside of your own essence.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So with that being said, that definition, then Jesus is ase because he has the same essence as the Father.
No, hold on. So you're saying you already agreed with me that let's start with aseity again. Guys, we can't hear when you guys are debating. Sorry.
Yeah, guys. Come on, guys.
Aseity, self-existing means you don't depend on anyone else.
You're in regard to that.
Hold on. About his existence. Forget about this wordplay. Essence, hypostatic, none of that.
It matters.
We said no.
It matters.
Do you? Okay. Can you exist without your parents?
No.
Good. So you're dependent, or you are now, guys. Please.
I am ontologically dependent on my parents.
Yes, you're contingent upon your parents.
Yes, ontologically.
Good. Is Jesus contingent about the Father?
Not ontologically.
Hold on.
This is the point.
Like the way you're dependent on your parents.
Not ontologically.
Source. Ontologically.
Not ontologically. No.
Source. Who is the source of Jesus?
Okay, I'll say it again.
Like your source is your parents.
Hold on.
Who's the source of Jesus?
No, it's not the same. I'll tell you why.
It's an action.
Notice, I am ontologically by nature dependent on my parents. Yes. They have a distinct essence than I do, right? They are a different human being than I am, right? Right. I know.
Not the same human.
Are we identical in our essence?
No.
Exactly.
Both human essence.
Are we the same human being?
No, you're not.
Okay, so we are different. I am a different human being than my parents, and I am dependent on them for my existence, right? To come into the truth. Okay, so you're talking about ontological being, your essence, what you are, okay? If your essence or your being is dependent on another being to exist, then you are not ase, meaning you are not self-existent, okay? Yeah. Now let me break this down, okay? When it comes to the Trinity, because the Father and the Son and the Spirit have the same essence, they have the same being, that means together they are self-existent. Okay. Jesus, hold on, let me finish. Jesus does not rely on another being for his existence. Okay? Okay. All right, go ahead. The Father is the same being.
No, that's here. Is it the same person?
No.
Okay. So now watch this. You said the Father is not the same person as the Son, right? You are not the same person as your parents.
Correct.
Right. Do you exist yourself, or are you contingent upon your father?
Again, you keep conflating. I'll say it again.
No.
I'll say it again.
You
are.
You need to answer the question.
Oh my gosh.
Are you dependent on your parents to bring you into existence?
Okay, yes, because I am a different. Let me show you why. Because I am a different being than my parents.
Yes.
So as a being, as my own individual being, I rely on other beings to exist. So therefore, I'm not self-existent. However, when it comes to Jesus, he is the same exact identical being as the Father.
No.
So
I will tell you. Look, I did not ask you about what kind of person Jesus is or the Father. Just like I did not ask you. I don't understand why you don't understand simple logic. Just like
you don't understand it, bro.
Like you
don't even know how the
father.
is.
Listen. Just like I didn't ask you what are you and what is your father and mother. I didn't ask you.
But
I asked you. You said the source, and this was at the very beginning of this discussion. He said the source is the Father. Yes, the source is the Father. This is
of what?
clear.
The source of what?
Of Jesus.
The essence.
No, his existence. He says eternally generating is an action. Eternal generation is an action or not?
Yeah, it's a relational action with the Son and the Father.
Okay, who does action?
So the Father eternally generates the Son. That's hypostatic.
Good. Can the Son?
That's a hypostatic property, not of the essence.
Good. Can the Son do that?
Generate, that's not what he does. No, that's not his hypostasis.
So we know that they have different roles and the existence depend on different things.
No, oh my goodness.
The Father doesn't depend on anyone.
Let him finish.
The Father does not depend on anyone for his existence. The very definition of the term aseity is self-existent.
Okay.
He already said the Son cannot generate the Father, but the Father generates the Son.
Okay.
Which clearly shows that this is not just a role, this is for their very existence. Jesus needs the Father. Otherwise, he can't be generating him forever, can he?
Okay.
I don't even know what that means.
All right.
Generating someone forever. That means he hasn't fully been generated or what?
Okay.
These are the languages which are not found in the Bible.
Okay. All right. So, do you know the difference between a being and a person?
Yeah, tell me.
You said, yeah, I'll tell you.
You tell me, I said.
So you don't know?
I know, but you tell me.
No. So I need you, because I need to know that you know. What is the difference between being and personhood?
They can be the same, actually. Yes. Okay. Is a person a being? Is a person a being?
Yes. A person has being.
What did he say?
A person has being.
Good.
However, hold on. Would you say that a rock is a being?
So a rock is not a being.
Well, okay. All right. Hold on. Let's.
A being is something. Okay. Like for example, if he agreed that the person is a being. Something that exists.
A person has being. Something that exists. Does a rock exist?
Yeah. But hold on. When you're talking in context, When you're talking in context of a person, you differentiate between a living being
and a what?
And a non-living.
A non-living what?
Non-living entity.
What is that?
Okay.
A non-living what?
I'll tell you what. Okay. So a person is a being.
Wait, just answer the question.
Yeah.
You can differentiate between a living being and a non-living
being.
Very good. Okay. So a rock is a non-living being, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So now
it has existence. That's what I was saying.
Very good.
So
I agree.
I was right. What's so funny? By the way, the Christians believe in 3 persons in one being, or 3 beings in one person.
Okay. We're gonna get
3 beings in one being.
So Hashem, no, all right. So listen, we're finally making way. So guys. Okay. So we understand now that a rock is a being. Is a rock a person?
No.
Very good. So there's a distinction between a being and personhood, right?
Yeah, there is a difference, yeah.
Very good.
But
so
we talk in context relative to what?
Relative to whatever we're talking about.
Why are you moving away from my point?
I'm not. I'm on your point.
You said aseity is self-existent.
I know.
You know Jesus is not self-existent.
Hashem.
He asked about the
Hashem,
nature.
we're not. Come on,
Hashem. About the nature of Jesus.
Hashem, come on. Stay there.
Answer the question.
Stay there.
Answer the question.
Stay there.
No.
Okay.
Answer the question.
Okay. So look. So now that we know, the reason why we had to even get this far is because you didn't know the difference between being a person. You said they were the same thing.
I said existence.
I know, but you didn't even know the definition.
In terms of the context.
Okay, so look, so
you need to understand.
So now,
I very clearly said existence.
So now we're so we're on the same page. Now you know what it means.
No, I said existence.
Okay, so
before you told me.
All right, no worries. We're on the same page now. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're on the same page. So when we're talking about your being, you're talking about aseity is related to the being, right? Not personhood. It's a property of being. That's what you're saying, correct?
No.
So
I'm saying aseity is relevant to the person.
Okay, so not the being.
Not the being.
Okay, so aseity, you said this is what you said earlier.
Yeah.
You said that aseity has to do with your ontological existence. When you say ontological, that has to do with your being, not your personhood.
Okay, so if you're talking about in terms of each person, okay, their existence.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of the Father, He's self-existence, hence he's ase.
Okay.
The Son, for his existence, like you said, you understand the term being. Yeah, is a Son a being?
The Son is a being, yes.
Good.
Yeah, he's
And
the same being that the Father
and
is.
the Father is a being.
They're the same being.
I didn't ask you the same.
Yeah, they are a being. They're the same
Okay,
being.
are they distinct?
They're distinct persons.
Persons. Okay.
Yes.
Now, for the existence of each of these distinct persons.
Okay.
Okay. Who is the source?
Oh my goodness.
Who's
gracious.
the source?
Oh Lord have mercy. Look.
Now that you're on the same page,
No,
simple. No answer.
You're not. You look. You were on the. You were on the same page, and then you turned it. No, you're panicking. I need to correct you.
What?
But oh my goodness, you keep switching from when talking about being and personality. You think that properties of being are being applied to person, and you don't even know you're doing that. So I'm trying to show you that you're doing it.
Aseity is predicated
to what?
To a person.
I thought it was
a person's existence.
No, but early no, stop.
Aseity is predicated to a person's existence. Read my lips.
Okay.
Because this guy here now is panicking.
Is a person's
his lips are dry now.
Hold on.
Because you realize he lost.
Hashem. Is a person's existence, is that...
No, you need to answer my question.
No, because we need to define terms.
I asked you a question, answer my question.
But you need to define terms, bro.
Yes, I did.
You're misapplying terms.
We have already defined
but
the term.
I know, and you contradicted yourself already.
No, I didn't. I said, for a person, the aseity is predicated to a person's existence, yes or no?
What do you mean? What? Oh my goodness, existence is being.
Yeah, is it predicated to the person's existence, yes or no?
It's existence. Oh, okay, if you're talking about, I'll say it.
See, the thing is, like I said, the Muslim guy really don't have the energy and the understanding of moving the crowd in the conversation. But the substance, God logic lost on the substance in the first 2 minutes. He said that the Father continuously generates the Son. Now he's trying to prove that Jesus is a separate but equal entity to the source, to the creator, and independent of the source and creator for existence. So he's trying to separate the two now, but it's too late because he's already... Let me show you where it was at. Okay, this is 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Look, let me show you where he got in trouble.
Speak a little lower because my voice is a little tired after all this cooking.
I'm still strong, alhamdulillah.
That's good, man. You're used to this, man. You're a vet. You're a veteran.
Alhamdulillah, I'm strong.
You're a veteran.
That's what happens when you're a bad chef. You start complaining when your food is bad.
This is tough, man. So what the Trinity is, this is the concept. The concept is that God, the essence of God, consists of three distinct persons. You have the Father, who is the head or the source of the divine essence, and he eternally generates the Son and spirates the Spirit. Because God is relational.
That right there is grand opening and grand closing. Everything else he's doing is semantics to try to separate. And all of this is happening because this is a conversation of consciousness and human essence. It's a conversation of consciousness and human essence. So eventually, deeper into the debate, they get into that part where they start talking about consciousness and they start elaborating on what they mean by human essence. But the problem is they ignore the aspects of the Bible that speaks directly to light. So God as light, that's the only space where a Trinity actually can exist in a logical sense of understanding, because we understand that light is electricity creates magnetism, magnetism creates electricity, and electricity and magnetism create light. That is a real Trinity. And in the Bible, God is described as light. God is light, like plainly, not even in metaphoric terms, plainly. Once we divorce science, everything else goes right out of the window with these conversations. You can't have a real conversation on health. You can't have a real conversation on longevity. You can't even understand some of the health concepts that are buried in the book without the science. That's where everything gets broken. But what they're trying to do is have a scientific conversation in religious terms, divorced from science at the same time. So that's where it gets confused, where God logic is trying to bend reality and have a son created without a father, and open the conversation by saying the father continuously generates the son and is the source of the divine essence. If it's the source of the divine essence and continually generates the son, then in your own words, this. But he's an amazing speaker, great with semantics. He's mastered the vocabulary and vernacular of his subsection of religious conversation. So whenever he gets in trouble substance-wise, he can change the conversation to semantics and stump you with a word. Do you know what this word means? Okay, so if you don't know what the word means, then we got the crowd. Okay, well, let me tell you, the word mean it. Oh, then the crowd, like, so, it's a lot to prepare for with a debate that's outside of the truth. You know what I'm saying? So I enjoy watching the debates, but not enough that I want to get into a debate, because I feel like my time is better spent writing the books, teaching, and just focusing on the actual information, as opposed to spending part of my time on the truth, part of my time on research, part of my time finding maybe dirt on the opposition, another part of my time finding wiggle room to be like, it's just a lot that you got to do, time consuming, that to me doesn't interest me. It's not. This is more about entertaining people than teaching. You know what I'm saying? And all of these people need what we got going on. This is the reason why when Christians get sick, they go to the hospital. Christians don't go to see their pastor when they get sick. They don't go to the minister. They don't go to the reverend. They go to the hospital. When Muslims get sick, they don't go see the imam. They go to the hospital. They go get the medicine. They go get medication. When we're looking at those statistics and we're talking about America as the sickest country, we're talking about the Christians. We're talking about the Catholics. We're talking about the Muslims. We're talking about the Kemetic people. We're talking about because diabetes doesn't discriminate in that kind of way. So that's why I'm looking at it just laughing, because the science divorced from the system is more crippling than anything. Then it should be empowering, but it can't be empowering without the truth. And everybody professes to possess the truth, but they don't. They don't. You can see, because the conversations, once you get to a scientific space, all real logic goes out the window, and we got to play semantics, because we're talking about divine essence. Either one of them could have stumped the other one by saying, define divine essence. Before we move any further, what is divine essence? When you say the Father is the source of divine essence, what is the fabric of the Father, and how does that material generate the divine essence? And tell me what the material of the divine essence is. I'll wait. It's only two directions it could go in. The person has to say, I don't know, or the person has to default to what is in the book. And in the book, it says light. And once we have light as a substance, now we can introduce conversation, because we know what light is to an extent. We know what light is. We know that there is an actual trinity associated with light. We know that light is the fountain of life, energy, information, and all the things that we would associate to God. We know those things to be factual. But if we try to do the anthropomorphization and hold the spiritual reality without defining spirit, we define spirit. We go into two directions. There's two definitions for spirit. It's energy and there's the breath. Either way, we actually have a tangible conversation where we could go somewhere with the science. You know what I'm saying? But no, these are just the limitations of the conversation with no science.
Oh, okay. If you're talking about aseity, right?
Yes, I'm talking about that.
According to your definition earlier, you said that aseity is an ontological property. So that means it's not a personal property. It's not a hypostatic property. So yes. So no, it has to do with the essence, not the person. It has to do with the essence.
Aseity predicated to a person's existence. Yes,
If you just said it again.
No answer. Because you realize.
Oh my goodness. You keep flipping it. You keep flipping it. Oh my God.
Actually, give me that. I think she doesn't. Make sure it's halal.
All right, so look, this is the issue, Hashem.
The answer is yes.
And what way?
Aseity is predicated to a person's existence. Yes.
What does that mean?
Just like I told you, you're the person. Your existence is predicated to your parents.
No.
Can you exist without your parents?
Okay, look. If you're talking about my being is dependent on two people getting together.
Existence, right?
Yeah, yes.
So let's use the term existence.
My state of existence.
Because right now we are confusing it because of the term.
Okay.
Your existence depends on whom?
Yes.
Your existence depends on whom?
My existence depends on my parents.
Good.
Okay.
Jesus' existence depends on whom?
Jesus' existence is independent.
Answer the question.
I just did.
Okay. Can Jesus exist without the Father generating him?
So no. Okay. No. Notice what he just did. Notice what he just
existence.
did. Okay. Look.
Still existence.
Okay. Hold on. Notice what
Jesus
wait. Stop.
Without the Father.
Stop. Notice what you just did. So now at first he said, okay, let's talk about just being existence because we're complaining. We're getting okay. So then he just did. Watch the flip, and you guys pay attention when Muslims do this because they flip-flop terms. They act like being is personhood and personhood is being. Okay. So what he just said is that okay, since we're talking about being,
he depends on his father.
Okay. Is the son generated by the father? That's the personhood. So that's a relational property of hypostasis or personhood, not the essence.
Oh, I see. So you're telling me the personhood needs to be generated?
Yes. The person is generated by.
Why is the father's personhood not generated?
Because he's the father.
Because he's the father.
Yes.
What kind of answer is that?
Okay,
because he's the father.
It's like let me give you a complete answer.
You said.
Let me give you a complete answer, please. Okay. Let me give you a complete answer. Okay. So it's like saying this. If you ask why is the father, that's like asking why. Yeah, you did. You said.
I asked you why is the father not generated?
You said.
I didn't ask you the father's father.
Okay. Why is the father not generated? And I gave you the answer is because he's the father. That's his identity.
That's what I asked.
And then you said that's not an answer. So if I ask you, why is Allah all-knowing? Oh, because he knows all things. He's all-knowing. He's God, right?
We don't have a problem like the Trinity.
Oh, yes, you do. Answer the question. Answer it.
You have the problem. We don't have a problem.
Okay.
Allah, we don't say, look,
why is Allah all-knowing?
We don't say our God is three persons who's
Why is he all-knowing?
And he needs a father to it.
Why is he all-knowing?
No, answer. Wait, why change the topic?
Why is he all-knowing?
Because you realize you lost.
No, I'm showing you are a hypocrite.
You said you're dependent on your father and mother for your existence.
Why is Allah all-knowing?
For you being a being, you depend on other beings.
Why is Allah all-knowing?
Jesus depends on another being.
Hashem, answer.
Who is the Father. His existence depends on the Father. Do not change the topic.
Hashem.
Don't change the topic.
I'm not, look, all right. Hey, guys, ladies and gentlemen. He thinks that, or he's accusing me of changing the topic. What I'm doing is applying his logic to him. I'm not. Hashem, come on, let me do this, please.
Yeah, go.
I'm right here on the topic. What I'm demonstrating is that your method of breaking this down is hypocritical. Okay. So when you say that, when you ask why is the father not generated? And I say because by definition he's the father, and you say that that's not a father is the one who generates. He's not generated.
Can the father be father
hold
or generated?
No.
So it is necessary.
It's necessary for him to generate to be the father. That's the point.
It is necessary for
it's a hypostatic property.
So you're saying fatherhood is a necessary quality.
It's a necessary quality. Yeah. So
for whom?
This is what we're breaking down.
Yeah.
For the hypostasis of the paternity of the father, because he generates, and I broke this down earlier, because God is relational in his essence, because he is love, he generates another
Is it
person
necessary
because
property for whom? Just answer that question.
for God. So
For God.
yeah, no,
Okay,
no,
not the
no,
Father, yeah?
no.
For God.
I said the Father specifically.
Hold on.
I said the Father specifically.
Okay.
Oh my goodness!
Hold on.
Stop
So you
interrupting
said,
me.
Good. So you said the Father.
Hashem,
Bro,
stop.
calm down. Stop panicking.
Let me answer the question.
Okay. So you're saying it's a
Hashem, we're not
necessary
doing this, bro.
property.
You gotta let me answer.
Hold on.
No,
Necessary
it's not
property
holding
for
on.
whom?
You gotta let me answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a necessary property for
So
whom? That's the
paternity.
question.
Okay, good. Paternity is a necessary property of the Father. Okay.
Okay, so
So
only
now
the Father, yeah?
let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
I just want to confirm.
Let me finish though. This
go
is
on.
you're looking bad right now. This is a panic
No, you're
mode.
not. You're the one panicking.
Oh, okay, you say that. I'm letting you speak. You can't even like go 2 words
You're
without.
stumbling.
Okay, good. So according to notice this, he didn't answer the question when I asked him, "Is Allah all-knowing, and why is He all-knowing?" He wouldn't answer the question because his answer would be, "He's Allah. He's God."
No.
Now, if I would have,
Don't put words in my mouth.
okay, then answer the question. Why is Allah all-knowing?
Again, first you answer the question. Okay. First you answer the question with regards to the property.
Yo, listen. This right here, this is the unification right here. Right there on your screen. That's the unification. Right? That's the unification between the Quran argument and the Bible argument in this whole context. This whole conversation, this whole argument gets solved with those 2 verses. 24:35 and 1 John 1:5. Right? Why is God, Allah, why is Allah in the Quran identified with knowing everything the same way the Bible omniscient? Why? Because information, the fabric of information is light. If God is light, and light is all quantumly entangled, then it's science at that point. If we try to go outside that, where Allah is an old white guy that lives in the cloud, or maybe an old black guy that lives in the cloud, if we go outside of that space, this all becomes gobbledygook. It all becomes gobbledygook. If we stick in the pocket, science lines up. If we stick in the pocket, science lines up. If we move outside the pocket, if we leave science, if we separate belief from nature, medical problem is.
Right now, look here. Right now, the topic is on Christianity, okay? And you need to stick to that topic. I know you're panicking. I asked you very clearly. The property of existence, that is something which is predicated on the person. Now, we have already established this. You had no answer to that.
What are you talking about?
Yes, the property existence now is predicated to the person.
To the being.
Yes.
To the being.
Existence of a person.
To the being.
Existence.
Yes. So stop saying person.
Existence is predicated off the existence.
I'll say that you're stumbling now. You're stumbling now. You're stumbling now.
I say I'm not.
He said I'm not.
It's because of all that noise in the background. Can you tell this guy to be
Yeah, guys. Of the Father.
Yeah.
Generation is a necessary property of the Father.
Asking, is aseity a necessary property of God?
Yes.
Of God?
Yeah, the being.
Okay.
Yeah.
The being.
The being.
Good. Aseity is self-existing.
Yeah.
Okay? Which means you have no source. You are the one
for your existence, right?
Exactly.
So you're saying so aseity, according to you, is predicated to your being. So you do not rely on another being for your existence.
No. I said aseity is predicated upon the person's existence.
Yes. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Come on, Hashem, come on.
I've repeated it several times. Aseity is predicated upon the person's existence, which he doesn't understand still.
No, you don't understand it.
Because even the
you don't know what you're doing.
Even the church fathers agreed only the Father is Asay. They agreed.
Oh my God.
He's the one who's going against the church fathers.
No, who?
Okay.
Who?
Now,
Who?
I don't remember the name exactly, but you can go and find out. You can go and find out.
Can I respond to this really quick?
No, wait. You need to understand what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
You said it's a necessary property of God.
Just
Yes, necessary. So when I asked you, does the Father generate the Son? You said yes. In fact, you went even further than that. You said he's the source of both the Holy Spirit and
he's
the
the
Son.
source of the essence.
Yes, source of both.
Of the essence,
because okay. Can you have essence without a person?
Yes, a rock.
A rock?
Yeah.
Without a person?
Yeah. You hold on. You earlier. This is why I said we need to slow this down. Earlier, you said that a rock has essence, has being, but is not a person.
Okay.
So you can have essence and not personhood.
Good. So you can have essence and not personhood.
Yes.
Good. Does an entity require an essence for its existence?
An entity is an essence.
No, entity is not an essence.
What do you say an entity
is? An object.
Yes. According to what?
Yes, it's an object.
Oh, so okay.
For the existence, look.
I'm just saying
you
how
need
you
to
define it.
differentiate between the object and its existence.
Okay. How do you do that?
Very simple. If you exist, okay, let me ask you this: is a unicorn existence? Is a unicorn a being?
Is a unicorn a being? Are you like in reality or?
Answer the question.
I'm just trying. I don't.
We realize now. We realize the definition. Is a unicorn a being?
Okay. Hypothetically, yes.
Hypothetically?
Yeah.
So it's real or not?
It's not real, but
thank you.
But it's
so you can be unreal and still be a being.
No.
That is why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying don't use this funny term, because in order for something to exist, okay, you know,
Imagine who sees me act like this every time.
Existence can be, like you said, something which is hypothetical.
I didn't say that. I was going with you.
You said hypothetically.
No, you said no, because you asked me.
So you can be hypothetical.
Oh my gosh.
According to
oh my goodness.
You said hypothetically, yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's on camera.
Oh my God, this is bad.
It's on camera.
This is bad. All right, let me just respond to this, dude.
Go on. At least I'll give you time to correct yourself.
Okay, so Hashim.
Once again.
Hashim,
Is the unicorn a being?
I heard you. I heard you.
Yeah, go on.
So when you asked, is the unicorn a being?
Yeah.
I asked you in reality, and you just said just answer the question.
Yes, just answer
so I'm assuming you're talking about in reality, and for the sake of argument, it's hypothetically saying that a unicorn exists.
I never said in reality.
Okay, so it doesn't exist in reality?
I'm asking you.
If it doesn't exist, then it doesn't have being.
You know.
If it doesn't exist, it doesn't have being.
So, in fact, it needs to exist for it to be a being. Now you're saying.
Yes,
that's what being is.
Okay.
Being is existence.
Oh my God.
So existence has to be in real. And this is what I'm trying to understand. In order for Jesus' existence, in order for Jesus' existence, does he require the Father?
Say that again?
In order for Jesus' existence, is he dependent? Is it contingent on the Father, yes or no?
Okay, let me answer this. Guys, notice the difference and this is what is not clicking for him. But you guys get it. That's why you guys are reacting to this. You guys get it.
You guys don't get it.
The Father eternally generates the Son, correct? That is a relational property between the two. Okay?
Existence.
Hold on, let me finish. That's relational. That is not a property of essence. That's a property of personhood. Okay? So that's relational. Being the Father is
You're starting to see the loop. They never will define essence or anything that adds specificity to the conversation, right? God logic is just really good at semantics, but he's kind of already lost the real substance of the conversation, right? The substance is aseity. The substance is aseity. So if you're talking about Jesus, the person, Jesus has parents. This is semantics at best. At best, you know what I'm saying? It's semantics. Because just the definition of the term Like literally, God is God because of this fact. And so if we search the actual real world for what that, what that is, we have a few actual real good candidates. But again, trying to prove that Osiris or Jesus or Muhammad or, it's like trying to validate Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets crazy.
It's a hypostatic property, okay? Not an ontological property. Hold on a second. Let me finish. I'm trying to help you, okay? Look, I am. I'm trying to help you, okay? So when you ask, is the Father the source of the Son? Yes, he generates the Son, but they have the same being. So in the generation, this is a hypostatic property, a relation, okay? But when it comes to their being, this is a hypostatic. They have the same source of the Son. Yes, he generates the Son. Is the Father the source of the Son? Yes, he generates the Son. Is the Father the source of the Son? Yes, he generates the Son, but they have the Father the source of the Son. Yes, he generates the Son, but they have the same being source of the Son. Yes, he generates the Son. Is the Father the source of the Son? Yes, he generates the Son.
Hey, hey. Listen, that boy is like Muhammad Ali with words. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. But listen, if you paid attention to Muhammad Ali fights, Muhammad Ali took a lot of hard hits. And that's what's happening right here. He's taking some hard hits and he's still trying to dance with the words like, yeah, no. Jesus fits the model for aseity because he's not dependent on any other creature or being or entity for his living. Wait, but you said the Father generated the Son. Yeah, but because he generated them, he's, that's the person. That's not the being, because the essence is the. No, sir. No, sir. God Logic has won a lot of debates on the internet on substance. This is not one of them. He may edge this guy because A, popularity, B, semantics. He's very good with words. He knows how to rely on vocabulary when facts run out. But there's no science in these conversations. It needs science. It needs science. Because our Muslim brothers and sisters, they got a glass ceiling on top of their head. Even our Kemetic brothers and sisters have a glass ceiling because most of them aren't into Kemetic science. Most of the people that are into Kemetic ideology are, they've been listening to, Amin Ra Squad and foolishness like that for a long time. So they're not familiar with the Sunu and, the actual culture that produced the math and the medicine and the geometry. They're not really that familiar with that. They're more focused on like studying metal nature, which is different. That's same people, but that's a different aspect of the culture, right? That's not the scientific part of the culture. That's just the language, right? We learn a language before we get in school. Before we get in school, we learn how to talk because in order for us to learn further, we need to have communication. But learning language is elementary. You learn the language and then you get into deeper levels of math and science and geometry and rhetoric and articulation and all those things. So most of what we know about Kemet popularly is limited. There's not much science involved in it. So everybody's having this glass ceiling because nobody's really getting to the essence of what's important. The science of life. The science of life. Period. The science of life. Dig through the Quran, find the science of life. Dig through the Bible, find the science of life. If it's difficult, that's because you're dealing with copies of copies of copies. If you go back to Kemet, the science of life pop right out at you. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But you can still get caught in some pockets where you're not focused on the science. You can get your attention can be diverted. It can be misdirected. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know, folks over there listening to that guy. You know what I'm saying? But this right here is ether right here. This is just ether right here. This one little few seconds. He's stuck right here.
Is the Father the source of the Son? Yes, he generates the Son. Yes. Is the Father the source of the Son? Yes, he generates the Son.
A deity of God, a theological concept that describes God's absolute self-existence independent from all created things and beings. He is not dependent on anything else for being, nature, or existence. That is the definition. Unfortunately, although God logic, you know, and God logic, he kind of reminds me of a polite. You know what I'm saying? He try to bend the truth to something else. Yeah, but you know, that's only the uninformed that can be misled. That's why I'm putting the definition right on the screen so you can see where the misleading is happening and where what would be considered on the internet swag. This is what I want y'all to understand this about debates on the internet too. Because on the internet, swag has now been determined. Swag has now been determined to be your ability to influence the audience outside of factual statements. Outside of factual statements, your ability to sway the audience with cadence, with rhythm, knowing when to raise your voice, knowing when to bring them in closer, knowing when to misdirect and lead them away from the subject matter, because this might be an area where your argument is not so strong. So you're able to redirect the crowd to something else and then bring them back, pull them back in where you find yourself in a strong footing and your opponent may not be on a strong footing. So being able to misdirect and redirect is what they call swag now in these online debates. I just call it art of misdirection. And you only need to rely on the art of misdirection in a debate when your actual facts run out.
But they have the same being. So in a generation, this is a hypostatic property, a relation, okay? But when it comes to their being, they have the same being. The Father is not a different being that generates another being, okay?
That's why it's distinct.
Let me finish. No, oh my.
That's why it's distinct.
No, it's okay.
Jesus has two natures. The Father has only one nature.
Let me tell you why they're distinct. They're distinct in their personhood, not in their being.
Okay.
So because the Father generates the Son, that's a distinction.
Right.
One is the Father who generates, the other is the Son who's generated.
Yes.
This is eternal.
He has a source.
Right? This is relational.
The Son has
So
a source, the Father has no source.
to be
Very
dependent,
simple.
hold on, let me finish. To be dependent is to rely on another being other than yourself, other than your own being, for your existence. Jesus is not another being, so therefore he's not dependent.
Okay, good.
Do you understand?
Now you said that they have the same self. So listen, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, they have the same self. Because you said they have the same self.
I didn't say the same self. Oh my God. I said the same being.
Okay, so are they different selves? Are they different selves? No, answer the question. Very good. Answer the question. Are they different selves or the same self?
They are distinct persons. What do you mean by self? What do you mean by self? What do you mean by that?
In terms of existence, in terms of
Okay, so you're talking.
They are distinct selves, but the same being. Yo, this is crazy. This would get the views, though. This is, what gets why these videos get views? Not because they're educational, but because they are rage baiting. Rage baiting. It's the same as like these videos, these debates use the same principle to draw in views as like when you watching a scary movie and the killer is chasing the lady or whatever, and she fall down, and everybody goes, "Oh my God, you stupid, you die!" Like everybody gets sucked in. That's how these things work. You know what I'm saying? It's rage baiting. We know the obvious, we see the obvious, and because we see the obvious, and it seems like an inability we start to fill in words in our mind and go, "Oh, it means this." Or like if we like the person, we'll fill in things and go, no, this is what he means. That's not what he means. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying right there is that Jesus and God are two distinct persons, but the same being at the same time. In order to make this argument fit. And what you hear in the background in terms of audience is all of the Christian people that he brought with him that already believed that concept when they came there. It's not like a bunch of new people that are learning. It's the same as like when you go watch a sports game. When the Knicks fans come and watch the Knicks play against the Celtics, it doesn't matter whether the Knicks win or lose. They still leave Knicks fans. The Boston Celtics fans, they come as Boston Celtics fans. They go home as Boston Celtics fans. Just because their team loses, that doesn't mean they switched and now all of a sudden they bought that. That's not what happens. You know what I'm saying? The people that came in the audience, they leave as they came. They just are quiet on the other parts. So when you don't hear them going, "Woo, yeah," that's when you know it's not going in their favor. You know what I'm saying? But it's fun. That's what it's. If you accept this as just a different form of entertainment, it's a beautiful thing. But if you're looking for this to be empowering and enriching and something you could build on in your real life, it's not going to work like that unless you add back the science into these systems that the early church fathers took out. That's why I say when we were starting our conversation 5-6 hours ago about medical school, the church fathers separated nature from what they were doing. But in order to do that as a political economic vehicle, they had to make it illegal for regular people to read the Bible. You would get hung, burned, killed. Like you couldn't read the book. Because if you read the book, immediately what the church fathers were saying would have had to go out the window. Because the church fathers were saying anybody that looks to nature in any shape, form, or fashion, you're a heathen. You could get burned. first chapter of Genesis, God creates the trees, the nature, blah, 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 blah. So, in fact, Adam and Eve are in a garden. so immediately that would have totally counteracted the whole removal of nature. But in order for their social, economic, political vehicle to go, they had to put you on complete dependence with the church. And so there's a difference between what the Bible teaches and what the church teaches. And when we hear these debates between Catholics and Christians, between Hebrews and Christians, between Muslims and Hebrews, or Muslims and Christians, these are political economic vehicles. Political economic vehicles. That's why you see in your neighborhood, the Muslims own particular types of businesses. The Muslims own particular types of businesses. Christians have particular types of businesses, and they hire from within those spaces. So those spaces become economic recruiting grounds for people in the space, right? That's why it's crazy to hear about nepotism or certain hiring practices or whatever the case, because people always go to their flock. If their flock is not race, their flock may be sexual preference. If their flock is not sexual preference, their flock may be, oh, these guys is Kappa, Alpha Kappa, or these guys are my Masonic brothers, or these guys are my sorority sisters, or these guys are, I'm hiring these folks because these are my Muslim brothers, or I just get to see the other end, because see, cancer doesn't care if you're a Muslim, a Christian, a Catholic, atheist, agnostic. Cancer could care less what fraternity you belong to. Cancer is not asking whether you got the secret handshakes of the Masons before. Cancer don't care if you got the secret password at the door. Cancer don't care about those things. Cancer doesn't care if you're white, if you're black, if you're from India. Cancer doesn't care if you're doing keto, carnivore. Cancer doesn't care about those things. Cancer doesn't care about those things. So I get the people after they take the kufi off, or after they take off the yarmulke, or after they take off the jalabia, the dashiki, after they take those things off and they just want help. The hospitals have run out. The doctors, what they could do is run out. They've been ran out of what the deacon and the imam and the rabbi could. They ran out. All those systems that ran out. Now you're just a human. Now you're just a human, and you really want to understand what the essence of being a human is, because you want to be able to fine tune it. Your essence is running out, and now you want to be able to fine tune it. What I'm trying to say is, we need to have those conversations way before we at the end. Way before they saying they need to cut a foot off because your diabetes done got so out of control. Way before they need to cut, we need to put you on chemo, or try to go into we need to cut a tumor out or put you on chemo. Or we need to realize that all of these religious ideologies were set in place so that we would have a pathway to understanding our creation, understanding our creative source, and how to strengthen that relationship, thereby strengthening us in our day-to-day life, but not in a hypothetical sense, not in a mystery kind of sense, like in a realistic kind of, realistic kind of sense, you know, there's a place where prayer actually works in the body. There are physical systems in the body that prayer works on. There are physical systems in the body that prayer does not work on, right? We need to know those things so that we can add the best benefits of prayer and meditation along with the best benefits of nutrition and calorie restriction, maybe, if that's what, you know, and exercise, and how to moderate those things to get our best performance in whatever it is we do every day, but then B, how to hang out for a little while. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of time we chasing the bag, chasing money, trying to get financially established, and we running so hard and reckless that by the time we do get to a place, you know, that we could take our shoes off, we on 7 to 8 different medications. We on 11 or 12 different medications. You know, you can't do nothing with your children but tell them stories about what you could have did back in the day. That's cool to your kids if you got exciting stories, but I promise you, they would trade those exciting stories of how you might have scored 40 points back in the days just to see you score like 7 points today. Yeah. Hit 2 layups today. You know what I'm saying? Run up and down the block with your kids today. They don't care about, oh, look at this picture. Man, I had mad trophies from back in the day. Really? Because you ain't got nothing but mad medication today. You ain't got nothing but bad knees today. Yeah, you got bad knees right now. So you know, that's where the perspective comes in. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, because I know some people watching it like, oh, hold up, Inky, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian. No, I'm not saying anything is wrong. Islam has some beautiful qualities, so does Christianity and a bunch of other different, you know. But we need to put back in the science, the living science. We need to put back in the living science. That is the best way, the most powerful way to show honor to your parents, your ancestors, and your creator, whoever you believe that to be. Take care of your inheritance that you got from the creator. There's nothing better you could do. Trust me, there's no money that you could put in a plate somewhere other than studying the actual creation. The actual creation. Because studying the creation will bring you closer to the creator. Just saying.
He's going back to being. He's going back to being.
I will finish.
You're back to being.
No. Self means your consciousness.
So personhood.
No, consciousness.
So is that personhood?
Consciousness.
Is that person?
Mind,
Is that personhood?
Is it personhood? A consciousness is predicated on the person.
Okay. So it's personhood.
Consciousness is predicated on a person.
So it's
just
personhood.
Like existence is predicated on a person. So
oh my goodness.
Yes. No, it's not. Okay. Remember you said that. Remember the example of the.
No, go ahead, say it.
Of the unicorn.
That's what everyone should know. He said that the son is contingent on the father.
You need help?
I don't need any help.
Well, you had him.
You have him.
You had him.
I didn't have him.
You had him.
You told him.
No. He just walked up. So what you saying? We listen. Guys, slow down.
No, I can go. It's not pure people. These are dogs.
Everybody.
These are dogs.
You need help? Really?
Look, he said something. I didn't ask him either. He just stepped up.
So can you tell not to?
No. He said something. But okay, well, I didn't. So
one-to-one.
So you can say it.
Let's say one-to-one.
We were, but you let him jump in.
You need
So
help.
just say it.
Look, if you really need help, it's up to you.
I've
been helping you out. You've been needing my help,
I did help you as well.
and you needed his help.
Guys, look, let's have it one-to-one, and then we can go.
But why didn't you say that when he jumped in? Why didn't you?
I didn't ask him.
Why didn't you stop him?
Bro, you said come on to him just now.
No.
It's very simple because that's the point I was making. You need help, that's why you're calling.
Okay, all right, how about this? Let's get this together. When you say self, are you talking about personhood or being?
Consciousness is predicated on a person.
So
What
it's
does self mean?
So,
yeah, it's
in the
self-person.
do they have one consciousness or
Is
multiple?
what I'm asking, is self personhood or is self being?
Self has to exist.
Oh my God. So
For,
it's being. So it's being.
can I finish?
Being?
Can I finish? Wait. Do you have consciousness?
That's not what I'm asking.
I'm
No,
asking
you gotta know. You gotta
in
answer my
order-
question.
Look, I need to.
No, you don't.
I need to.
No, you don't.
Step for you to understand.
No, my question is very simple.
What?
Is self personhood or is self being?
I've already answered that.
No, you didn't.
I said self is a consciousness which is predicated to a person.
So it's
How many times am I
personhood?
gonna repeat?
All right, so just give me a
I'm gonna
yes.
answer the way.
No.
My answer is correct.
No, give me a yes.
No. Yes, my answer is correct. He doesn't realize.
Is that a yes then? Yes, it's personhood?
I said.
I need to understand.
No, you need to understand.
Yes. So is it yes
do you
personhood?
understand what predication means?
Is it yes
Do you
personhood?
understand what predication means?
No, break it down for me.
Okay, you, in order for your consciousness even to exist, yes,
In order for my
it needs-
consciousness to exist.
yes, it needs to be predicated to a person.
You didn't define
Wait,
predication.
what? I'm not understanding this.
Which
If
part?
everything.
Can you have consciousness
If you-
without? Okay,
this is
can
what
you
I
have-
asked.
Listen. Can you have consciousness without a personhood?
Persons should have consciousness.
Good.
Yeah.
So it's predicated to the person.
Okay, good. So personhood.
Finally.
So personhood is self.
Okay. Self is consciousness, not the person. How many times I repeat this?
Okay, hold on.
Self. No, I don't need your help.
No.
If you need
You
your help,
don't need my help.
ask
You
him
don't
to
need my
do-
help. You
Do
don't
you
need
need
my
his
help.
help?
You don't need my help.
Do you need his help?
He needs to take a drink.
I don't want him to
Go
interrupt.
ahead, Mary.
I don't want him to interrupt.
ahead.
Here's the problem.
Okay, this is why you need
I don't
help.
want to
Now
hear
he
what
has
you
help.
say. I
I've
want to
been
see what
saying
you
that
needs
the
help.
son is contingent on the father purely because the son generates the father. Here's what I'm going to say. He can't tell you what contingent means. Here's my problem. Contingent for everyone means there is a world, okay, where you exist, okay, and the thing itself that made you doesn't
Do
exist.
they have the
and
same
vice
self?
versa.
Answer the question.
No, that doesn't follow.
Do they have the same
Now, here's
self?
the thing.
No
If
answer.
I ask
You know, two of them.
If
Can't
I
answer
ask
the
it,
question.
You haven't defined what.
In what world can you exist without your parents creating you? Once they create you, of course, there's a space where your parents pass, right? My father has passed. So I exist still, my father does not. But I could not exist if not for my father.
Self
if
is.
I just told you, consciousness.
No, you-
How many times?
So that means
ask him.
person.
No,
If
your
Allah's
consciousness is
hand
predicated on the person.
contingent on Allah, he wouldn't be able to answer.
I don't have to
Because he
answer your
doesn't know
question.
what okay, so it's a
I'm
contingent.
debating this guy, yo.
Is it contingent on Allah?
Go away.
Is
Answer my
Allah's
question.
hand contingent on Allah? Is his hand contingent on Allah? Is
Answer
Allah's
my
hand
question.
contingent? Hey, God logic, I just
It's
oh,
self.
time, Brutus. Thank you very much.
Do they have the same self?
Sorry, listen, I've got some paprika in here, and I've got some garnish in here.
Every.
So Hashem,
Done your-
Every.
done-
Do you
no,
need help?
my question.
You really need help.
You have help.
No, I didn't help.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't ask you.
You jumped in 3 times. You jumped in 3 times. No, you didn't.
You asked him. Tangent to it.
Yeah.
Answer my question. Do they share the same self or they have their own? Do they have individual selves?
Okay, so since you said that self is predicated to personhood, it's consciousness.
I said
Yeah.
self is a consciousness.
Yeah, and you said okay.
Do you need the math?
Let me finish.
Guys,
Do
really?
you need the math?
Okay.
Okay,
Self,
so
once again, look. You keep,
let me answer your question, bro.
yeah, but you need to understand the terms because you seem to be.
I mean, you
complaining.
keep flipping the term. You keep
No,
flipping them.
I've been consistent. Self is a consciousness. Remember that.
So is that
Not the
personhood?
person, no.
Is that personhood?
No.
So what is it?
Self is a consciousness which is predicated upon the person.
Okay, so
But how many times have you
so when you say
Click on it.
when you say self, this is why we need to understand this, bro.
I've
When
repeated
you
it 4
okay,
times now.
when you say self,
5 times.
it has nothing to do with the essence, correct?
What's that?
It has nothing to do with the essence, the
What has
being,
nothing
right?
to do?
Self.
Self. Self. In order for you to be conscious, you need to exist.
That's not the
Oh
question.
my
you
God,
asked.
that's not what I'm asking you. Because look,
I said it's dependent. Yes.
that's no.
They're,
Oh my
they're
God.
both. One is predicated on the other. You can look. Your consciousness doesn't float
You
in
said
the
one
air.
is predicated on
It
the
is
other.
something predicated on your personhood.
No,
Yes?
Hashem, this is what
Even
I'm
when
asking.
you die, listen. Even when
Hashem,
you die, your
is-
flesh is no more.
Is self
But
a
you're still that person.
this is what I'm asking.
Because
Is self
your
a
consciousness is predicated to
okay?
you.
I hear you. Is self a property of personhood or is it a property of essence?
Self is predicated upon the person.
That's not answering my question. Is it a property?
Okay, fine.
Is that so? You're saying it's a property
Yeah, he
of personhood?
understood. Why you're so thick?
Because you didn't say that. You're not answering me
Your
directly.
sidekick understood.
You're not answering me
You're the
directly.
right chef, like I said.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
What
yeah, he has to interpret for you. Yeah, you got it right here.
I said very clearly. How many times have
We're getting lost in
5 times.
terms.
The reason he lost is because he doesn't know the answer.
The reason why I'm lost is because you're.
Yo, bro, Bro, that's why I'm saying God logic is trying to muscle this debate on pure semantics. The little old Muslim guy is beating the pants off. And I don't agree with the little old Muslim guy. Let me just say that for the record. But in the context of the conversation, how are we separating consciousness from your existence? What? What? Yo, my man is going crazy. Good morning, wherever you at. Wherever you at, please do not misinterpret this foolishness that we are indulging in right now as the content of this video. We have about 5 hours worth of solid building, and we are now in we are now in the pure madness zone, trying to make sense out of nonsense. We just trolling at this point. Yeah, we just trolling right now. Shout out to Ireland. We over here just purely trolling. That's all we doing.
Because you keep flipping your terms.
Everyone can watch it. Everyone is the good thing about today is it's recorded.
Yeah, I know. It's a blessing. Alhamdulillah.
In the Trinity, is it one self or multiple selves?
Okay, since you're saying that self is predicated to personhood, then I would say that there's distinct selves within the essence of God because there's distinct persons within the essence of God. Okay, so there are three underlying realities of the essence. That's what the hypostasis is. Yeah, exactly. You have to define these terms.
I've already said.
What does consciousness mean?
Self.
So consciousness.
So it's person. Which means person.
You know what?
Well, according to him.
He's not telling you what it means.
Exactly. He's asking the same thing I'm asking.
You.
I asked you the same question. No, you're not cooking nothing. You keep flipping terms.
Your assistant chef.
Okay, is consciousness personhood? Is consciousness personhood?
Alhamdulillah.
Is consciousness personhood?
Look, you keep asking the same question.
Because you keep flipping.
No, I don't. How did I flip? Tell me.
Okay.
How did I flip?
I'll tell you how you flipped, okay? Because you keep saying that self is predicated to existence. Then you say self is predicated to persons.
No.
So when we're
self is consciousness. Now keep that in mind. Write it down.
Self is consciousness.
Write it down.
And what is consciousness?
Hold on. Consciousness. Look, your ability to, for example, Descartes said that I think, therefore I exist. Okay? So your ability to
So it's personhood.
That you're conscious.
No, that's not defining
AI today, AI is not conscious. It's basically a bunch of lines, which they actually based on that. Now
is consciousness
you guys
personhood?
don't know what consciousness. I'm asking you.
You're not telling us. You don't know what it is.
Okay, what is it? I answered.
No, you didn't.
What is it?
I mentioned Descartes. You answered.
I mentioned Descartes. I quoted somebody.
Yes.
Okay, so I think therefore I am, right? Yes. So all right, so according to that statement, is consciousness equal to personhood?
It's predicated. How many times I have to repeat this? How many times? You're a bad chef and you're a bad sidekick. So now answer. Look.
You're not telling us. You're not giving us the answer.
What is your definition of consciousness?
No, don't ask me. Yeah, you used this.
Wait, we never.
Yeah, we didn't bring this up.
He asked me the definition.
We didn't bring this up.
He asked me the definition of being.
No,
I gave him existence.
That's because you're bringing this up.
But he doesn't answer my question now.
What are you talking about?
Consciousness. If you guys don't know what's consciousness,
I told you what being was. I told you what personhood was.
No,
let me finish. Let me finish. You're the one who brought up consciousness and self. You're bringing these new terms, so therefore, let me finish. So therefore, you have to define them so that we can continue. So we've been stuck here for the past 10 minutes because you're unable to define consciousness.
You don't know the meaning of consciousness.
Okay, what is tell me.
Self-aware.
Okay.
What happened? Okay, now you answer.
Is self-awareness personal?
No, now you answer. What is consciousness?
Is self-awareness personal?
I give you the answer. You answer.
Okay, I got you. I'll go with you. Okay, I'll go with you.
You go with your
I'll go with you.
What's your
yours.
You don't know.
It's yours.
You don't know what's conscious.
I'll go with you. I'll go with you. I'll go with you. So I said, oh my God. So okay, guys, notice this. So according, it's okay. It's okay. You can look it up. So guys,
you can look it up.
Guys, it's okay. So he said,
both of them.
Hashim, come on, Hashim. Come on, bro. You're looking bad. So guys, now that let's try to progress now, because we've just been arguing terms. He says that consciousness equals self-awareness, right? Self-awareness. So, because the Father is a person who's self-aware, the Son is a person who's self-aware, the Spirit is a person who's self-aware, there are three hypostases that are self-aware.
Good.
Okay?
Good.
So
Now-
there are three
Now answer
persons
the question
within the
I asked
essence.
you. The question was this. Because you mentioned each of the persons of the Trinity are self-aware.
Yeah.
Basically, that's the point, yeah?
They are
Now
self-aware.
the question is this. Is the consciousness one or three?
Oh my goodness. So
What,
oh my
what?
goodness. You just said that the consciousness is being self-aware, and because they're, let me finish.
My definition from the dictionary
Uh-huh.
is here the state of being aware of and responsive to one. So it's aware.
Okay, yeah.
Aware.
So dictionary.com. But it's okay.
You
Let's
give
go
your
to
real
them.
definition.
Let's go
I'll
to
take you on
them.
that.
Okay. So it's okay. Let's go to them.
So, is it one
being
person
self-aware.
or
Being
multiple
no. Let's go what you're saying. So being self-aware, right? So because according to his definition, that there's three persons that are self-aware, there are three persons who are conscious, right? Now notice
That's
this.
the question.
Because they're persons and they're self-aware, since he's saying that this has to do with their personhood, this is a property of their persons, it has nothing to do with their essence. So this is not has to do they're not divided
asked you
in their
if you are
essence. Them being dude, you gotta let me talk.
Yeah, but
bro.
you're not answering the question.
I am. I'm
You're
literally
waffling.
talking to you.
You're waffling.
Okay, if you say no, notice that waffling is dealing with his point directly.
No, you're not.
Notice
Not
that.
dealing with that.
Notice this.
Land.
No, you're not.
Land,
It's not a
bro, land.
philosophical one.
Land.
It's not a philosophical
Bring
one.
philosophical out of
Okay.
it.
So this is what it
That's why
is.
all of that. That's why I say these.
Well, I got you. So because guys, yeah. Oh no, he's in this. He's in this. He's in this. Yeah, step up further.
Stop encouraging them.
He's here.
What about him?
So guys,
Guys, stop it! Don't worry about it. Do they share one consciousness, or does each person of the Trinity have individual consciousness?
very good.
Did he?
Please land. Can you
Yeah. If they're gonna heckle, ignore their heckling.
Really? They're gonna have to. Really?
Guys,
40 minutes on this? All right. So this is where we're at, guys. And I think that because of this, guys, he hasn't been able to demonstrate that the Trinity is illogical. We had to teach him what certain terms were. So now when talking about consciousness, I wanna show you guys what he's trying to do.
No, answer the question.
I am. Now be quiet, please.
What is the question?
Can you please be quiet? Okay, can you please be quiet?
Please tell me what the question.
Your question is, are there three different consciousnesses or do they have the same consciousness? Okay, so
Make sure you answer
this is
that.
what he's trying to do. He said that consciousness, the definition of consciousness just means being aware. So because there's three distinct persons who are aware, there are three that are aware, okay? So they have these are distinct persons. They have the same mind because they have the same essence. However, based on his definition of consciousness, on his definition,
Your definition.
no,
I want your definition.
no, it's not.
I want your definition.
No.
When did we define
No, exactly.
I want your definition.
Exactly.
That's why you're afraid to define it.
Oh, what's
Because
that?
you know you lose.
What's that?
You're afraid to define
We
it.
don't use the term,
Exactly.
so we don't need
You
it.
brought up the term being. You
Exactly.
defined it.
But we didn't
Okay?
bring up the term
You
conscious.
brought it.
Exactly.
But I brought it
So
up to
so
define
I
it.
So you need to define
You
it.
did.
Because you're defining it.
You did.
I did already.
Yeah.
Give me your definition.
So
Bring your definition.
so guys,
Yes, no contest now.
guys,
The guy stepped out.
guys, hold on.
The chef and the
Hold on. It's okay. It's okay. So because Hashem has gracefully given us a definition of consciousness, which means simply to be aware, to be self-aware, because within the essence of God, there are three underlying
What's your
realities,
definition of
rational
consciousness?
realities that are aware. There can be three, according to his definition,
What's your definition?
consciousness. However, that doesn't mean that there are separate beings or
Entities.
essences,
Freudian
right?
slip.
There are
Entities.
not. Let me finish. There are not different essences or different beings because self-awareness, according to him, is a property of person, not being. So still, you have not demonstrated that the Trinity is illogical or.
Yo, you know what's crazy? Let me tell you what's crazy. You know, back in the days, so now in America, right, the number one place where they put mentally challenged people is prison. the prison system is the new mental institution. But back in the days, they had mental hospitals. You know what I'm saying? They had mental hospitals. If you had a mental health, you know, they would put you in the mental hospital. Now they kind of put you in the mental hospital like temporarily and then put you in prison, and maybe they'll ship you back at a certain, you know, but in America, most of the people with mental illness is in the mental hospital. And the funny thing is, if we listen to this God logic conversation, right, you would have to accept that, okay, so there's a lot of places in the Bible where Jesus is talking out loud to God. So you have to accept that Jesus is talking out loud to himself and getting answers back. Oh my God. Yo. Ooh. Listen, sometimes we go so far to prove ourselves right in arguments. I just want to be able to be in a space where I could be like, yo, my bad. Let me look that up. Oh man, I probably still need some more research on that. Like, I don't want to be forced, you know what I'm saying, into proving I'm right on every single thing, because that's not genuine. That's not genuine. And being caught on video in these moments, you know what I'm saying? Because God Logic is very intelligent. You know, he's very well versed in his space. You know, like LeBron, very well versed in his space. I consider myself very well versed in my space. But getting into these, you know, like when you get into these conversations where it's more based on the agility that you have with moving the crowd, as opposed to, you know, it's more of a rap battle than it is like based on truth, is it could get crazy. It could get crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because now we got to accept that all these passages where Jesus is having conversations with God out loud, that Jesus is talking to himself. They still lock people up for that in certain places. Like, would you, like, if you walking around talking to yourself out loud and getting answers back, you can have multiple personality disorder. Yo, it's a wide variety of mental breaks. Yo, it's wild out here, bro. Listen, it's wild out here. You gotta accept some of these concepts. You gotta go, wait. So are you saying that Jesus was talking to himself all this time? If you saying that Jesus is God and not separate from God, you saying Jesus was talking to himself all these passages. That's where it gets crazy. It doesn't matter what the belief system is. Once you take the anthropomorphized concept of energy and you try to go with the actuality of the metaphor, it gets crazy. It gets crazy.
Doesn't make sense.
If you don't define the term,
you did it already.
He asked me
You
to
did it.
Look, at least I wasn't afraid. He asked me to define
You did it.
terms.
You brought it
I
up.
said, yes, even the term aseity he defined, it's not in the Bible.
You did it.
But he defined it.
You did
You know what?
All right, so just for you know, just for the people who still awake, I'm just saying, I'm asking y'all a question. If there's one being that has multiple consciousnesses inside, is that not multiple personality disorder? Or am I stretching it? Maybe it's too late at night. Maybe I'm stretching it. Maybe I'm stretching it. But people are drugged up right now for having multiple personalities inside one being right now. So maybe it could be me. Yeah, I'm just saying, listen. Folks goes to jail for that. Folks gets put on medication. Ain't that lady with Jay-Z just locked her daughter up? Desi, the female kingpin. She was a kingpin. Now she with Rockefeller. She in court. She locked her daughter up. Said the daughter, like, listen, people was going down for having multiple personality. I don't know. I'm going to bed soon. I'm going to bed soon.
Because you realize that the three do not share the same consciousness.
By your definition, they don't.
Give me yours then.
By your definition. Why? Why do I?
Because in order for you to understand this, you have to define your definition.
No,
but it's not our word.
Exactly.
It's not our word. Neither is a Sati.
No,
okay, neither is consciousness for us.
So here's the thing.
So basically,
no, Hashem, you just spoke. You just spoke.
No, hold on.
Come on, bro. You just spoke, man.
You spoke more than me.
No, I did not.
All the Christians don't want to admit whether that God is conscious or not. He's not even self-aware. Each individual person is self-aware, but the whole thing don't share the same consciousness. You know, when you have multiple consciousness, when you have multiple consciousness,
of consciousness is literally being sensitive.
This is called multiple personality disorder.
Yo, he just said the same thing.
Personal relation.
Something which is a mental
so there'll be three personal relations.
And something which the psychologists will treat. So the fact that you don't want to even tell us the definition of consciousness because you realize you have dug yourself in a hole.
Okay. So notice this.
Wow. I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. That's crazy.
Can I finish?
You're going to repeat
Hashem, I'll let you speak.
I'm going to repeat yourself.
Yeah, I'll let you speak.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to repeat
I'm going to respond. I'm going to respond to you.
But I'm going to repeat yourself.
You just repeated yourself.
No, I didn't. I said,
Hashem,
you give me your definition
you gotta let me talk.
Okay. If you don't give the definition of consciousness, then I'm move to the next.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So Hashem here, he's bringing up words that we don't use and trying to make an argument based on these words. So what we did was to say, what do you mean by that, Hashem? What do you mean by that? Now, and after 20 minutes, we finally got a dictionary.com definition.
Is that illegal to do in a debate? Because the whole first 20, 30 minutes of the debate, God Logic was semantically confining the Muslim guy with words. And I think that's logical to ask about the nature of consciousness if we're talking about two people being one person versus separate. I think that you have to ask the consciousness. I think you have to question consciousness. I think you have to question spirit, soul, essence. I think all of those concepts go together, right? I think when we're talking about replicating cells and DNA and one cell becoming a whole human, I think all of these questions we need to have more conversation on. I know it's late. Some people probably done fell asleep. Their computer's still on, so we appreciate the watch time in the view. But I'm saying we need to have more conversations on this. Because I'm telling you, the Department of Defense put hundreds of millions of dollars into this conversation. Because this conversation spills over into the actual health space. When we start talking about, when we recognize, right? When I say we, I mean science. When science recognized that DNA, because remember, science just mapped DNA. And they put a lot of money into mapping DNA, Crick and Watson doing their thing. And they thought the DNA would hold all the information that they were looking for to understand the human body. The DNA has a lot of information, but it is missing a lot of information. So the whole mystery of junk DNA started, right? The whole mystery of figuring out junk DNA. And we had a lot of theories about how junk DNA is active. And junk DNA is the reservoir of information for active DNA. And junk DNA has extra information and transposons and ancient unactive, viral segments and just all kinds of different phases with building the understanding of DNA. Up until the point where DNA was all but completely mapped. And then at that point, it's okay, here's some stuff that's missing from DNA. DNA does not have mathematical information. DNA does not have geometric information. DNA does not have sequential information. DNA does not have architectural information. So there's a lot of information that is required to create a whole body out of a single cell that is not inside DNA. So now the Department of Defense, this is before Trump and them got in, Department of Defense put a lot of money into understanding biomagnetism, the information stored in the magnetic field of each cell. So there's a lot of questions that start off in arguments like this, nonsensical spaces, and to fine tune these conversations, we have to move into a more scientific space. You know what I'm saying? So there's a part of me that's trolling, but there's a part of me that's like, no, this is a good, where this is going is a good conversation, because it's moving like the chains. You know, you play in football, you move the chains 10 yards, first down. It's moving to the end zone. We are already in the end zone. We already in the end zone. We already light, magnetism, electricity, information, work, the translation and transformation of energy to other forms. We already in the end zone. But the masses are coming. The masses are coming because conversations like this are going to create other questions. They done said essence, divine essence, at least 675 million times in this video without defining it once. They're talking about reproduction, and reproduction of man separate than spirit, right? Reproduction of Jesus as a man, reproduction of Jesus as a spirit, coming from the source, the Holy Father. They haven't addressed the part of the two together, which was the Muslims guys trying to do with consciousness being attached to a person. Our Christian family is looking a little crazy because they're trying to do anything to just fit the square peg into the round hole. But the conversation, the direction is going with understanding the connection of man to spirit, source of spirit, source of man. That's science. That's health. That's mental health, physical health. That's emotional health. That's where we're going. Even though this is couched in religious language, you know what I'm saying? And God logic is technically, I guess he would be considered to be winning this debate. Semantics. I think the old guy is winning probably on substance, even though the old guy hasn't established anything. So I wouldn't say he won a debate on my criteria because he hasn't established anything. I think he sufficiently stumped God logic and stopped what he was trying to do, but he hasn't put anything in place. I think in order to win a debate, you have to not only disprove your opponent, but you have to prove your thing. And so I think he's disproved his opponent, but he hasn't proved anything. I think God logic has sufficiently mixed mastered and, you know, semantically ran him in circles enough that, you know, he can, you know, save face and make it look good. But I don't see anybody proving, you know. So that's why I'm saying I'm just trolling at this point. Yeah. That's the vibe I get from him. I don't get no other. That's the vibe I get from him. That's the vibe I get from him. I don't get no facts dropping. I just get like, you know, Let's go. Yo, let's go for the super chat at 3 a.m. Let's go for the super chat at 3 a.m. Happy Moon Day to everybody. Happy Moon Day to everybody. Thanos, you on your way to gym because it's daytime over there. I'm on my way to bed because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Listen, but rewind this video. Don't miss the content of this video. Like, seriously. I want everybody to watch this from the beginning. Don't tune into this and see us trolling, watching this debate and think that that's what we spent 7 hours on. Because we spent about 4 or 5 hours on class. This right here is just, it's like doing biology in class for 5 hours and then taking a trip to the zoo to see the animals. Right now, we taking a trip to the zoo to see the animals. Yeah. But I don't want you to think that we didn't do 5 hours of biology before this, before we went to the zoo to see monkeys throw shit at the lions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. See, y'all trying to keep me awake. Y'all trying to keep me. Y'all want to see the monkeys throwing poop. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all want to see the monkeys throwing poop. All right, let's see if we can watch some more poop throwing.
Got it before that.
Let me finish.
I got it before
No, you
that.
did not.
Watch the video. I got it before. He's lying again.
Let me finish, bro. It's okay, Hashim. It's okay. Logos.
Yeah, logos doesn't lie.
Logos. It's okay. All right. So now, he gave us his definition. And definition, now he doesn't want us to work with his definition because he now sees that there's not a problem when we apply his definition. He didn't, because of his definition, he can't go where he really wants to go. He really wants to go. Let me finish.
Stop running.
Let me finish, man.
Stop running.
Come on, Hashem.
You're repeating yourself.
Hashem, you're running.
You're repeating.
You're running.
I gave every definition.
You're running.
And he's on
You're
camera.
running. Come on, Hashem.
Running.
Come on, Hashem. He wants to, his argument that he's trying his hardest to get to, he's trying to show that the persons have different minds and then therefore are different beings. But because he got stuck with his own definition, he can't even get there.
You wish. That's why you're afraid to answer my question.
Okay.
What is the definition of consciousness?
I haven't finished. So with your definition, it helps me and there's no problem. And I'll go with you. No problem acknowledging that if by consciousness, you mean just simple self-awareness. So it has nothing to do with the nature, but has to do with the personhood. Then therefore there can be three that are self-aware, and it's not a problem.
What is the definition of consciousness? No answer. Okay, now that
you already gave it.
Yeah, I did, but you didn't.
All right.
Because you kept
why do I have to give something else?
Because you realized.
You brought it up.
You know why I asked this question?
So can we move on?
Yes.
Okay.
You know why I asked this question? I wanted to show you how the Father and Jesus are not the same. Because
I do it.
Not the same what?
Not the same. Not the same what?
Same what?
Stop interrupting.
Not the same what?
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting.
I know, but you got to be clear.
I will, but if you let me finish.
Okay, look.
By the way, can you tell him to stop interrupting?
Okay, stop. You stop interrupting.
Okay, you need to
Hashem.
stop.
All right, Hashem. Not the same what?
I will. Let me finish so you'll hear.
Okay. All right, he's about to tell us.
Both of
all right, he's about to tell us not the same what?
Jesus and the Father are not the same.
What?
Because Jesus is dependent on the Father.
Not the same what?
Okay. Did I not tell you to let me finish?
You have to answer
Which
that.
part of that you don't understand?
You got to answer.
You got to answer what is consciousness.
You said that you were going to answer that. You already gave that. You already gave that for me. You already gave it to me. You already gave the definition. You already gave it.
Now that God, they realize that they don't share the consciousness. Each person is individually conscious. Because even with my definition.
Not the same what?
I said consciousness is predicated to the person.
Not the same what?
He did not.
Not the same what?
Not the same what? Not the same what? Not the same what? Not the same what?
Conscious. Not the same consciousness.
Not the same consciousness. Okay, thank you.
So now you realize that they don't have the same consciousness.
So they're not the same person.
That is the reason
by your definition.
They both do not have the same knowledge either. You know why?
What? No.
Yes.
No.
Jesus.
That's okay.
And they do not interact, even have the same nature. I'll tell you why. Okay? Because Jesus, when he was asked about the last hour, he did not know the last hour. He says, not the Father. He said only the Father in heaven. That shows that they don't share the same consciousness. Okay? Now, Jesus, unless he was telling lies, he was asked specifically, do you know the hour? And Jesus says, nobody knows the hour. Not the angels in heaven. Okay? Not the Son, meaning himself, except the Father in heaven. He distinguishes the knowledge that he has from the Father. That's the reason I say they don't share the same consciousness. And if they don't share the same consciousness, then their existence even is not something which is the same. Because the Father exists, is self-existing, the Son is generating.
This is why you have to go to Amazon and get the book, Rich Abs, Poor Abs, now.